Welcome back, one and all, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024, presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and I couldn't be more excited because we are continuing the lower bracket here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We got Blue Otter versus a wonderful DSG after a comeback victory yesterday.
Yeah, big reverse sweep, and of course this weekend filled with games stocked to bottom. If you're just joining us from LCS, we're going to see if C9's partner team, Blue Otter, can find a win and acquire some of that lower bracket C9 buff that's been so good to them throughout their long storied career in the LCS.
I guess that you got to take with the wins you can get. As we're going to take a look at the playoff bracket here, as well as the journey that we've had thus far. Obviously, we already have our upper bracket finals ready to go here later on down the road, but we are here stuck into the lower bracket, and it's been a heck of a run.
Yeah, it truly is, you know, that adjusted gauntlet that we have, much like LCS, with the higher seed being placed later on in the lower bracket, as we got Blue Water versus DSG today. And then a week of great games to find out who is going to play in our final, which will be live at the Riot Games Arena on September 8th. And I believe we have tickets available. So follow Watch NACL on Twitter, and you can find your tickets nice and cheap to get into the arena and see really get a front row seat to the two teams that will be representing us at the Tier 2 Americas tournament later on, as well as who's next that could hit that LCS stage.
Yeah, I think that's the coolest thing. If you haven't been to one of our finals, it always is a great time to see the community come out and support everybody and get to see everybody and have a little bit more fun. So make sure you buy those tickets. Make sure you come out to that live Riot Games Arena finals there. But now let's talk about what we have in store for today. It is Blue Otter coming in from that upper bracket versus the lower bracket kings at this point in DSG. We'll see who comes out on top today, Cubby.
Yeah, I gotta say, DSG kind of reversing their fate from last spring yesterday, as they were knocked out by TLC in the playoffs. At least knocked down a lower bracket in last spring. This time, getting their revenge, finding that reverse sweep, knocking TLC out of the tournament, and moving on. But the story, has really been Blue Otter this split. I know Emily Rand tweeted out Blue Otter has been one of the most fun stories of NACL of late. And to see this team that's filled with players that were relegated, didn't really find success in NACL or past iterations of it, like Proving Grounds. And of course, these rookies in Samikin and Levitate really play to the level that they are now as individuals and also as a team. It's been really cool to watch.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing about this whole roster is you have the rookie implementation, but it's also a team that is utilizing their strengths. I mean, when we watch this team play macro around the map mid to late game, it is incredible to see how good they are. And I think being able to lean on some of that veterancy, but using the hands diff that maybe these rookies are bringing, absolutely incredible to watch. And again, I echo that sentiment of being one of the coolest stories we have here as well. And in a huge split for them, having the possibility to make a run for themselves against Disguised on the other side, a big name team with some big name players, but specifically a huge comeback victory yesterday off the back of some key picks, but also some very top-notch performances from the likes of Young, Tenacity, and Manui and Poom.
Yeah, I really feel like, Tenacity stepped up in the top lane matchup that was actually the 21 Summer Academy Playoffs Finals with him versus Jenkins. Tenacity really stepped up and helped his team get over the edge yesterday, as well as, Manui and Poom. Manui coming back into this team, it's a chance at redemption for him. He talked about it in the interview, how grateful he is to have that second shot with Disguise. Of course, he was on the team in spring, was dropped going into this split, then found his way back onto the team as Tomo went LCS and is still in playoffs with 100 Thieves. We did see Manui be able to flex that pool with our full Fearless draft format yesterday. At Game 5, Seraphine was one of the bigger draft diffs I've seen as Disguise ran over TLC to complete that reverse sweep.
I loved Shochi's tweet. He's just Game 5, Seraphine Manui coming to save the day for DSG. You can't write better storylines here. But he was understandably extremely grateful. He was tweeting yesterday saying, extremely excited to try to make this run with Disguised. And a lot of the cohesion on the team is running well, but Blue Otter, a little bit of a different beast. We'll see if they can handle some of those macro-making moments in the later parts of the game. And now that we get into our first draft for this full Fearless mode, you have to think what these first picks are going to be available. I know it's something that you want to talk about as well. Yeah,
so we've seen a couple of strategies with Best of 5 full Fearless. We saw Disguised and TLC in the series yesterday actually banning out the OPs like Senna, Aurora, until Game 4 and 5 would let them through. Because keep in mind, bans fall off in Game 4. You only get one round of bans. In Game 5, you get none. So the only way to ban a champ in Game 5 is to let it through. So the champs like Senna, like Aurora, we actually saw Blue Otter get those in their series against Winthrop Game 1. So they just got all the OPs out of the way. So I am really curious to see when those champs are let through the draft. Because if it does go to 5, you will have to deal with the likes of Senna, Aurora, and whatever else you've been putting on the ban list. Again, the only way to ban champs for that game is to have them be played in the series. We also saw Disguised really trying to deny TLC's pool. They had a game where they played Udyr and Skarner against TLC. Those are champs that Keel has played in the jungle, but they actually didn't play those champs at all throughout the regular season. So again, really trying to play around with using the Fearless format to take away some of those champs and options later on, which I found really interesting.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on exactly what things get let through. So far, though, Blue Otter on the blue side, they makes it through here. The LeBlanc, Ziggs, Rumble bans, some big classics as well. The Udyr, Senna, and the Hui ban. Aurora locked in. Have to see if that flexibility is going to be key for this pick, but the answers from DSG are soon available.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we actually see the Orianna played into the Aurora. I say that. Looks like it's just going to be the Corki. As Tenacity will get his hands on Renekton. That is a big champ for Quacker, who has done a really nice job of expanding his champion pool in this format. We'll see if that is put to the test today. As Tenacity, he can always go deep into his bag.
And again, he had a hell of a series yesterday as well. And some back and forth moments for sure. But the fact that he was able to stand tall towards the end, really, really awesome to see. It is the Zeri locked in, though, for Blue Otter.
And that's been Levitate's most played throughout the split, and he has been really, really good on it. So, really, again, putting a priority on making sure that you at least get one game on the champs that have been big for you throughout the season in this full Fearless Best of 5 format. And, Mazel, as we're kind of rounding out this phase of draft, getting into the next one, I do want to talk about the supports.
Hold on. We get to talk about Quacker's Olaf in game number 1. I like it.
All right, Quacker's Olaf, yeah, that is appropriate. Always a big one for Quacker.
Don't seem very enthused.
It does send the Aurora mid. So I guess we learned some, but I mean, I was getting excited to talk about the support gameplay, so that's why I wasn't enthused, you know. We got Rovex and Poom. So Rovex, he's actually taken over shot calling responsibilities for Blue Water. Talked to Rovex, said after their series against Winthrop in the middle of the split, you know, he felt like he needed to talk more, needed to step up, and he is now the main shot caller for this team, whereas for Disguised, Poom is that big leader that I know yesterday in Manui's interview, he said, you know, after game 2, after they went down 0-2, Poom actually dragged into a separate call. They had a chat, said, hey, I know XYZ is going wrong, but this is what we have to do to win. They found that reverse sweep, and having that experience that very much exists on the Disguised roster came up big for them in that reverse sweep yesterday.
Yeah. And that's such a unique story. Maybe, you know, obviously behind the scenes, you never know exactly what's going on, but it's cool to hear those kinds of stories and just hear that leadership at this level, because it just shows a little bit of that level up, especially from Poom. But we'll see what the answers are going to be for our very important shot caller supports here and see what they exactly are going to have. I'm sure it's going to be engaged support. But we have already the second phase bans coming through. It is the jungle focus so far. The Zyra is the ban for Blue Otter, while the Sejuani is the ban for DSG.
Yeah, Disguised, they see the Olaf and they're like, we don't want to play Sejuani Vibe into that, so we're just going to take it off the table. As they might be looking for something like a Brand. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually denied now from Blue Water. But Brand and Lilia are both up, so opportunity for Yukino to really get a power pick in jungle. We will see if Brand actually doesn't get banned here, and that might be an answer into Lilia, as Brand has been really big for music as well.
I love the flexibility that music's been bringing to the table, but anytime you give him any go buttons, that's when it truly is scary. Because I know you talk about Rovex, but music also kind of a tentpole position there with the shot calling aspects, and very much likes to be in the center of things for this Blue Otter team. Really nice to see also for him a bit of a redemption run, as you alluded to and foreshadowed to earlier.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, a lot of these players in this series have really stepped up to get here, have opportunity to continue to go further. There's the Lilia, as we expected. Now,
too bad.
Yeah, interested to see if it is going to be the Brand for music, as that has also been a big pick for Yukino. Maokai also still available. I could see Maokai being really strong this game for music, just trying to slow things down and having that really long-range engage tool into the smaller Corki Lilia, because at the moment for Disguise, a lot of scaling and a big backline. So Blue Otter might have to play fast, which they can do with Aurora in this draft.
And also for DSG, it's playing a little bit to their strengths, where they do tend to like to play towards top lane if it is a favorable matchup in some regards, but they will have some of those scaling options elsewhere to kind of rely on. And now the answer has to come through for Blue Otter if they do want something a little bit more proactive, or a little bit more of that farming style and facilitation for music here. And right now the hover of the Maokai should just mean that we're going to get that kind of style coming through.
Yeah, not too surprised. You have a lot of reach, and then Poom just going to insta-slam the Nautilus. Can catch the Rakan going in. Try and also catch the roots from those Nature's Grasp and retreat on your way out. But DSG, a lot of scaling in the hands of Manui and Young, and we'll see if Blue Otter can play fast enough to really hit this early to mid-game hard, which I credit to them. I really feel like that's where their macro is best in the early game, just how they play around the grubs, decide which dragons to take. A lot of the moves that Blue Water make on the map are clean. We're going to see a lot of team resets and deploys coming out for a team that, again, has 2 rookies and 3 players that haven't experienced a ton of success in this league. Their map play has been very, very clean this split, which Rovex really credits to the staff. Rovex has been playing for a long time. I used to compete against this guy when he was playing mid and collegiate. That's how long it's been. He said this is the most effective staff he's had. with how disciplined they are, and really making sure that the team is disciplined as well. So I think that is able to pay off for Blue Water today.
That's the biggest thing, is your entire season, that run all the way to the potential top 2 finish, to that potential international tournament for yourself. It's a long way, but it's something to think about. And it's something where this run has to continue for both these two teams as we hit into game number 1 of this best of 5 in the lower bracket. Blue Otter versus Disguised. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, Blue or DSG.
Yeah, excited to see how this one goes. Curiously enough, eyes drawn towards the top lane. I'm not surprised to see a Ghost and Flash on the Olaf Mazel, but I am surprised to see an Ignite on Tenacity on the Renekton. So only playing with 1 TP for each team this game.
Curious.
We're looking for early kills, man.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was going to say. Is we just get to have a little bit of action, especially in that top lane. And I think that's where we can, talk about this top lane a little bit more as we get. Is that like a little Easter egg from Swarm? That's incredible. Or is that the spirit? Yeah, that's the spirit. Yeah. Came to the conclusion. But in the end, Tenacity is a very well-known commodity. It feels like in tier 2. He's dipped his toes in some of the best moments, it feels like. And against Quacker, who himself, I feel like has had a pretty good rise in terms of the flexibility we see from him, but also his comfort picks really shining through. I think this is a moment for both these guys to really step up to the plate.
Yeah, it was actually kind of funny, like talking to Rovex. He's like, you guys don't give enough credit over to Quacker. Like, this guy's really good. And we've always seen Quacker play well on his picks, but see him expand his pool and become that well-rounded top laner has been really good because he has hit high highs before. But yeah, I mean, going against Tenacity, you say Tenacity is kind of a known quantity. I still think very highly of Tenacity in the top lane. I really feel like if Disguise is going to win this best of 5 today, Tenacity has to step up. Because going into the series, to be frank, I do favor Blue Water. They've been playing better League of late. So really want to see if Disguise can step up to what Blue Water's been putting out. Because, again, this team's been very solid.
Also do a little bit of a later time check-in on that top lane. But now we're going to get the 2v2 kicking off on bot side. Cleanse actually going to be used by Levitate there, as the Ignite was also popped by Poom.
Of a trade. We do have each of our junglers working their way away from the bot lane and going towards that top lane where we are TP-less on each side. So any kills that happen in this long lane are going to hurt the opponent quite hard. So
it's the Thunderdome up here. We're just waiting for the addition of more members.
We will see. It is a reverse clear from Yukino, so he already took the Raptors, which means he wants to do the crab and hit the respawn Raptors early on. Whereas Music, more of the standard clear. Looking like he's not going to be up here in time for any sort of dive. So Tenacity will be safe for now. The bot lanes just keep on chilling and keep on letting Smolder stack, quite frankly, as no junglers will not be in the vicinity.
What do you think about the Maokai Lilia matchup? It just feels like the proactive nature of the Lilia is just so hard to deal with in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I mean, Lilia ramps and scales. At the moment, we might have to pause as we have seen Music sneak in here. This is not known by Tenacity.
Oh, this is a lot of trouble going Tenacity's way. They're under turret, though. Music got stunned up. They might go back the other way. First blood goes over to Quacker, but it's immediately traded back. Now Yukino in a lot of trouble himself. Uses the Watch Out Eat to try to get away. Ooh. And they're not going to be able to follow up the damage with Sammykin, but maybe now Yukino try to use a little bit of this movement, but it's the flash play coming through, and that's a couple kills going the way of Blue Otter.
Great flash from Sammykin. I think if he flashed on the initial dive to find the E, he would have had Yukino, but by extending the play, does get through the turret, finds the correct flash to score that kill in the end, and is able to TP back mid. Did miss a wave, but honestly not too bad. As again, you'll take that lead in the top lane with no summoners TPs being able to be used, and a lot of summoners now down. It is a rinse and repeat potential as Yukino. He has his camp pulled to the right side, which meant that Music was able to sneak in this brush, not spotted. Again, I think Yukino was in the right spot here to at least get involved in a potential top lane play, but didn't have the information that Music was in that brush. Shout out to our observers for the hover, making sure that we knew what DSG were working with there.
And I appreciate Yukino trying to go for a play on the Quacker there, but unfortunately, Sammykin was standing in his way. And honestly, giving any kind of lead to this Aurora is going to be so difficult to deal with the mobility out of mid lane, but also the amount of damage, the spacing ability that this champion has and brings to these big fights.
And we've seen, though, like Aurora, just early to mid game, your ability to snowball it's so good with how oppressive the ultimates are on this champion, as well as the laning. Samikin with double buffs and a kill has an Amp Tome in inventory and walks up and takes half a Young's HP on the Corki, and that doesn't feel good.
Not too shabby, I guess, right?
Yep.
I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles. But in the end, it's just crazy. Also, just how this pick, I feel like, fits the nature of Samikin. I know we talked about him and Levitate a little bit earlier as, the younger pieces to this roster, but they have had some serious step-ups. And Samikin, especially towards the end of the regular season, but as well as these playoffs, it's been really cool to watch him kind of grow into his own.
Yeah, I mean, Samikin, he's always showed, like, just being that original artillery mage player. He really has propensity to play those champs. I feel like his movement is really good, which is what enables him to be so good. But at the moment, we're moving towards the dragon. Yukino's cut off. Between Worlds pop.
They got the Between Worlds in there. He's already gone. Yeah. That's huge. And now Blue Otter, they actually are stuck in the pit here. Young's trying to get a little bit of damage back to them, but the dragon will just go over to Blue Otter. And it's only 6 minutes in now, Cubby, and we already have an over 1,000 gold lead for Blue. And now they're actually trying to continue that on a Benui.
And DSG, they just don't have the lane priority to force the dragon. And I know they're down top side, so I feel like they're pressured to try and force dragon. But Yukino, man, it's been 2 plays where he missed out on the information top, so Music was able to get into that play top lane. And then this time around, I just don't think he had the lane states to actually be able to do it. So he gets picked off, and that's going to be Dragon plus Grubs going over to Blue Water. They have a massive lead early on in this game.
I think it's another addition, another layer to the story for Blue Water, where it's a roster. Yes, the promotion, awesome. But the fact that, the roster sticking for the most part inside of the core, I think was really cool to see, versus in kind of the contrast for DSG, who are able to kind of take the pick of the litter with the kind of name that they have behind them.
Yeah, of course, DSG offseason, they get first dibs. Blue Water did have to keep the majority of their roster from when they qualified, given the rules behind end challengers. But I really feel like the changes they made in grabbing Levitate, who was my vote for Rookie of the Split, and especially Quacker, I think was a really big pickup for them in the top lane. Seeing how far these 2 players have come, and really everyone's come on this team this split, has been awesome.
Taking a look at the map state now, though, it was 3 grubs taken by Blue Otter as well. So full neutral objective control so far for them, and that's showing a little bit of the strength around the map that we know and love from the Otters. And I think it's just giving us a little bit of foreshadowing to the control they can have throughout this game. Now, not to be said that DSG are slouches. I think they still have their options we set up from draft, but it's going to take time to get there, and I still want to see proactivity between Yukino and Poom and Tenacity.
Their options, it's going to take a while for them to actually get online here. We'll see Young take a really big trade.
It's so hard to trade into that.
Rolls?
Yeah, he has
Watch
to flash.
Out. Wow.
You can only get out of the Between Worlds with a blink of some sort. No Corgi wiggle out of that one.
I mean, nice force. That's a summoner spell that can be punished, and another option to play fast. I know you asked about the Lilia Maokai matchup later. Yes, Lilia ramps and gets her farm, but Maokai, the ability to play defensive and control maps is so big. And I really feel like Lilia struggles when Lilia lacks range. Meaning, like, if teams are able to keep Lilia at range and she just doesn't get to free fire her Qs off, there is a lot of potential to one-shot Lilia, which I think can exist in this game. So really want to see if Blue Water with this Maokai and Rakan combo can set up the picks onto Yukino later on. Because before Yukino picks up the Zanyas, I really feel like he's going to be vulnerable against the Blue Otter composition. And again, of Blue Otter, the map should be theirs for the next 10-15 minutes of this game. We'll just see how much they can get before Corki and Smolder really get online with those Trinity Forces and Miramanas.
Did see Yukino trying to go for top lane play. Fortunately, Quacker not taking the bait that time around. It does look like we're going to start up the AP variety for music on the Maokai as well. I've been curious to see which priorities we get between the defensive items and the aggressive AP items for Maokai. Now music is the one looking at top side to see if there's anything available. But it's a little bit of window shopping here for both junglers.
I am down for the Andres and Maokai this game. Again, I feel like you have a big opener against Lilia. Can be really nice. If you're going tank, you're signing up to give Lilia, stacks on stacks for the passive.
Yeah.
So I think it's the right call from music. Yeah, see junglers wrap up with clear around the top side. No action. Just going to be a recall reset. And now with Dragon up in a minute, expect that to be all in the hands of Blue Water. Again, don't think DSG won any fights until they at least have Trinity forces on both the Corki and the Smolder.
A little bit of time there in that regard. Maybe the first item spikes as well ups a little bit of the tempo in that case. But this is a Blue Otter team who came in the upper bracket, Cubby. And, you know, they weren't necessarily handling the Supernova combo very strongly and find themselves in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, the early games against Supernova did not go well as they got blown out of the water in games 2 and 3, but they found themselves in the upper bracket because their last game of the regular season, they found a 2-0 against Disguise. That pushed Disguise down to the lower bracket, got Blue Otter that 5th seed. So, again, it's kind of funny. I was talking to Robex, you know, what did you learn from facing Disguise so late in the season? He's like, you know, we just learned that Disguise is going to lose to themselves. We're going to play standard, and we feel like the games are won. Whereas, ask Poom the same question, and Poom was like, hey, you know what? That gameplay we showed was bad. We've worked a lot on our comms, our teamwork. We're trying to be a lot clearer about, you know, what we're bringing to the Rift. So I do feel like both teams, especially Disguise, given that they dropped the series, at least learn from it. We'll see if they're able to clean up their gameplay to go up against Blue Water, who, again, I feel like are favored going into this matchup.
And that gives the kind of introspective look to DSG as well in learning some of those things, but trying to find what works for them as well, and really taking advantage of maybe Team Liquid and Honda Challengers beating themselves a little bit yesterday in their series. But knowing when to strike and when the moment is right is the opportunities that playoff provides. As we're going to see a couple little pressure points here across the map. We saw the lightning crash replay here. That is the grubs that were contested up here. One had been taken by DSG, so they will deny at least the grub again, but the might spawn still up and available for Blue Otter.
Looks like it's going to be secured, so we'll see. When you have that big discrepancy of grub, especially in the next couple minutes, you're able to get some plays overloaded side. You just trade up, given the pressure that you have. So wondering if Blue Otter are able to pull off any rotations. A little bit harder, given that you only have 1 TP available to you, but we do see Aurora hit base. Luden's going to be wrapped up as well. So this Aurora next fight is going to be hitting really hard if Blue Otter can find something.
I mean, they've had everything kind of go their way. It's a steady lead. It's actually sub 1,000 for the first time in a little while now. But they are in the driver's seat in a lot of these cases. And I think with the full objective control pretty much, besides the 1 grub, I expect, you know, the next rotations to be over that Rift Herald, things like that. But the first item here is very important to think about, especially when those Trinity forces start coming through for DSG.
Again, I do think the onus is on Blue Otter to try and push the pace. So we did see Young. He lost his flash off a really nice roam towards the mid lane. He actually has access to that again. So yes, Blue Otter, they were able to pick up a dragon. They were able to pick up 2 grubs in that time span, but weren't able to punish the Corki. That can hurt as this game moves forward. As again, the spikes of Triforce here on a big with tenacity.
We ain't window shopping no more. He said, I want that. Quacker gets the kill, ends up going down in the trade. Levitate in a lot of trouble down here now himself. Robex already popped the quickness, though, going in now with the double grand entrance quickness combo. And Levitate's popping in some serious work. Yukino is finally coming down here. Samikin has an angle, though, and he has Between Worlds gonna pop. Here comes the TP in from Young to try to separate DSG. They're fighting tooth and nail. They're finding promise here as well. Maybe they get Robex to the blast is coming out. Yukino wants blood. He can't get the rocket from Young, but gets the double kill anyways. And Robex finally barely gets out with the grand entrance.
Big turnaround from DSG as even on the back foot in items, they are able to find something proactive with Young TPing to the bot lane. Ends up turning that play. And honestly, they didn't get as much as they should have. As the start of this play, really nice hook from Poom. Finds Levitate in the brush. Good flash from Levitate. Manui fired that ult off a little bit early. Didn't combo it with the depth charge, so Levitate able to escape some of the damage. And then Yukino, he joins with Samikin. And honestly, really nice from Poom to find the Aurora here. I know that Manui ends up falling, but getting slept hooked means that Samikin falls to the Lilia. And Yukino not being the focus of the fight, it really paid off as he was able to run rampant in the back half.
And I'm just going to say, Young showing off how ridiculously strong Corgi is. Maybe a little bit of Corgi buffing there, but it's crazy.
LPL's on 14-15, so Corki a little bit stronger there, whereas we are on 14-16 with that Phosphorus Bomb, having 1 second more of a CD.
Did you see that damage, though? That's all I'm going to say. Oh, I see that damage. Almost getting the connection there.
That flash was necessary from Tenacity, as it is a 1-for-1. Honestly, though, that's a trade-off for Disguise with Aurora missing flash. So we'll see if they can find any plays. And again, that last play in the bot lane, we did have plates fall. So I'd say only having 250 gold go over to Music, who was picking up plates on the top side. That's well worth it for Disguise, being down 5-1 grubs and closing that gold gap a little bit. Keep in mind, Disguise, we really like the scaling on their team with the Lilia, the Corki, the Smolder. So I think that fight really good for Disguise. It gave them a little bit more of a foothold in this game.
I mean, they finally hit those first item spikes and feel a little bit more confident to step out into the lanes. You have a dragon coming up in about 50 seconds. Would be a soul point for Blue Water, so that is still going in their favor, at least in terms of those neutral objectives. But it's still a team that we have to consistently say, you got to be active, you got to be proactive, you got to continue finding advantages, because the scaling nature of both sides definitely strong. But DSG are just waiting to get to their power points.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if you haven't seen Blue Water Force yet, as Tenacity not feeling good in this top lane match against Aurora. That's a move speed bonus picked up.
That's ridiculous.
Samikin able to take away a good chunk of that health from Tenacity, zoning him off the wave as well. Dragon is spawning here in 10 seconds. Keep in mind, Tenacity doesn't have TP to interact with this objective. So Samikin being top lane means that if you want a dragon fight, if you're Blue Water, it's guaranteed to be a 5v4. And with Herald spawning, you're going to crash this into mid and likely going to retreat into the bot side river, although DSG might have something to say about it.
Yeah, Music's got to be a little careful. Looks like DSG want to go for him, but he's going to go in with an ace of grabs. Gets up 3-man, 4-man there, but they've already lost their lives. First turret does end up going down to Blue Water. Brovex trying to get out with that big grand entrance. Now the rocking huge swing down from the Axis from Quacker is going to claim Young. Oh,
one for one. There was a TP top Samikin.
Okay, he's got the outplay there, and Tenacity can do nothing but watch as the bunny becomes the predator. And now actually we get Poom in a little bit of trouble down bot side. He does end up making it out. Yukino had started up the dragon, but Blue Water pushed them out of that one.
We're seeing a lot of now actuallys as the action continues. I will say Samikin getting back up in the top lane does find the solo kill. And Blue Water do force DSG off this dragon. Keep in mind, Music was dead from that last fight, so Music is now respawn, going towards that objective. I think it's going to go over to Blue Water, which is big, because then we'll really force DSG to fight the fourth dragon spawning. But I still think that some of these kills and skirmishes being found. Yes, Blue Water caught up a little bit with those plays, but DSG, I feel like they're getting too much for what their comp is at this point of the game. Like, I'm fine with this game state if I'm Disguised.
I could see that. The lead definitely did go out a little bit more in front of what it was. Another 1,000 added to that lead for Blue Water. But yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a thing where you want to be at like 3,000-4,000 of a lead, and you want to be having those decision-making pressures around the map. Speaking of, though, they will get one in their back pocket here, not only taking the bottom side tower with Quacker, but they are on soul point now of a Mountain Soul.
Yeah, DSG losing more off that post play. They're trying to funnel Corki here in the top side, so this top outer will go over to Corki. That is going to feel quite good. But Tenacity...
I don't know if you want that smoke, Tenacity.
Yeah, Tenacity did have to watch his bot outer fall in response, so... yeah, and he really can't get involved in this Olaf matchup. If he has Ignite up, I think it is doable for Renekton, but you got to be really, really careful. Because if you all in and Olaf is just able to continuously auto... once Olaf gets ahead of this matchup, he does outscale. So I feel like Tenacity has missed his window. That is the one part of the game where I feel like Blue Water scaling very much does favor them.
You know, though, what I'm happy about? We don't have to see Renekton every game. I've been having a lot of Renekton games recently, you know?
Hey,
and,
you know what?
Full Fearless, I like it.
Hey, Blue Water, you know, being partnered with C9, they're really happy to not see Renekton every game after what we saw earlier, yeah.
Low blow, low blow. I like to hear it, though. Now, we are on these 2 item spikes for majority members of Blue Otter, as the Convergence, by the way, completed for Quacker there. Yep. And the Warmogs completed second for Music, and I go with that little bit of tankiness. And the Runans for Levitate. So some more team fight potential there as we're waiting on the Miramana completions and the evolutions, rather, for both the carries of Young and Manui on DSG.
Sarah getting closer to being online. I think the real difficulty for DSG, yes, their carries do scale very well, but Maokai is going to really throw a wrench into things. As, again, Maokai just, the defensive...
Oh, that's annoying.
Defensive spacing and ability that, you know, you get from saplings, from the Nature's Grasp, as Bazella's getting tilted, watching Manui not be able to get back to base.
He just wants to get back.
Yeah, but the space creation from Maokai is going to be really big this game. It could be really key for making sure that Blue Water gets ahead, as Music does take the Baron empowered red buff, which of course grants red buff to everyone on the team. Nice steal.
He's finally going to get his back. But it gave me a little bit of an inkling into what Music and Blue Water want to do with this Maokai pick, and it's a very aggressive stance for this Maokai. I mean, you saw earlier kind of the flash Nature's Graph, like point blank proc on a 3 people. Incredible stuff there, but it's just providing so much of that lockdown for Blue Water to center that damage in.
That combo with Aurora actually be quite big as Music. Getting rather feisty around this top outer. I'm not going to try and take the fight, but we'll keep DSG away as the last outer turret does fall in favor of Blue Water, and of course 2.5k gold lead still in their favor, with a lot of it being on their carries.
We're at almost 200 stacks for Manui. Getting closer and closer to the execution mark, as well as we have the Seeker's Arm Guard completed for Yukino on DSG. So they'll have a little bit more of this team fighting strength in their fights, but they're not going to have that decision-making power in that. I mean, we have another 2 minutes for a dragon that could be the soul for Blue Water. You're going to have to try to deny that for DSG, but it's been so hard to even find vision out on that side of the map.
Nasty, though, is slow pushing this wave, so after the next wave crash, they have potential to try and walk in. Young can also group after this top wave. Anakin will show, so they do have a slight window to try and fight. Yeah, really appropriate that you bring up the smolder stacks, because at this point, it looks like Sky's going to have to funnel Manui a little bit to get him over that 225 mark. If you're not fighting, at this point of the game, you get max 13 stacks a wave. So we are 1 minute away, 2 waves away. Manui needs both mid waves to find that evolve.
It's going to be a very crucial timing. It might not seem like the biggest thing, but if DSG are going to want to have a hope in denying that soul, it actually is monumental there.
I said 13 stacks a wave. I meant 13 stacks a minute. You know, you get the cannon creeps. They spawn every other wave at this point. You know, that's 7.
Yeah, appreciate the correction.
I tried to do the live math on air, and it was successful.
You just don't do that. That's just no. That's like the premier rule of broadcasting.
It was successful. I just said wave instead of minute. So I panicked because I knew I had it. That was actually it, so.
I did 6,000 plus 1 minute yesterday, and it became a bad math problem. DSG, though, we recenter on this conversation of them trying to find vision out here, because Blue Water are already in full force around this dragon pit.
And this is where taking space against Maokai can be so difficult. But again, I think that once you get the Smolder stack here, that really does unlock DSG. And we do have those Triforce and Miramanas online. So
there it is.
You can see it. There it is. Burn onto Levitate. And some good poke coming out. Quacker is spotted by this ward. Boom will catch a couple saplings as he loses the control ward fight. We'll see if there is enough frontline here for Disguise to survive the onslaught from Blue Water.
It's really about how Young and Manui can get their damage into these fights. If Manui can go untouched,
Dragon started. This isn't
Sammy
spotted.
can already chunks Tenacity. My
no TP.
goodness.
He can't TP back.
As now we're going to get the Dragon. It started up 5,000 down. The engage coming through Nature's Grasp there. You got Levitate on time for the Lightning Crash. And the big play
it's a murder.
also from Quacker. Look at him swing those actions in here, baby. He's going ham. And so is Blue Water. They have completely trounced Disguised. They take everything, the fight, the Dragon Soul, and now onto the Rally Cry Barret buff.
Not enough front line to survive the onslaught from Blue Water, indeed, as the Between Worlds sent DSG to a different plane, that is the gray screen. Everyone falls at the hands of the Aurora combo with Music, and now Blue Water, that's a Soul, that's a Baron. It looks like they're going to have game 1.
4-1 and 4, 4-1 and 5, and then also 4 kills on Levitate. My God, this team is popping off across the table, and you love to see it. It's just an execution of the fight so well.
Tenacity is so chunked, and the Lilia pairing with this, like, there's just not enough front line. You can see Poom gets chunked too. Between Worlds lands. It's a big one from Samakin. Love how he takes the edge of Between Worlds 2 to get to the other side of the fight. Dodge out on Yukino and Tenacity as that fight a little too easy for Blue Water. They cruise through that, and again, looking to cruise to a game 1 victory.
Some big picks in this first game going to be off the table, but it is Blue Water that are utilizing them well. We're on 3 items now for major carries here, and also the Death Stance completed there for Quacker. Do you still feel like Disguise has somewhat of a say in this game?
Nope, not on the front line. I think that's what it was. Like, Tenacity,
Go back to
when he
the
goes
store
to
and find
Eclipse,
front line.
when he goes to, like, for this Eclipse Cleaver build, too, the Sterax is so delayed. Like, not having Sterax for that kind of fight and not having the TP to be able to reset and get back in. You saw how fast Poom and Tenacity melted. No one could help out the Lilia, Corki, or Smolder. The Execute came in. This comp from Blue Water. Now with a Mountain Soul, even more of a health bar to get through. Pretty much offsets that Execute. Just with the extra shield to get early on, at least in the fight. And I don't think there's any hope for DSG. Really, really good game one from Blue Water. Really started off the top lane dive, Mazel. From there, I mean, the front line was set behind, and we really didn't see a chance for Disguise to get back into this game outside of that bot lane fight, but Blue Water responded really well after that.
And it gives us some real time to talk about the literal factual information we're getting about Blue Water's strength at decisions around the map, and especially their macro. Like, it feels like they've had control, they've had their eyes on control this entire game, and even if things got a little dicey earlier on and the lead wasn't necessarily what we wanted it to be, they've always been in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it's Rovex, he's really taken over shot calling responsibilities, and also his Rakan, I gotta say, looking to go to 6-0 with a win this game, this split. It has been really massive, as Rovex, just seeing the glow up from him. I mean, I remember when he first was...
Oh, Tenacity. I think he's a little angry, but he's going to try to get the all-in on Samvikin. I don't think he's got it, though, and the bunny finds itself yet another victim.
Oh. DP for Samvikin if he wants to join Blue Water. They could look to end on this push. Again, I mean, Rovex, like, being the primary shot caller leader of this team. Like, the way the Blue Water plays the map's really sound. Now, 5v4, Samvikin can join when he wants. They're going to use Maokai ult to force them off. Take at least an inhibitor. We'll see if they look for more.
Got about 5 seconds left on that Rally Cry Baron buff, so they will just take that inhib and get out. Lasting damage done, though, and at least a lot of pressure going to be on that top side of the map now.
Yeah, just get to play an arrow 4-1. And again, like, Tenacity can't respond to that wave. It has to be Young. He's the only one that has a TP.
That's so difficult as well. In that case, right, when you're kind of opting into these matchups, if the deficit becomes too big, then you are just feeling like it's that much worse not having those kind of defensive answers as well. Now, saving grace, Manui has hit 3 items. We have the stacks. There's a little bit of fight potential there. There's another fight in the tank for DSG in this one at least.
I think we're going to watch the Smolder get one shot, though, next fight.
Probably.
But
they're going to go down fighting.
There really isn't a lot of defense for Smolder. I feel like Smolder scales with frontline. He needs time to just repetitively fire off the Qs to get the burn damage going, and that does take time. And the frontline for Blue Water, so much bigger to actually tank that, whereas DSG, their frontline is so weak that they don't have the time that the Smolder needs to really keep on firing off those Qs and actually find those executes later on into the fight. So I think this is going to be an easy win for Blue Water. And again, watching how they play the game, how they play these maps, it's been a real pleasure. 2 players that got relegated, a player in Rovex that never did better than top 4 when he qualified with Proving Grounds. And for these guys now, I mean, they're pushing the win here into top 5 territory, and they're a team to be feared in our lower bracket.
One of the best teams at macro in this league, and it's on full display with this holistic game of a game number 1. It's, leaning on the strengths of the veterancy, but also, again, those hands, those youngins. David can levitate, no slouches here. Love to see them taking advantage not only of one of Levitate's premier picks, but also the Aurora that was let through. If it's going to be there, you got to take a win on it.
Yeah, I am a bit surprised that DSG gave it and didn't play Orianna into it. I feel like Orianna is the best answer because you have a way to combo it, space it, you also outscale it later on. So that was interesting to me from DSG.
And young Orianna is
hold on.
Oh, we actually see? Maybe. I thought Poom was going to actually pull the trigger there. But now 5 members from Blue Water come down here. Oh,
there we go.
Oh, they actually found him. The shutdown goes over to Manui. That's a lot of gold there.
That's 10 seconds before Elder. That's a huge mistake from Samvikin. As
we caster cursed them.
I mean, we have seen Blue Water at times. Like, the script gets broken. They don't respond that well, and that was just a freebie. Samikin, he had ult, he had flash up. They got to survive for 40 seconds. They're going to try and stall for Samikin to get TP back up. 35 seconds still in the gray screen. DSG actually have a numbers advantage here. A little scary.
Levitate is still massive with his 4 items. Nature's Grasp coming out. Look at Quacker just go in there, and here comes Levitate on the back line. You blink and you miss. DSG gets put into the dirt. No funeral services today. A quadra kill for Levitate.
I mean, no one can stop Quacker when he hits Ragnarok with the Mountain Soul. No one had the damage to get through him, and everyone melted to the Zeri with off the back of a huge combo from Rovex too. Blue Otter easily were able to set up there, and now game 1 going to go in their favor.
They're playing with their food at the end here, but Blue Otter over 10,000 gold in the lead. Going to stop any sort of momentum that DSG were hoping to achieve off that yesterday series, and they will take their first step forward in this best of 5. 1-0 Blue Otter.
Yeah, that Maokai ult was a little bit too good for the setup, and Music and Rovex were able to knock everything down again. Rovex moving to 6-0 on that Rakan this split. Keep in mind, this is a Fearless format, so you don't always get access to that pick. But when Rovex does, he makes good use out of it. As we are going to get into a replay of how that last fight went down.
We're going to take a look back at it here as, again, literally Quacker just decides it's time.
Yeah. I mean, we are in a 5v4. Like, Disguise, the Smolder, and the Renekton ults being used. I mean, it's not
Look
super
at Levitate's
big,
angle here.
Tenacity is already at half. And then the Nature's Grasp, there's no Aftershock for Poom.
Look at Levitate.
He can't catch it for the front line. And yeah, Levitate. I mean, great combo from Rovex, followed up upon by Levitate beautifully. As Rovex charmed up 4. Wow, really good fight from Rovex again. Made it real easy for Levitate to find that quad. Hey, the support charms 4, 80 kills 4. That's pretty good.
That's called a duo.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good start to the series here for those two. But also, I mean, it was a Blue Otter composition that we know well. It's something that they, are very comfortable in a lot of cases. And even with a couple of the mess ups around the Aurora, it really was just top to bottom a Blue Otter controlling the map, and DSG not really having answers in that case.
Yeah, I mean, the top lane play, set the front line behind, Tenacity goes that build, didn't even have access to Sterex by that last fight when he has to be the big frontliner. So I know Eclipse that might be required for actually, surviving that Olaf matchup, but no Sterex, really small frontline, really hurt Disguise later on in that game, and it made it pretty easy for Blue Otter to find big combos with that. And I know it looks like we got Samikin for a player of the game on Aurora. I'd say, or hold on, we keep on flipping. Rovex? Rovex? It's Rovex.
I do think it's Rovex deserves it.
I didn't have my chat open. That's why I didn't vote. That's my bad. But hey, they read my mind. This is the right call.
I think it is the right call because he had such impactful ultimates, but also just a lot of that decision-making potential, literally tangible in that game itself.
Yeah, I mean, again, Rovex, the follow-ups in some of those fights to what him and Music were able to do, beautiful. So well-deserved for Rovex as the team leader. Very, very big for Blue Otter in that one. We'll see if he can continue to be big for the rest of the series.
We will indeed, and to see if Disguise can turn this ship around. They did have a brutal reverse sweep to start at least the 2 games, not looking too good for them, and then 3 games back-to-back that looked great. We'll see if they can muster a little bit of that energy here in a second day. We are going to step away for a little break. We'll be back with game number 2.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
And now, announcing the frontrunners for the Summer 2024 NACL Most Improved Player. Up first in alphabetical order, Music.
stacks out of this poke, but not quite as tanky as you'd expect as the ECA goes wide.
Oh, everything's going wide. Blue Otter just need to turn around, but the culling going straight into Samikin. Spyrex able to get a decent amount of damage there. Pyroclasm back onto the back line now, though, and they're starting to do some serious damage. Psycho is going to give his life. Spyrex on the side is going down too, and the burn is enough music with a massive play for Blue Otter.
Next up in the mid lane, Toasty.
That Requiem's doing a lot of damage. It's now Toasty able to dodge out on the culling damage. Turf just threw a lot at the wall, and none of it stuck. Supernova position better in the fight. They kite back, absorb the cooldowns, and they are just sweeping this fight. Triple kill, quadra kill to Toasty.
And last but not least, Zamudo.
Spyrex did try to catch out Samikin. Quacker has the flank of a lifetime, and here comes Samikin. Stranglethorn gonna separate the fight. Blue Otter starting to lose some bodies, and Dragon Steel's starting to stack them up, but no, Zamudo, is he gonna have enough? Scary Jerry's there doing some work, as now Levitate's forced to run away. Zamudo steps up big, and he's looking to beat that big croc of his.
Once again, these are your frontrunners for the Summer 2024 NACL Most Improved Player. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel and following at Watch NACL so that you don't miss the official announcement.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024, presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. And what a triumphant game one it was for the Blue Otters, as we're going to take a look at exactly how that game went down.
Well, I mean, I got to say, some pretty good Aurora play coming out from Samikin. I know we gave the player of the game, rightfully so, to Rovex, but, I mean, that's a pretty good-looking gold graph from Blue Otter. They had a comp that needed to push the pace early. They found the top lane play with no TPs in that lane to really set Renekton behind. There was no Sterax in time for the final fight. Ended up being really big, as there was just no front line for this Corki Smolder Lilia. They need longer fights to get going. Blue Otter did not grant them that. And those snap engages were really big to make sure that Blue Water found a clean game 1 victory.
The real cost here for DSG was unfortunately their front line. Not having enough gumption to keep up with the damage profile behind them. But it is also something in this full Fearless setup that you have to kind of rinse and go next in a lot of regards, not only in the picks that we're going to be seeing, but trying to figure out how to break some of this macro strength that Blue Water are bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think the one really fun part about this format is that you really are forced to win the game in 3 different ways if you want to win a best of 5, just with all the different champions coming out. So we'll see if that is the case. As curiously enough, Disguise are going to ban Senna themselves. I know that Disguise, I think they're okay playing into Senna, just given how good Seraphine is for this team and on Manui. That really has been the most common answer to the Senna. I will say I like the Seraphine side. So I find it really curious that they're actually banning Senna away in this game. It really shows that A, they don't want to play it, and B, maybe they want to first pick an AD or something that would slot into Seraphine's role.
I think that's also a little bit indicative of some conversations we heard from Manui as well yesterday. Is like they knew that Team Liquid was not a Senna team, so they left that one open, trying to leave as a little bit of bait. Maybe they realized that Blue Water a little bit better of a Senna team here as well. But we are getting some big focuses in this one. It is the Darius for DSG is a ban, but as well as that Sejuani. The Rumble Zig's going to be the same holdovers for Blue Water so far.
Darius, of course, targeted at Quacker. But Sejuani being taken off the board tells me that this is going to be likely a Brand Zyra look from Yukino. Brand has been really big for Yukino and Disguise this split, as Udi are going to be taken away. It is a champ that might be contested throughout. No, curiously, okay, we get Vi.
This was banned away.
Yeah, Vi, it was banned last game. They didn't want to play it into Olaf, understandably so. Vi being first pick this game, I will say that's a bit of a surprise for me, especially I like Vi to Sejuani. I don't mind that matchup, so I find it a little bit curious that they ended up going for this angle.
Maybe just trying to take away some of those go buttons from Music. Again, give him those tools. He becomes so much more scary if he's the one that can lead that tempo with Rovex there. It is the Ashe locked in, though. So much utility and that go button that's ever present with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Probably MF for Jin now to follow from Disguised. Gotta imagine that's going to be their answer into Ashe. So we'll see which one they want to use this game, as those are the 2 likely answers. And then would it be surprised we see Music take jungler here? It will be his Viego, so second most played.
Okay.
All right.
So the Vi too, something we actually saw a lot of when Vi was ever present in the meta, but as well as Viego. The Hui though for Young and the MF there for Manui. So some very strong picks coming across for some carries of DSG.
I do like the Vi plus the Hui combo. And funnily enough, this is only the second Hui that Young has played, but again, it's a deny pick towards Samakin. And this is Samakin's answer into Hui. It is Lux, so we will see if we actually get Lux from Samakin this game. It is a champion that, again, talked about how he loves his artillery mages. I think Samakin has really good movement, which really opens up immobile picks like this. And yeah, Lux outranges and outlanes Hui early on. I know it kind of sounds weird, like, wait, Hui gets outranged? Yeah, by Lux, it actually does. So this is a very lane-dominant pick for Samakin. We'll see if he can get ahead and stay ahead. And also how much pressure Disguise are able to throw, because if you do get Lux flash out, that lane then becomes very difficult, as it is immobile. So really want to see Disguised take picks and take some priorities so that they can focus on mid.
I mean, there is so much weight on the mid-jungle duo right now for Blue Otter going into this one. We're only through the first phase, so very curious how they're going to pilot that one. But try to use some of the momentum from that game number 1 themselves. Now in the second phase, we are getting the Gragas and the Rel ban by Blue Otter on that red side, while it's the Braum ban so far by DSG.
I'm curious what kind of pick we're opening up with the Gragas ban.
The Scion.
I mean, Gragas would be really, really good this game for Tenacity, just having Ashe and Lux both be immobile. I gotta say, Kennen is, I know it would stack up magic damage with Hui, but it would add to the Wombo, and again, would be really good into Ashe plus Lux. So I know it's not exactly a Tenacity champ, but curious if we actually do get a Kennen this game. I think that early on it looks good.
I actually really like the Leona there, but the Alistar is the choice. It is a classic for Rovex, obviously.
It is. It also dissuades Kennen. Kennen gets way worse now. I would love Bard, though, from Poom. I feel like it's already a good game for Bard. Again, finding ways to set up executes onto Ashe and Lux, who are both immobile, Bar would be a good way to blow a lot of flashes out of Blue Water early on. So I really want this to be picked up.
That's not the meta that we know and love right now, though, Cubby.
That's okay. We save those picks for later. Okay, so we are going to go for the Kennen. Even with Alistar being up, it's going to be Rovex's job to keep Kennen out of these fights. And Poom going for the Leona. Again, that is one way, really long-range R to try and shut down Ashe and Leona.
I actually kind of like the Malphite. I'm not going to lie. I feel like the Malphite was an interesting angle there.
Key, it's a really good game for Malphite.
It really is. Like, you have so much denial.
Do it.
And it's locked in, baby. Rock solid.
All right, this is a really good lane into Kennen. The attack speed debuff really hurts Kennen, and it's likely going to be the Comet and a few points into Q here for Quacker. And it's all about the R button, so you have a way to cancel MF. If you are Kennen, you can keep him out of the pit and try and one-shot him. And also attacking Hui, that's also immobile.
Absolutely.
So Blue Water have a couple knockups, and I will say something I really like for Blue Water. They have a lot of upfront abilities to try and get Viego this reset. Lux does so much damage early on in a fight with that combo. Malphite, Alistar can really help set that up. Ashe as well. So if Music gets a reset and gets going, that's big. Meanwhile, Tenacity, it's so much more difficult for him now to get into the fights. I feel like the Malphite Alistar pick's really good because, like, if you go Leona, Kennen can still get into a fight against Leona. Meanwhile, Alistar, just press RW or you can Q in case you're scared that Kennen flashes over the headbutt. Same with Malphite, right? If flashes are down, it could be a lot, like, very difficult for this guy. So I feel like this is a game of kind of tug of war to see who can get whose flashes and then trying to attack from there. Because I'd say both games really vulnerable to being down flash.
Yeah, and I see this setup as well. The serious Wombo combo potential there for DSG, but it's feeling a little bit deja vu from last game where you're going to be waiting for a couple of these spikes to really make that team fight proficient.
I think it's okay. Like, MF, I mean, Spike's pretty early. And again, against Lux and Ashe, if you can find a good combo, like, it's really strong. Vi's going to be free setup too. My concern, though, is Malphite. Like, who kills Malphite? We're a really low damage team for Malphite.
He's a
Vi
rock.
can tank.
You don't kill him.
Yeah, Vi can tank bust a little bit, but it's really got to be on Young trying to stall out these fights, which is not exactly what this guy's want. So we'll be curious to see about this one.
Well, DSG have put their backs a little bit against the wall with this draft. We'll see if the execution reigns true. Begin the game number 2. DSG's moment is nigh to try even up this best of 5. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, DSG or Blue. As we get to a little bit of a late level 1 here, Sam might be in a lot of trouble.
I find it interesting as Tenacity's kind of retreat. Rovex, though,
What is this level 1? What are we doing?
Poking and prodding. We're trying to stack the mana flow bands.
I like it.
I will say, I find it interesting. Tenacity took the fleet, and Quacker went the Airy. Usually, in ranged matchups, Malphite does go Q and Comet. But Comet, if you pop the E from Kennen, Comet actually isn't guaranteed to connect. So, Airy is guaranteed, which I find interesting. Tenacity also taking fleet, maybe looking to dodge out on a Comet as well. And with all that poking and prodding going on level 1, looks like we do have a lane swap. DSG playing up in the lane to see if bot lane's coming back. They should know a lane swap's going on. Will very much favor the Malphite if Malphite is able to survive the dive. Easier for Malphite to do that compared to Kennen.
As you saw in that little pop-up there as well, make sure you go get your NACL Finals tickets live at the Riot Games Arena. And make sure you drop some subs. I know LCS fans are watching. You're getting a little used to the subs for LCS channel. Oh, but we have them as well.
It's our one-year anniversary.
Cool emotes.
It's a 1-year anniversary since partner.
Yeah.
We've been having subs for that long. LCS was playing catch-up.
But as we all know, proceeds do go to your teams and players that you get to watch. Plus, you get those awesome emotes that you see at the bottom of your screen. Make sure you drop a sub. But now, back to that lane matchup or setup, at least the lane swap meta that we're seeing here in this game. Quacker, still a little bit jobless, but is going to try to play as best as possible on this top side now.
I will say Tenacity was able to pick up the experience for the first 3 melee creeps, so if he is able to get a little bit more here, he's actually pretty close to level 2, which is big for trying to dodge out on the dive.
Yo, Quacker, you're a menace. A menace, I tell you.
As long as Yukino gets level 3, he's okay.
So what is Quacker's game plan here?
It's to walk in and dive, but we'll see. He feels like he can't be under the turret. So they're just going to try and force him out. But again, Tenacity, he's level 2. So if he's able to soak this entire wave, he's very much up in top lane XP. So they were posturing for the dive. You see the jungler up here. Clacker then decides it's okay to TP down. Even gets the cannon creep. Will ding level 2. But I think that lane swaps, a lot of it is about top lane XP. How much XP are you able to get on your top laner? We've seen some where, you know, when you get out of the lane swap, it can be level 5 to level 3, and then your top laner just hates his life for like the next 10, 15 minutes. So the fact that Tenacity is level 3 to level 2 and will have an experience advantage is really favorable for DSG. And Tenacity doing a very nice job cleaning up the majority of the CS this wave, and also has a full health bar. So I don't think you can be dove.
Let's take a look here.
Really big.
We have movement from Yukino and Poom. They knew that music was on this blue buff here because the ward in the river. Now the connection with the Zenith Blade is just enough. You might have gotten blue buff, but you're about to lose your life. First blood goes over to Tenacity.
That flash was after the Zenith Blade hit, so Poom was able to follow it through, and DSG follow that one for first blood. Goes on Tenacity, who now will have a kill and double buffs if the lanes reset. So really big that DSG was able to pick that one up. Well worth dropping the camp for Yukino. He will get both crabs to answer.
Hey, that's a dub in my book, at least for a jungler, but it's also a setup for DSG that's a much better position than they had put themselves in that game number 1. They are the ones with the 1,000 gold lead at, you know, sub 5 minutes, 6 minutes or so here, 4.5 in. We do have to think about the prio on these objectives, though. Blue Otter put a lot of reliance on that in last game. Does DSG still have the same answers this time around?
We'll see. I think DSG have options because they're going to be ahead in terms of strength. I think I'm curious if Yukino does probably go for the grubs, because we see Tenacity crashing a really, really big wave up top. If he is able to walk back to lane, he's going to have a big item advantage into Malphite and should be able to push him out a little bit. Malphite, really all Malphite needs experience. Items are nice in him. He scales quite well if you are able to pick up stuff. But Tenacity with, I mean, red buff in this matchup just feels terrible for the Malphite. I think Tenacity is just going to wait out his double buff duration to reset, and then come back with a big item advantage and continue to bully this Malphite in the top lane.
I think, yeah, Cracker's not having a great time.
He could have based
he'll have
on
a
the
better
big
time
crash.
later.
He could have based on like the big crash and walked back or TP'd back if you want to keep the pressure up, but no, he's waiting for more. And again, he cannot be moved in this lane with double buffs, so really, really big for Tenacity early on.
A little bit of vision play here. Gonna see that blue are starting up this dragon. Music being pretty proactive on the Viego. Needs to be. Always
we gonna get a dive?
The resets in the fights. Now Yukino will be spotted out on the ward coming over here for this dive. Cracker, he is not level 6 yet. Tenacity is. There's the slicing maelstrom. Too little, too late. And DSG get another kill in top side for Tenacity.
Great tank coming out from Yukino as well. As Tenacity, okay, will get tickled on his way out, but keep in mind, he has TP to reset, and Quacker, he burned the TP to get bot and catch that initial wave, so he has to take the walk back to top lane. Great dive from Yukino is really going to accelerate Tenacity's lead in that top side. As he bases, picks up a Haunting Guise, socks the control ward. He is way up on Quacker, who just has access to that Negatron float.
6.5 minutes in. That is huge for Tenacity. Now, speaking of huge, a double knock up there by Rovex on bot side. Levitate's trying to take down Poom, though, with the front to back here. Rovex getting a little bit low. Exhaust can be popped, but the cleanse immediately pop back. Rovex getting a little bit low now as well himself. Levitate trying to chase down the rest of DSG, but nothing else going to come of it. Music was hovering, but the grubs go the way of Disguised.
Poom doesn't have access to any more potions, so health advantage will be in favor of Blue Otter. But, again, I think grubs and where this top lane's at is really big. Blue Otter are going to have to put a big focus on focusing down the cannon, making sure that he is not able to get those big flash slicing maelstroms into the backline. Again, Lux and Ashe are immobile if they are missing flash, so that really is what the game's going to be about for DSG.
Taking advantage of any little moment there, but they have already have a pretty hefty lead for so early into the game. A lot of that centered on top side, obviously, with the CS differential, but also the couple kills going that way. But this is a pick in the cannon for Tenacity that can have momentous impact in a lot of these fights. I mean, you look at some of the flank positions, you look at some of the possibilities that the immobile sides of Blue Water are having, it can be a 100-0 team fight win if Tenacity finds the right angle.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see if defense can be played against it. That's what the game boils down to. Which Wombo connects? Do we get a reset on Viego first in these fights, or does DSG connect with all their big R buttons? It'll be really interesting to see. As this TP, need a lot of Lux Rats for this one.
Arrow. Oh, no way. Okay.
He's
He goes a little far forward there. I don't think he expects Music to be there. Slicing Maelstrom came out. That's a lot of damage. Heartbreaker is going to miss there, but trying to connect the stun does indeed. And there you go. Music finds the first kill for Blue Water.
Big shutdown coming out. Music did not need to blow his flash for that one either. Good connection. As the cannon falls, he is TP-less, and that wave will get in.
I love that he made Tenacity bait himself there. You just hold the stun until you stop moving, and then you get hit it in the end. As we see Blue Water's response on top side, Yukino was actually looking for something on bot side down here.
Good play from Blue Water. Tenacity loses that entire wave, and also Music will insta-reset to protect his bot camps, as Yukino on the bot side potentially setting his sights onto those. DSG trying to throw some of their weight around in the bot side, just using the power of MF, who of course can walk up trade and use the Vamp Scepter to heal back up.
All right, I want to take a look at this map state right now because Quacker is actually walking out of phase down here to come join these scuffles. He has TP to go back up top side.
He has no R though.
He has no R, but he's a body, and DSG are not expecting that. Look at that. They just all in. Yukino had no idea this was coming here. Rovex is forced to blast away. The Spiral of Despair has hit DSG. Trying to fight forward, though. Now Yukino is all by himself. And now Quacker, out of all of that, is the one that picks up the kill. The Fear does end up coming through on the Levitate, and the Blast Code gets the rest of DSG out.
A great walk from Quacker. He TP'd back up top, picks up the majority of that wave, and Blue Water will take the kill to boot. As you called out, Mazel, Yukino was not expecting that one. And the fact that Music was able to escape from the majority of that fight, again, I think you have to kill this Viego first. If he gets resets, that's pretty much the fight for DSG, especially given once their R keys are down, there's not a lot of gas in the tank for this composition. So if you throw on top of that Music getting access to another set of abilities, that's going to spell doom for DSG. As we're taking a look.
The vision.
Yeah, Yukino, so he has to flash out of the Lux combo here. And that really set him on the wrong side of the fight. Rovax able to escape too. It's a nice R from Manui, just trying to buy some space, but Music able to get around that one easily. And once he lives, it's just Yukino being chased down.
Once you get that far separated from the rest of the team, it's just really difficult. The Vi provides that center of engage, kind of that single target access that you want to try to find for DSG. And if you don't have that tool, it becomes a lot more difficult. Yes, you have Poom, but you need these two tools to make sure that Tenacity can find big entrances here as distractionaries to keep away from those flank angles.
Coming out of replay, looks like we had Levitate go fishing with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow to go wide. But Manui is actually going to drop that bot wave. We're going to have DSG rotate up and secure the next 3 grubs. This will be uncontested from Blue Water. They're in the bot side jungle of DSG, so 6 grubs for DSG. We'll see if they can get a lot of plates in the next few minutes. If they're able to attack the smell fight, I think it could be quite good. Quacker is down flash and TP. Good move from Poom to get up here and force him off the wave with 6 grubs. You gotta imagine this turret's going down first.
I love to see that DSG are responding with their own macro plays as well, just trying to move a little bit of the tempo around the map.
This is a good call. I don't know if they had to drop this bot wave, but they don't have TPs, so just fully committing to the top side. But if you have 6 grubs and you're going even in terms of numbers and what you trade, you're always going to trade up, given how much power the 6 grubs brings. So first turret will go in Disguise's favor.
And that's going to be all 5 plates as well. Music will end up picking up a second dragon for Blue Water. That's right as rain for them, trying to get some of that later game stacking objective going. But as you mentioned, and as we've seen time and time again, 6 grubs can be absolutely game-winning after these couple little skirmishes, things like that. Now we are getting resets, and I'm sure we're going to be getting first items for majority members coming through. There's the Sundered Sky for Yukino already. Get the Bloodthirster for Manui, as Blue Water going to respond with their own 5 plates in bot side.
So the big thing about this, though, yeah, so they don't get more, and now Blue Water, they stayed a little bit too long. So I think Blue Water actually should have reset off of Disguise taking that top turret so they can match the next push. You can see Blue Water being forced all the way back here. Plume getting some really good deep vision down and really trying to delay these resets, because you have another minute 20 where plates are up, and you can see both Tenacity and Manui in this bot side. Looks like they're going to knock down another turret.
Rovex headed over. There's a pink board there to see that Rovex is here. The engage gets stopped. Double headbutt pulverized combo. Bullet time going to separate Levitate Music away, though. Here comes the Spiraling Despair from Young as well. Gets one of the kills on the Samikin, too. And there's no resets today for Music, as it's all DSG. He does get away with the Heartbreaker, but isn't going to be enough. He is out of there. But DSG continue to barrel down this lead. Now 3,000 gold up.
I love DSG taking that fight for so many reasons. One, Samikin still had Flash missing. Two, we talked about Blue Water not resetting the match DSG. They didn't have the shops. DSG just hit the base where they were able to spend that first brick money, come back out with their cooldowns up, take the fight, and absolutely slam Blue Water in it, as they've cracked open a big 4K gold lead in this game too.
It's going to be the Ludens in the end. Saw the Malignants immediately picked up by Samikin, but he switched tones to go to Ludens, and this is the fight you're talking about.
Yeah, I just don't like this take. Blue Water, they're so far back on the play, and it's a great engage from Poom against Samikin. Missing Flash on your screen, gets one shot with the combo from Young. MF ult, also really nice bullet time split. Everyone, as you called out during the fight, Mazel. So DSG able to win the fight on two fronts with, just being able to throw those inventories around. Also, the strength of their champions at the moment, focusing down the person that didn't have Flash, that we've talked about a lot, trying to set the table for this game. Really clean from DSG. As you can see, this plate money, they were able to farm the vast majority of it off those 6 scrubs.
And it was just an undermanned fight for Blue Water. They didn't have Quacker anywhere near. He was never going to be
Quacker,
there. And
no
Quacker's
reset.
a massive impact for them.
Yep. Now, sometimes this Young team, when they are pressured, I think sometimes they force when they can't. That's a good example of it. They were on the same page, but not the right fight to take. Now, we have reset. We are on Rift Herald, and some big ults are still down. Slicing Maelstrom just coming off cooldown. We have a fight.
Poom just decides it's time to fight here now, though. Levitate's got the Spiraling Despair on him, and he's about to just go down. Tenacity coming in as well as a big hammer here. Slicing Maelstrom into it all, but Rovex tanking up a decent amount of it. Now,
Music?
big knockup! Holy cow, and Music! I'm hearing sweet, sweet sounds as we take that road trip to Reset City. Though he's locked down now himself, the rest of Blue Water trying to come save him. He gets no reset there, and Young goes on a killing spree now on the way. Yukino trying to get right back into the fight, but it's Samikin that claims down Young, and Blue Water showing their own teeth here as Tenacity trying to run down Rovex.
We'll see if Rovex gets found by Yukino. Yukino still has Thunder Sky. I think he can win this.
Oh, got the ball breaker combo there to deny.
Yeah, they can win this.
Pulverize. I think they do. Samikin going to dodge out though, waiting for the cooldowns to come back up. Quacker can't do anything there. Samikin going to blast for the kill, but it's immediately traded back. And Tenacity finds everything in the end.
I mean, the Youngins on the Rift, everyone's flashed to the hands here. That's just an absolute brawl. DSG end up finding it in the back half. I mean, I want to see a replay of that fight because I thought the initial fight was very much in DSG's favor. We saw what happens when Music does get resets, but man, some of the flashes that we had from our players in this fight, really good, sneaking out of these Viego ults, other major cooldowns going down. Even Samikin at the end, he did fall, but it was a great snipe from Tenacity with that Q. Almost got out of this with the play. And this was a cluster. I had to go back through this one. First off, engage onto Samikin, but there's no bullet time from Manui, so he's not able to follow up with that R. Levitate does get taken down early off a nice combo from Young. Tenacity's all, it's exhausted, so it's not a lot. And then here's what Music is able to do. He found the Leona, gets the flash, executes Manui, nearly finds Young, but that fear ends up being big. We have a big flash now from Yukino. He gets out under the Viego ult. Young cleans it up, finds a 3-man at the end, but a great Q from Samikin locks him down, so now Young falls. And then it's the Sundered Sky for Yukino. The fact this item was done is what enables them to turn this back around, because look, 1 Sundered Sky proc. 2 here on Quacker is some good side steps while being slow come in from Yukino as well. Yes, that misses, but still able to get a 3rd Sundered Sky proc. Does end up going down to Samikin, nearly sneaks out with that flash, but a great Q from Tenacity as everyone decides to throw down for that fight. And we're back for more as the Dragon's up.
Your hands ain't got no time to rest. It is sole point for Blue Water, and they want to contest it. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that lands right on the Poom. He's under the 0, just within it. Solar Flare comes out in the last second, but Rovex trying to chase down Young. Big bullet time. Nice unstoppable force there to stop it all, though. But on the back end, Tenacity is coming in clutch here. You can flash it away to safety. Music, he can't get anything here. Manui's overextended. Manui, he's about to go down. No, Samikin can't kill him. Now Tenacity's got the flank over onto Samikin, and Rovex is going down too. And I'm sure we're getting DSG finding an evening skill in this best of.
I mean, they just blanked him. That's an ace. They only dropped the support, and Manui with that Bloodthirster was able to hold strong in the back half of the fight. Also, Tenacity, there was no exhaust that time around. His ult was big in locking down music as he pretty much soloed out the Viego. This Kennen's lead's too big, DSG's lead is too big, and the lead for this series is going to be gone after this game for Blue Water as DSG looking to even the score.
8,000 gold up. Blue side reigns dominant here so far, but it is a much more easily executable composition, it feels like, for DSG, and they have executed it wonderfully. And I think getting to see Yukino on his Vi is a bit of a different performance here.
If I could draw on the screen, I would just highlight what Tenacity and Yukino are doing with this gold lead. Again, you're relying on Viego resets to really carry you through more than just the first round of cooldowns here for Blue Water's top. The fact that Tenacity and Yukino are this big, music cannot interact with the front line. Melfight can't do much either. He just has an Abyssal Mask. So when these fights go long with Yukino in this lead, the amount of Sunder Sky procs that he's getting, how big he's been in these fights, is way too much for Blue Water to deal with.
These games have been a little bit of blowouts, at least game one, the way of Blue Water. Game two, the way of DSG holistically so far. And you got to wonder what that means for the meta itself, what it means for the little bit of that momentum, especially in the full Fearless setup. Some of these picks going to start getting whittled down more and more.
Hey, you don't have to worry about the meta, Miss L. All these picks are gone, right? We don't have to worry about that. But no, I think it is a great call. And again, Disguise, I really impressed with how they played this one out. I feel like the dive they had on Melfight post lane swap was the big difference for me, because that's what really solidified this lead for Tenacity. And you can also, how well they played with 6 grubs, just overloading both lanes, having Blue Water not reset. That really broke this game open so early for Blue Water. In a game where Blue Water, they need that upfront damage to find the resets. They're so far behind in the front line, they just cannot find them, and DSG are profiting.
And I guess that's where I have to call into question the lane swap setup for Blue Water in a lot of that regard, and the execution behind it as well, because it set them so far behind. Like, did they need to do that?
I think it's okay. I think the big thing is that you need Ash to walk up and force out Kennen. They didn't find Kennen. Tenacity was able to slink into that wave. He found the first 3 melees and was able to hit level 2 before the dive came in. The fact that he got 2, Quacker was 1, he was way behind in XP. Tenacity really was able to take that lead. Again, when I talk about lane swaps, I always talk about top lane XP, because eventually those guys are going to go out into a solo lane and face the other, and it's going to be tough if you're down 2 levels. I mean, you're in the long lane, top lanes, punishing is all hell. You know that if you play it in solo queues. So the fact you get players this good with those types of leads to drive it home, and DSG showed why it's so important to get top lane XP in those lane swap scenarios early on. Tenacity did a really good job of that with Yukino and coordinating to shut down this Melfight. Now we're seeing Blue Water, as this game's gone on, be punished for it.
Punished extremely heavily. And now it just feels like DSG sitting in their own driver's seat in this game number 2. But still have a little while till another objective comes up. And I think that's something else we have to talk a little bit about for DSG's composition is they have really good team fighting tools. And they also just have really good catch-out tools. I mean, Poom and Yukino can just kind of play as much as aggressive stance as they want to. Speaking of, Levitate takes the ire of the entirety of this guys for that game number 1. Gonna hit the Enchanted Crystal right back, though. Music still has a possibility to get some resets, but they are going to come few and far between. DSG back away from that fight.
And still nice from DSG. They get both summoners out of Levitate, so the next time those big R buttons connect, Ash will have no escape. So we talk about how important flashes are in the series quite a bit. The fact DSG are able to take one out, they're going to reset. Once they get those R buttons back, they can look for pressure. Meanwhile, Blue Water, they know they have a little bit of power as they have access to everything up on the Rift. And they are going to at least clear out the vision before Baron. That said, we do have 45 seconds away from this dragon. I think Ocean Soul is a state of mind. I really don't think this dragon matters that much this game. So I'd be curious if Blue Water like super prioritizes Soul. This is all about, you know, the upfront damage you can do, and that's where Ocean Soul, you know, doesn't really have that big of an impact. So
do we feel like we're I guess the Rift Tail is going to be popping top side. Do we feel like we're in the state of the game where DSG can go ahead and do the Baron?
Yes, but there's no point for them to do that. So it would open up the Lux, Viego, Malphite combos.
No 50-50s.
Yeah, DSG, their lead is so big. I think they want to make sure they find a guaranteed play and then do Baron afterwards with an advantage. There's no reason for them to do it 5v5.
8,000 gold, 22.5 minutes in. It's pretty hefty. As we say that they shouldn't do that. Maybe they want it. It is the dragon on the other side.
Yeah, I want them to set up dragon, but I think they're going to look for levitate. Yeah, again, music's able to sync out. They're like, again, dragon, it's not worth much this game. I don't think Ocean makes that big of an impact when this game's kind of about, do you get one shot by Lux Viego or not for DSG? And, you know, are you going to get one shot by Vi Cannon, MF or not for Blue Water? So, Dragon very much deprioritized. Yukino will pick it up once all the lanes are fixed, as Vi shreds this with denting blows. And I think DSG is fine with that.
All right, so who did Poom drag down from that game number 1? Who was he talking to?
He dragged down Tenacity and was like, what? if you're going to play damage, let's play some damage, man. Let's not play this Renekton without a Sterex.
All right, I like it. Poom rallying the troops here for DSG. But he truly has been, I think, behind the scenes, but also on the Rift. We saw a lot of proactive play from him yesterday as well, linking up on the map itself. And this is a guy we know well.
Yeah, I mean, I still really feel like Poom and Tenacity have played at a pretty high level this split. It's just Disguise split. I mean, I think
bros.
Yeah, they started off at what, like 4-2, and they started to fall off as the split went on. They were finding some quality games, some quality wins, and then we just kind of saw Disguise fall off as the season went on. But again, Tenacity, I mean, he is Thanos, and if he has a good slicing Maelstrom, I mean, the water's going to get snapped into another plane here. So
I'm just going to say, I still have that meme on Discord of the firefighters.
Oh, yeah?
If you remember the classic, as speaking of a classic, Chanta Crystalera will end up connecting it. They really want Manui. They've fully overextended for this, though. And when you overextend, you leave your front door right open, and Disguise will get their way right in. As now that Smiling Despair has hit not only Quacker, but the entirety of Blue Water, as now after that play they can maybe look at the Baron.
I really like how Manui played that one out. He was waiting to see if he had the blow cleanse or not. He blew it when Alistar was about to get a range. Then he flashes Rovax's flash, and that is the full overcommit. Keep in mind, Levitate didn't have summoner spells from the last pick they found, so then all the focus from DSG went on to Levitate. It was trying to follow up that play. Very well played by DSG, and now they find the Baron. They have the advantage on the map. Baron goes down for free. These guys continue to cruise in this game too.
And for a Blue Water bot lane that was so proficient last game, getting blanked 0-4 and 2 across both of them, maybe going to add a little bit to that here is Sammykin with the damage there. Able to get a shutdown for music now. That's 800 gold right back at Poom. He's about to go down as well, and Sammykin's the one that claims that kill.
That's an oopsie. I think, you know, might have to be Manui, Young, and Yukino dragging the old men and Tenacity and Poom down. Like, hey guys, we can chill. We don't have to play like that. We were trying to play for, it looks like, the top inner, but of course Baron was the play. DSG a bit disjointed, do get punished. Nice pick from Sammykin. Does pick up a couple shutdowns for himself, and if a death cap does come in, that can be significant. Lux damage pretty heavy on the AP ratios. And we've seen Sammykin do some nasty things on one of his specialty picks.
9,000 gold looming large, though, in the deficit. If we take a look at exactly how that went down.
There's really just no reason to keep on playing. Like, we already took Mininer. We don't have to play this next wave. Baron's about to go down. But, you know, we opt in for the... I mean, we do get flash on Sammykin. I will say there is a window where we can punish that. Levitate does have sums up, so I expect Lux to be the next focus, but that's not worth dropping too. Baron's 4. So DSG... not gonna love that one.
Has been destroyed.
If Tenacity had ultimate, maybe that's a different story. He was still way off of that. As did end up getting a third item completed for Yukino. That's huge. He's almost a full item over music as well. And having that kind of decision-making power be so strong is very good for DSG. As they're going to take a look at this tier 2 tower in topside.
Last turret to knock down. Rovex is spotted on the flank. That position is given away. ECA goes wide, but Alistar is still making his way down. TP coming in, though. That's deep.
This is not looking good for Blue Water. They don't have their front line. They don't have anything left. Tenacity was looking for an angle there. Flash going to come out from Quacker to try to get the safety. Rovex finally rejoining the team, but the damage is done. The towers are starting to fall, and Tenacity's looking for another angle.
Good focus. Take down Viego first. No more threats of the reset. Tenacity doesn't have access to Flash. Does have that slicing Maelstrom off cooldown. So we can look if we are DSG still. They will buoy themselves to at least a top inhibitor turret. Looks like a top inhibitor as well. They can play mid afterwards next as Tenacity setting them up.
Oh, Robex. Stop them from trying to take the turret. DSG, they can't actually close out here. They're going to take it a nice and slow roll. I mean, that is something to think about, though, in terms of the maybe confidence to finish this one up. I mean, they've had an 8,000 to 9,000 gold lead for 10 plus
chilling.
minutes now.
That's fine. Just reset. You don't want to overextend in the Viego and give away resets. This is character growth, if anything, Mizel.
Character growth. Okay, that's what we're labeling it.
Character growth, if anything. We're going to go play the Dragon and play the other 2 lanes. They just took the inhibitor. Super's in the top lane. Easy peasy for Disguised again. As TP coming in. We'll see if they find Rovex. Uh-oh.
Oh, Rovex. He has the rest of his team right behind
him. He was on
him.
a mission.
He does have the Unbreakable Will. Is it going to be taken up? Look at Tenacity. Nobody has spotted him. Solar Flare going in. He's trying to find an angle now. Will be headbutt right back. And now Blue Otter might have a little bit of an angle, but a connection from Poom and a non-connection from Yukino as he does end up using that cease and desist on Sam again. DSG can do no wrong here. As speaking of, Yukino will make it out alive in the end. They didn't even go for the Dragon. Now they'll turn back around for it.
Yeah, I mean, this leads to critical mass. We are just trying to brawl a little bit as this game ends. Again, let's flash the gold. That's a lot of gold for Disguise. Likely to solo out the Dragon yet again. And Disguise have to play these 2 lanes to make sure that this one wraps up nice and clean. Levitate is down summoner spells now. And oh boy, that's a cannon Q.
He's almost got Rabadons as well. A lot of damage in that little lightning rat. As it's going to be a 3rd Ocean Dragon in a row for DSG. And a reset coming out for majority members.
Tenacity has Flash, Slicing Maelstrom up. Levitate has no sums. And Samakin's Flash will be off cooldown here shortly. But there is a small window where Tenacity can hit both. So I think the next time we see Tenacity Flash, that's probably going to spell the doom of the game.
I think it's been a foreshadowing doom. Long time. Written in the stars, I guess, for Blue Otter. But now it is DSG that are going to be trying to put their last pushes in here. And it's been a holistic, better performance from DSG from that game number 1 and trying to see some of that momentum back from that series yesterday.
You know, Lennon, maybe it wasn't a Malphite angle. I was pretty confident. I was like, oh, yeah, it's good. We get to Wombo. And then the pick was just sent back into the Stone Age, one might say.
You always got them. You always got the jokes. It is interesting, though, because I do still feel like it has a place. But when you're this far behind, and again, you're not able to get these resets for music, this competition just is dysfunctional at heart. And not being able to see that from Blue Otter is a stark contrast. I mean, they literally had full control of that last game and not being able to see kind of that macro prowess that we were talking so much about.
We saw it falter again with the 6 grubs being given over. The response to that was not good. They did not reset before they took the fight bot. I think that gold advantage, I mean, DSG had a lot of gold in their pockets before the fight, and they had the shop, so Blue Otter were just at an immense disadvantage. With Quacker not even able to interact, so I do think Blue Otter taking that fight, that was their big oopsie this game. And DSG gonna punish, and again, I kind of go back to what Rovex in Disguise, or Rovex and Blue Otter, their impression was, hey, DSG is going to beat themselves at some point. DSG didn't beat themselves this game. They really took it to Blue Otter and beat them. And, going back to what Poom said, hey, that series where we lost 2-0 to Blue Otter, we cleaned up after that. We really had to focus on our comms and our execution, and we've seen that from DSG. So really hoping for a close series after these first 2 games. Is DSG likely to even the score? And I think the performance we've seen from each of our teams, they've both proven that they can snowball an early lead into a victory. And while this is taking a little bit longer, it's still been rather clean from DSG.
Yeah, I will not get away from the fact that I can't believe we're 32 minutes in now with this lead that DSG have had. But they're on the final pushes here. They got the Baron in their eyes. Blue Otter have struggled to find an answer in any case. Well, for it potentially.
The Samakin combos can be really big here. So
Enchanted Pistol Arrow going wide yet again. Now Tenacity looking for the side laning here. Yukino is in the pit. Music trying to threaten, but no, there is no threat. DSG execute on to Blue Otter now. Big slicey Maelstrom for Tenacity to try to finish things off here. Samakin untouched, but unwilling. As that's a nice 3-man knockup from Rovex, but it is just participation prizes for Blue Otter, as their participation in this game number 2 will be a short-lived one.
Ooh, movement there from Yukino in the back half. Did sidestep the route, able to live. No Baron needed for Disguise as they even the score.
Huge stuff to pull it back, as they will end up getting the respawn here. Unfortunate timing for them, but slowly but surely, as is the tradition of this game, DSG will pull it back from the brink and even us up 1-1.
Really solid performance coming out of Tenacity and Yukino. Tenacity, tough game 1, went for that Ignite Croc with the Eclipse Rush. Didn't have Sterax by the end fight. Just wasn't the front line that TSG needed to really support the Smolder. That time around, completely different story. Totally shut down the top lane. And I think Tenacity, for me, probably my player of the game that time around, is the lead that he had on Quacker and how he was able to coordinate, Yukino supporting that lead in the first place to dive the Mel fight. And then what he did from there, really, really solid for DSG, as that was a good-looking win from them.
And it's more so what you do with those advantages. I think we have seen Kennons in the past find advantages and not ever get those big flanking angles or those big slicing maelstroms. And I think Tenacity was consistently able to keep pressure onto Blue Otter's composition. And now the Kennon will not be available anymore, but the damage is done in that regard.
Yeah, and we're guaranteed to at least go to 4 games where, of course, you don't get that second round of bans. So the format, it has been interesting to see. And keep in mind, like OPs like Senna or big picks like Ziggs or Seraphine that are going to be up for Disguise later on. I'm really curious, when and where they get that through and what kind of game plan our teams have against them. So that is a big part of this format and Fearless, and it's been interesting so far, and excited to see what happens as we get deeper and deeper into the series.
That's going to be a lot of fun. We have a series on our hands. We're going to be sending it to a little break, but make sure you stick around, because after the ad, we'll have our announcement for our 3rd team All-Pro. Don't you dare miss it.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Introducing your 3rd team All-Pro for NACL Summer 2024. In the top lane, Supernova's Faisal.
But now Toasty has joined the fight and calling right in. Faisal, look at him. He's taking down Quacker. Now he's got free range forward. That scissor is not going to stop you today. Toasty is going ham here. Sammy getting in a lot of trouble now, too. And a double kill for Faisal. Rovex going down, maybe even a triple kill.
In the jungle, Fear X Starforge's XU.
Win some, leading the front line. XU's over that wall. He's going to look for the steal. Tenacity in a bad way. Here comes XU. He's going for it! XU! Lawrence XU! Shoo! Send that one straight to Rafa. Know the name or get erased by it. Fear Starforge march right onto DSG and send them to the hills. Send them to the grave. They're looking to send them to a 2-0 devastation.
In mid lane, Team Liquid Honda Challengers Roamer.
Megador. Now he goes unstoppable. Roamer is a killing machine right now. And so is Team Liquid. That horse is trampling Winthrop. And unfortunately for the Eagles, there is no saving grace here. The Dragon will go over as well. And Roamer, he's finding more. He gets them. Roamer. Godlike.
At ADC, Supernova's Lens.
As look at the damage, look at the pain that's being delivered by Lens, who throws another spear. Nice. He's setting up for the penta angle. He's going after another, and the Turkish Prince, Lens, will fight for Supernova to find their vengeance. And the long con, a knockback from the Emilio. Give him the damn penta. Let him have it. He's royalty. He's earned it. Penta kill for the Turkish Prince.
And at support, Supernova's Diamond.
Requiem going to be used. He's going to do a decent amount of Malignance, burning down Diamond a bit, but Toasty tanking up here. He's able to kite heavily As Yuji's going to use the wall of pain to slow down the advance of Supernova. Here comes Faisal. The engage from Diamond hits. It can be over the top rope with the Weaver's wall. And Supernova have dashed Dragon Steel on the map early here.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Developmental. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, one and all, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024. We are here in the lower bracket. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby and ESG. They find a little bit of gumption, and they find a way back into it, evening us up 1-1 as we take a look at the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost.
I mean, frankly, we've had two pretty one-sided games. I think that the comp for DSG Game 1, again, was a bit broken, having a real lack of frontline for Smolder. And Malachi really controlled those fights later on. This time around, we We had both teams go for a press R button comp. Melfight got sent back to the Stone Age, given the swap early game, and how DSG were able to dive Melfight when he was already down level 6 to level 5, and then had no TP. So, again, Melfight really didn't have an impact on this game. No frontline. Yukino and Tenacity were huge, able to shut down music from getting resets, and for me, that was really the story. That and how well DSG played once they got 6 grubs. Like, taking the top turret first, rotating everyone to bot, even finding a fight to boot. It opened up a 7k gold lead, and they really didn't look back from there.
That's the thing about it, is we came into this series saying, Blue Otter are going to be at the advantage. They've been so good at decision-making around the map, especially in the mid-game, things like that. But DSG took full advantage of that early lead and threw a little bit of Blue Otter's own medicine right back at them.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a swap up from Blue Water this time around. I don't think we're going to see Quacker on a champ that supportive. Expect to see him go back to something like Cassante or find a matchup that we know Quacker's a little bit more comfortable on. Maybe go to blue side, see if they can get his hands on Rumble or Udyr.
They did go to blue side.
Yeah, those champs have been getting denied from each side, which I find very interesting. It looks like DSG late in the season has added Udyr to their arsenal. And that has been a really big champ for Quacker that has been banned away from him quite a bit this split.
But now we have to talk about the full Omega Overdrive Fearless aspect of this next pick and ban, as we will have 20 champions off the table as well.
I thought we were going to the full Fearless screen. I took a step away. I looked bad on camera there for a sec. I apologize. That's all good. We got draft coming up not quite yet.
We lost draft.
Oh, okay.
It's coming back eventually.
I'm way off. I'm way decent. That's all good. I'm excited to see what actually ends up happening though this draft, because again, game 1 we had differing strategies coming in. Game 2 it was just 2 press R comps. We're gonna see who gets kills first. And this time around, again with this format, we're forced to win in different ways, just given that you don't get the same champions again. And with support pools, especially being narrowed quite a bit, like Rel, Braum are the last 2 really high prio supports that we have on the table. You have to start digging deep, and that role and a couple others, and we'll see how our teams respond to that.
Well, we're getting into it now. A game 3 that decides who takes that little step forward in this best of 5. I remind both these teams in a last-ditch effort in the lower bracket here, as we already get some of those similar bans, as we truly know with the full Omega Drive Fearless, whatever. It is typically a lot of the same bans we see throughout a lot of the games.
It is. So that has been very consistent, but again, at some point in the series, you're gonna have to give up these champions. So
Young's LeBlanc.
Yeah, like
I
don't mind seeing them kind of drip through, like every once in a while, like, hey, we're gonna give over this champ and then see if we can play into it, right? But yeah, so far ban's gonna stay consistent. But keep in mind, next game you don't get a second phase of bans. It's only first phase, and then game 5 you get none. So we've seen it have a pretty big impact on how teams look at draft and some other things. And I know that Ziggs and the Block are both really big picks for DSG that just really aren't prioritized by Blue Water. So I'm really curious when champ pools get further narrowed, what they have prepped into them.
There's the Senna slinking on through there for Blue Water as the final ban on that blue side. You also wonder a little bit about some of the primary engage tools that maybe aren't available as often. The premier 3 picks in the Nautilus, Alistar, and Leona, all off the table here, so we're gonna have to start digging deep in that regard.
It's gonna be Rel, Blitzcrank, Braum.
I don't want to see the Blitzcrank. I don't know.
I love Blitzcrank.
Not been a fan.
I'm a big fan of Blitzcrank, as we see Ivern still up, but not anymore. So that will be denied from music, as Ivern Tristana or Ivern Ezreal, still a thing. We've yet to see Ezreal in this series. I think Ezreal is gonna be really high priority now in this draft. I'm really curious to see who gets their hands on it here.
I wonder what this first pick is going to be like. We're slow rolling it for Blue Water, trying to figure out what that avenue is going to be like for them. Rumble has been banned every game so far, finally making it through, and it's a first pick prio.
I mean, I gotta say, the Kennen is the best answer into Rumble. That's off the table now. Renekton, another one that Tenacity is willing to play. I'm curious if Tenacity goes to something like his specialty Aatrox, where we haven't seen Aatrox be super high prio, but I do know that he can play that with a Hex Drinker Rush into this Rumble. So, yeah, again, Quacker, we've seen him really widen his pool this split, just given the format. And this is one of the champions that he's added to his arsenal that has been quite good.
I love the Orianna, though, locked in for Young.
Oh, wow,
it
Cassante.
Was a big change in the momentum for DSG yesterday, it felt like, as well. The Cassante finally coming on through here as well in Game 3.
I mean, Tenacity is signing up to be a role player in this game. It is a big deny away from Quacker, as that is another one of his big champs. But, man, I really like this. We have Kaiserel locked in, already have some Wombo set up for the Rumble. And Kaiserel just a really strong lane in terms of what's showing. So we're forced as DSG now to respond. It looks like it's going to be the Braum. It's the best answer into Rel with Leona and Nautilus and Alistar all missing. Don't want to have that pool narrowed up anymore. Jungle not showing for either one of our teams. Expect that to be banned quite heavily in the next phase as we see Hakram taken away. And Samakin, I think important to note, Samakin really not an Azir player. I don't think he's played it yet. So they don't have to worry about that champion against him. But I am curious to see if they take away Zoe. As that is a really big pick for Samakin. If they want to play this game fast with Rumble, it could be an option for him this game.
I do also like the little steal away of the Kaisa from Manui, just taking away some of the comfort champs, realizing he can't really rely on that one later on into the series.
No Ezreal.
See if maybe some of those options come out in bot lane in terms of the kind of flexible picks that Manui has in his wheelhouse, but the Ezreal was banned away by Blue Otter.
I actually think that Lucian with Braum is playable now, because with the Fauna life changes, you actually do grant Lucian his passive if you hit a target with Fauna life. And that is really oppressive into Kaiserel because you can always interact at that range as Lucian. So I'm wondering if Manui is willing to pull it out, because I know Manui, he is a Kaisa player, as you pointed out, but I also know that he is very willing to play the Lucian as well. So really curious if we see that being picked up, as we see Hecarim and Kindred both target bans towards music. Wondering if we see... I'm trying to think what can be good here. See Kate taken away. Kate Braum has been a big combo in LCK really challengers, especially, is where I've seen it actually be really dominant. And, okay, those bans are going to set up a Xin Zhao, which is a big pick for Yukino.
Yeah, we got to see it yesterday in their series as well. See if it can muster a little bit of the same courage there as well. As now we have to think about Music's response. It was very obvious that DSG are expecting him to take a carry jungle.
We could Jarvan here. I actually kind of like Jarvan with the Rumble. You can just force flashes. It's okay into Xin. You have a way to force. So I know the pool has been really narrowed for Music, but I think Jarvan's a legitimate option, especially with Taliyah. This is going to be the Samakin pick in the mid lane. You see Taliyah. We know it's going to be Samakin's. He is a very good Taliyah player when it comes to impacting the map. Again, I'm curious what Music goes for. I think Jarvan's actually, that's the pick I want to see. You need physical damage.
Yeah, you need, I feel like dive as well to some extent to kind of follow up with a lot of this. You just want as many tools to kind of enable the other pieces as well and try to find something of an easy execution angle. It is the Skarner. That is the answer.
I mean, again, Manui kind of needs a tank buster. You can't play Lucian or Kalista with Taliyah showing, I think. You got to wait another game. Manui's going to be really narrowed up on picks. It could just be Jhin. Xayah, not a terrible option here.
Not bad.
Of course, Rakan's already off the table, so the chance for that combo is gone. But yeah, this is where things kind of start to get interesting here, Mazel. As
I like the Varus.
Land on Varus. I like Varus too. You are going to have a little bit more difficulty dealing with like a Skarner and a Rumble, compared to some other AD picks, but you have the power to kind of brute force the Kaisa early on, and if you get ahead, you match the build path. So if you get ahead, you're going to hit those items first and just be stronger.
Gotta see what momentum is looking like in this one, because we've seen 2 games now go very one-sided both ways early on. While DSG took a little bit more time to close out their game, it still is a matter-of-fact moment that both teams have had full control over the map on blue side. Now this is starting to get into that full fearless territory where the compositions are starting to look a little bit different. Can Blue Otter with this maybe find a little bit of cohesion, that macro play that we highlighted so well about them?
Yeah, I do think Blue Otter has to play a little bit faster, and I want to see how Yukino reacts on the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao can be a really big pick for breaking up the front line and also trying to peel for the Varus and Orianna that I expect to see get dove by, this Taliyah, Kaisa, Skarner, and Rumble over the top. So, no, really only the Xin and the Kasate can keep out Rel for this big combo. So, we're going to have to see if they're able to do so successfully and save that immobile backline from getting punished.
We're getting into game number 3 now. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, Blue or DSG. You take a look at some of these runes as well. Nothing too out of the ordinary, it feels like, but also a little bit of an attempted level 1 by Blue Otter on top side.
just making sure that Rumble is able to get in that lane early, and also they're going to scout out the lane swap. Blue Water, for me, wants standard lanes this time around. They want this Rumble into Cassante, and we'll see what Quacker can do, because, again, this is a champ that he's added to his pool this split. This is a winning matchup. Cassante should go down early, but I will say the difference between Quacker on his Olaf Game 1 and Malphite Game 2 was a lot. And Quacker is a player that we've seen have smaller pools in the past. I feel like he's put a lot of effort into changing that this split, but the impact of his Game 1 versus Game 2 is pretty undeniable. So we'll see if Tenacity, taking the Cassante pick that Quacker's really good at, denying that from him in later games in this series, can be good into the Rumble. Again, a champ that Quacker has added to his pool this split and has looked very good for him.
That's always the thing. It's always about the kind of 4D chess moves as time goes on, taking away some comfort picks, but also realizing there will not be those available later on into the series, and especially when those bans are no longer available in the latter half of them. But now also taking a look at the jungle pathing here will be mirrored side starts.
And so Skarner going to try and interact with that top side from the look of things. Again, Quacker, he's going to need to play that lane up. The Skarner, I will say, I really like the Skarner on this patch. I feel like Skarner's quite strong, and we do see Music going for the Grasp, which tells me it's going to be a Heartsteel. A lot about stacking health early on. Varus will have that % health damage, of course, with the White Stacks, and Young likely to be going for a Leandries in this game, given the health that will be on Skarner, and also Rel. But I think that Skarner, we've seen the power and like how much terrain you can cover early on with that E. Be really good since the changes came in.
And Music, no slouch. I feel like has been a major proponent to a lot of the good graces we've seen from Blue Water. And Rovex obviously having 10 pole positions and a lot of decision-making power of this team. But Music himself at his re-entrance to the league, feeling a lot more confident.
Yeah, it is his first Skarner pick of the split, so again, this champ did get buffed up. We have seen a lot of junglers like playing it throughout the split and picking it back up now that it got buffed, so we'll see what Music can do.
We're going to get to the culminations of the clears here for both sides as well. I don't think Music's going to necessarily have any options, so no real proactive moves from both junglers early on in this game. And now we actually get a little bit of level 3 action down here. Double shattering strikes there. Custom blows going to go right back on the Rovex. A little bit more damage back to him as that piercing arrow came through.
Yeah, fighting Varus level 3 usually going to lead to a losing trade, even if you are up a level. Varus again, just so damn strong with those White Stacks. And really interested to see how many points of Q we actually see from the Varus, because I have seen more Varuses just going W early.
Oh no, Tenacity. There's a Scorpion coming for it. Oh, he unstoppables it though. The Ixal's impact can be dodged out of there at least, but the Flame Spitter might do enough. No, it's not nearly enough. And Blue Otter try to get a play on top side, but don't get it.
Not bad. They do have the wave frozen on Tenacity, so this is a little bit scary for the Cassante. He's going to bleed out a little bit. But with the jungler showing topside, he's going to keep on clearing. But bot lane does have to play very cautiously as this wave is pushing around from them. And they do have a ward on the Pixel Brush, but they think that Xin could be on this side of the map. They don't have info as to where Yukino is right now, so Levitate and Rovex have to respect that.
Dragon's going to be coming up here as well, maybe using some of this pressure.
Watch them block the cannon too. Yeah. Okay. End up getting it. I thought Pum was going to, fully deny that.
I appreciate the look. It is actually, though, looking at Music. I was thinking he might go for a little bit of a lane gank, but we're going to get a gank from Yukino over here on top side. Q3 does connect in the end. They just charge as Yukino trying to follow up a little bit more of the damage on a Quacker. And their gank and top side also going a little bit awry, but they did get the flash.
Yeah, a big difference getting the Summoner spell off. So Tenacity, I think, is going to have to TP back to this wave. So we'll do so with the flash still in hand for himself as he was able to walk out of the gank, whereas Quacker did have to burn his own Summoner spell. And the pressure on the Quacker and Cassante being in a decent shape early on, you do have kill threat around level 6 if you are Tenacity. So we will see if he can hit that. You just have to dodge out on the overheat.
Rovex in a lot of trouble, but so is DSG. They're going to flash out with Manui, though. Really nicely done. And Blue Auto tried another gank there, but we'll get some Summoner spells on bot.
Honestly, this gives ESG tempo on the map. Like, bot lane has to reset, and Music just showed here after his base. I know Yukino needs to reset too. I think he's going to take Wolves, and I'm curious if he goes for the Dragon or if he ends up going for the Grubs. I think Grub's fight can be a little bit scary, given the Talia, Rumble, and Skarner fight. So if I'm DSG, I kind of want to trade out and lean on my bot lane being strong for an early Dragon and give those first 3 Grubs away.
I think anytime you can use the Braum earlier on as well is going to be really good with this composition too, with some of the fast hitting abilities you have. It is pings though by Blue Otter going over to these Grubs, and honestly we've seen Grubs be a matter-of-fact point in a lot of these games, and there will be no response from DSG on the other side.
Not yet. I still think they get this Dragon, but Kaiser's catching the wave. We'll fix it here for Manui, who, funnily enough, actually rushed Merc Treads this game for the defensive boot choice. There is a lot of, like, we did talk about the magic damage earlier on. Kaisa likely has to go for full on-hit build. Like, can't go for the Nashers later on, or the Zanyas. I don't think we're going to see that from Levitate. There's a lot of magic damage between the Talia, the Rumble, and even the Kaisa a little bit. So, usually
test this.
Usually don't see Merc Treads first. No, they won't. They got to give. It might look.
But they might look. Music is
I think
walking.
It's risky, though. You don't win against
It's
Braum
real risky. I mean, it's a 3v4 now.
It's Braum's in. Like, you don't win.
Okay, well, maybe we'll get the angle anyways. I think Music thinking the better of it. Dragon just goes down. Level 6 has been secured by Yukino. He's going to pop it right now. The Crescent Guard buying a lot of space. Robex can't find a big shockwave back from Young as well.
Quacker's here.
Robex very low.
Quacker walked down for this. So Tenacity just gets some free time and some free waves. And Quacker gets starved out of it. Again, like, you don't win against Braum at this point. If Braum's able to hold the door, it's pretty unwinnable. And that's going to be a difficulty that Blue Water is going to have this game. Their front line has to go into Braum. And if Varus and Xin are able to auto-attack and work through Braum passive, it will be favorable for DSG. Their ability to zone, too, with Orianna is going to be significant, as Orianna does scale into this Talia matchup. So if Blue Water aren't able to find these early plays and windows, I do think they get outscaled this game.
I know we put a lot of praise on Tenacity for their series yesterday, but I think Young also had a huge series for himself. Again, the only holdover from the championship roster of Disguise. It's been really cool to see him kind of grow into his own, use some of that LCS experience to try to hone his edge here and utilize some of those laning advantages to make team fights matter even more. We saw his Orianna yesterday be super impactful as well.
A lot of these mages, of course, benefiting from later patch changes in the
No
split.
more AD.
We still saw some, but it's a little bit more contested now, which we do like in our League of Legends. Speaking of contested, given the walk from Quacker and some of the top lane pressure and Quacker missing flash, he does have a freeze, but Tenacity is up in CS, which not supposed to happen in this matchup. Should be Rumble up a little bit, so Tenacity doing a really nice job in this matchup. Again, I really still think highly of Tenacity as a player. I know he had his LCS stint. I voted for him. He was second in my All-Pro voting last split. I didn't have him this split, as things were a little bit funkier over at TSG, but really saw Tenacity flex his muscles in that series against TLC yesterday, and saw him flex it in the last game as well. So, hoping to continue to see Tenacity step up and put together those big performances I'm used to seeing out of him.
The cannon went nutty, for sure. Shout out to our observers, giving us a little bit of that vision control that DSG were looking for on the bottom side of the map as well. And now that we're getting to it here, where DSG have a small advantage, their skirmishing potential is very strong. I mean, they have a lot of lockdown, but they also have a lot of follow-through.
We'll see what they want to look for, though, at the moment. I think Yukino is pretty happy just being ahead, as Samakin is the target, not in range, though, for Shockwave.
He was like, oh, I can go this way to the river, but there's a third person coming at me. And Yukino actually going to take a huge chunk.
It's okay. Yukino can go heal off his camps, or at least, look, he's got red buff. I think Grubs are going to be...
camps.
Yeah, there are no camps. I just realized that. He's going to have to reset before Grubs. We don't have a Grub timer here. Although, do spawn within the minute. And Samakin missing flash. That can be an easy rinse and repeat for our Xin-Orianna combo. Again, very easy to deliver the ball. And this DSG comp, like, their ability to just be rock solid in these team fights. Also, Xin interacting really well with Rumble. You know, that Crescent Guard can protect you from equalizer damage quite frequently. I think if DSG are just able to play solid, as you called out, Mazel, use some of those big Rs and create space against Blue Water, their front to back is unbeatable. It has to take Blue Water finding a big wombo or finding angles in the fight for them to win these.
And that's why I'm so curious at Blue Otter's drafting style so far, because they are not making it easy on themselves. The ease of execution bar is definitely high, and if you can reach that, it looks really good. But I think giving some ease of execution here is lending towards DSG not beating themselves as maybe Blue Water had hoped so.
Yeah, I mean, if Blue Water are able to get ahead, I think they move on the map really well. But we did see that series against Blue Water, or Supernova. They got blown out of the water game 2 and 3. So DSG able to hold on for lanes. They have a small lead. Now playing for denying these grubs. One grub take will mean they get the grubs to spawn, as that would get Blue Water to 4. DSG trying to deny all 3. They have 2 knocked down, and they'll get a fight.
Ooh, Glacial Fisher comes in. That's a big equalizer on top of the Impale. 3 members getting burned alive here as Quacker's going to find one. Levitate comes over with the Killer Instinct as well. Look at Manui, though, taking down Robex. Meanwhile, the fight into the blue pit here as Quacker is still alive. Somehow, someway, life finds a way. As we did end up getting a trade back, Robex fell, but that's a big fight for Blue Water.
Samikin went down first, but got a huge 3-person flick as we're going to take another look. He is the focus. He is down flash. So DSG, they just find the solo Orianna ult on the Samikin. But as you called out, that equalizer combined with the Skarner pull, it was really big as they did find a combo. And Manui was really only able to hit Rel, who was able to escape in the end even. So DSG tried to play away from that front line. Yeah, I think the combo was just too big from Blue Water. It really opened up that fight for themselves, and it took that last grub in the back half. So 4 grubs will secure that grub one. You know
what did I say? If you the bar of execution's high. If you reach it, it looks damn good. You see what happens, but they can layer things on top of each other. That is the strength that Blue Water have drafted for themselves, and now they will hit first items with the Heartsteel completed for music, as well as the Kraken Slayer.
Skarner Rumble was really nice there. I'm just concerned. I feel like DSG have so many ways to play defense against that with the Crescent card, and then also just being Cassante, being able to go unstoppable, go all out and try and get out of that combo, and then getting another W up, right? Blue Water find the fight there. I just don't know if they're going to be able to consistently find it throughout the game, and the scaling for DSG, again, really strong. So I know DSG dropped that fight, but still worried about the game state here for Blue Water. If the second dragon does fall in response, DSG going to be happy about that one. They're going to shift their bot lane mid.
I think getting any of those dragon stackings here for DSG is pretty huge. Just keep control of the map to some extent. There's going to be a Chemtech Soul on the Rift here, so maybe a little bit of change up in that priority itself, but there is also another objective coming up on the Rift here very shortly. It's the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I also props to Boom here. Manui kind of left on an island mid. Boom able to hover and make sure that Young picks up that wave, so DSG continue to farm out all 3 waves. Nasty gonna try and squeak out that last plate, which does go in his favor. And yeah, I mean, this small gold lead, having the Mountain Dragon too to dodge out on some of the higher damage from Blue Water, and honestly rolling the Chemtech Soul. I feel like Chemtech matters a little bit more for Disguised here. If you do stack up a lot, it does matter on Skarner, because those W shields can get quite thick, but that's really about it. I really like where DSG's at in this game.
And Young having a pretty heavy advantage over his lane opponent there in Samikin as well.
Yeah.
Saw the impacts that the Orianna can have if you land a big shockwave as well. Samikin caught out a little bit by Poom. And will make it out away. Nice little seismic shove.
Still,
as the Rift Herald started up by music.
I love this from Poom, and I like this from DSG. Like, just finding Samikin there. He has to drop this wave, and Young gets more free time with the turret. And once Orianna gets the lead in this matchup, you do not look back. That ball always zones out Talia. If Talia wants to get her spells off, especially the combo with the flick, you have to sack your health bar into Orianna in order to do so. So Young having a lead like this is very significant for DSG in this one.
All delivery systems are so easy to pull off as well. Oh, nice, but he still gets impaled in the end. Manui still falls, but here comes Yukino trying to make the difference, but can't do so. Really good combination from Levitate Music using those plasma stacks.
No flash on Manui. Does get punished by Blue Otter, and they're looking to maybe continue to almost sneak out of that, but it will at least be a Herald drop and a crash. It should be mid-outer going in favor of Blue Water.
He might spawn here as well as they siege onto the turret. There's 4 grubs coming in pretty clutch. They will slowly but surely take down the outer tower, and that'll be first turret for Blue Water.
I will put good collapse from Blue Water. Disguise, they have to drop that. All 5 showing. They can cut them off. They're going back into the side lanes. You see Tenacity getting a little bit risky in this bot side river. Did get the waves in. Tenacity continues to be ahead of where he should be in this matchup. I still think that's really big because we've seen what Cassante can do in these team fights later on. Just being the Kasante champion is rather favorable. And having that power in the hands of Tenacity, I will say, Kasante has been the standout champ for Tenacity. I always love seeing him on the Renekton Aatrox, right? But this is a player that I still feel like has a lot of game. I want to see Tenacity be the one to carry DSG to a victory. I feel like he's set up for it in this one.
He did so last game as well, so already giving us a good track record there to some extent. But going to be a little bit of calm on the riff for another minute 45. That's where we can talk a little bit about.
This is Tenacity's first Kasante game of the split. Just doing some homework here. Yeah, I mean, he's always played the answers in Kasante. Like, they were down to give it. So I think it really speaks to just denying Quacker is cool. Like, I was talking about, he likes playing Aatrox into the Rumble. Like, that's a matchup I've seen Tenacity play quite a bit in the past. But the fact he's taking away Kasante, that does matter for Blue Water as we go throughout the series, because that is a really big pick for Quacker. It was his tied for his most played, and Quacker was actually 0-4 on it, the split, but his Kasante is better, or 0-5, I should say. His Kasante is better than that, I swear.
We promise. We promise.
I promise you. I saw him last split, you know?
Now, that influence going to be on the table here. It's about a minute from this dragon. Would be a soul point for DSG.
Yeah, I don't think Chemtech has a huge impact on this game. Can kind of be ignored. If it wasn't Infernal Drake, it'd be really important for me that Disguise is able to deny that from Blue Water. They do have a lot of damage per comp, but we're kind of chilling with Chemtech. Biggest impact it has is on the plants all being supercharged.
Which could make a big difference. But it definitely feels like there's a little bit more confidence in the side of Blue Water as they go out onto the map here. Music is playing very frontal here with Rovex.
I mean, Skarner's pretty strong. They did spot Young. Did a nice job of wrapping around and ensuring a lot of vision, and I think we're going to see Disguise play out of this. They might actually look for a play into Quacker. I mean, Minui, Yukino, they're all squeezing out of this bot side and trying to make a power play on the top side. Samikin, we first hit the turret, so Blue Water, I mean, props to them. This is a good map play. They flushed him out, and they're ahead of the play on this side of the map, so we're going to get the tower and the dragon. And buy Samikin some time where he's not landing against Orianna, which at this point is really important.
Quacker went ahead and popped the equalizer to try to clear the wave up there, but still going to lose all presence around that turret. But the wave is not there, so it does mean we will actually get a little bit of a delay on taking this outer turret there for DSG. They will slowly but surely take it, and we get the dragon for Blue.
It's funny, when I was talking to Rovex going into the series, he's like, you know, I saw Tenacity play yesterday. It looked like he was playing Quacker's role. And I just think of Game 5 where he was like Rumble alting all those waves and like getting dove. And like now we see Quacker here on the Rumble alting those waves away from Tenacity. Like that's the first game I thought of. Rovex also followed it up with, you know, Tenacity's got to be careful. He's going up against the GOAT today. So I see some confidence in Rovex and his top laner's ability in Quacker.
I think Quacker has been a lovely addition to the league itself. I mean, watching him kind of grow his own role across these rosters he's been a part of, I think it's been really interesting to watch. But his influence on some of these teams, especially Blue Water, has definitely been felt. Been cool to watch him kind of use some of these very niche picks that he's known for, but then also go into a lot of these meta choices.
I mean, when he got relegated on Supernova, they were playing towards him because their bot lane just wasn't good enough to play towards. Sorry, Sketch. But yeah, now, I mean, they're playing away from Quacker. He really had to grow as a player. I feel like this roster and this slot for Quacker, it's really forced him to evolve his play. And I know he's down in this matchup, not exactly where you want to be as Rumble, but we'll see if Quacker can be big in fights. His first equalizer was very, very good for Blue Water, so we'll see if when they find the next one, it can be strong as well. But Blue Water quietly got the gold lead back in their favor a little bit in this one, which is nice for them again. I feel like they get outscaled in this game. Orianna, Xin Zhao, the ball delivery system, going to be a big problem for Blue Water later on.
It will indeed, but right now they can at least thrive off the 2-item spike or Levitate. We'll have the Quinsus completed, and that's pretty big. That being said, those second items, third items, are going to be even bigger for DSG. And speaking of, we had our second for Young as the Leandry is completed.
I will say, the Kai'Sa being this far ahead of the Varus is really big, because Kai'Sa doesn't get outscaled in many games. And Levitate does have the ability to dive into the backline. We have seen Levitate be very good on these ADs where you do have to close the gap, like the Zeri, like the Kai'Sa. So I think the onus for me, a lot of it's going to be on Levitate. He's got to be the one to really break the script of this game and break the front to back that TSG wants to take in the Blue Water.
And he has such a cliff's edge to kind of navigate as well with those killer instincts coming into the back line, trying to find the follow-up to a lot of that full frontal engage that Blue Otter have been using so much of. They're trying to get this outer turret up here as much as possible, but they're just keeping presence around DSG. And now we actually get Young coming back out from base. We do still have some big TP plays available, but both teams playing this game number 3 very reserved.
Now we're seeing the seesaw of lanes right now. So you're going to see, Varus shoving out top lane, but Tenacity was hovering mid while Young gets there. So now Tenacity, he's going to go catch that bot wave. His wave's just kind of being seesawed across the map. That's what we like to call it behind the scenes. And again, I think it's quiet game state really does benefit DSG. Yukino, once you get that gets that Sterax, it's gonna be really big for being at least trying to be a big frontliner, because he has no chance of hanging with Skarner in terms of frontline ability. And also we do have 2 items on Young, which is quite significant. He does have that lead in the Samakin, so important that Young is able to continue to farm, and that Leandri is gonna be really effective this game against some of the health stacking we see over on Blue Water. Jackie Love, it's your boy, Mazel. I'm going to be honest. I didn't hear Mazel through Discord there. I know he was talking, but... yeah, there we go. We got you.
I do like me some of the throwback skins there to the World Champions. You got a little bit of shout out there as well for the Talia. But I think in all actuality, it's just a little bit of fun to have with it, because we are getting to a state where Blue Otter are trying to utilize what has been strong for them all split, all season, at least in terms of that macro. But I've actually really appreciated DSG's responses in a lot of these, and even if that game 1 didn't necessarily go their way.
Yeah. Again, I think this is kind of really close series. It's been a little bit closer than I thought. I favor Blue Water coming into this, but it really feels like the series can go either way. Sit here in game 3. Young and a TP into this dragon that is 30 seconds away from spawning. Importantly, Music did wrap up that Sterax. Music's going to be really, really big in this fight. And we'll see if the Wombo can connect from Blue Water, or if DSG gets that front to back with a big shockwave, as the ball delivery system with Yukino can be really, really easy for them to execute in this one.
You have the stage set, the pieces in tow, and the dragon spawning in another 10 seconds. This is not an important dragon, by the way. We just want to tussle because it's been so long since we've had any fights. It seems like DSG are going to be first to the objective.
I don't want DSG to pull this one down bot, as Poom's going to go find Robex. A little bit tricky, though, for Poom. Robex can always take the Super Blast Cone over and really be involved in this fight.
Music was looking for an angle maybe on Tenacity here. He's going to go unstoppable, though. He cannot buy that much time. Robex goes in with a big one. Equalizer on top of it all, and now Blue Otter showing a little bit of their mechanics here. The knockup comes through, but look, it's just that difference of Blue Otter handing him. Now, Sammy can find that backline access. And they're still 5 members strong from Blue Otter as they are taking down DSG piece by little piece.
What happened in this fight for Disguise? We just saw Tenacity get one-tapped at the start of it, and Blue Otter find a 5-for-0. Really disjointed here from Disguise. Again, Boom, for me, he wasn't on the front line with the rest of the team at the start of the fight. And we're just going to see Tenacity walk in. He's trying to buy space, and I mean, this is not what you can do on Kasante ever since the W nerfs.
This equalizer.
Yeah. It's a big equalizer, but I just don't get the opening to the fight for Tenacity. He kind of ran it. And it's not the ball delivery system that we want. We want Xin Zhao to be playing frontline and try and start big openings to the fight from there. Instead, it's that the tank goes down and DSG just fall apart. And that's a Dragon. That's Baron going over to Blue Otter for free. And it's been a really close game. We're just trying to stall and farm. Now broken wide open by Blue Otter.
That's kind of what we expected here, and that's why I found it so interesting that DSG just wanted to fully fight that fight. I mean, it was only a second dragon for Blue Otter, but it was also only a third dragon for DSG. But now you find yourself 5,000 gold down, and that deficit's a much harder deficit to come back from just a little dragon.
I think it was doable for the fight, but the way that we played it was just not good. Like, I don't know what else to say. And now I think the big discrepancy is the gold on our ADs. Keep in mind, Levitate, he got kills and was able to stay alive on the map. He did a lot of farming in the last couple of minutes. And Levitate, he's up pretty much a full item on Manui. So this Kaisa will be pumping. And again, like the way that fight started out, I mean, Tenacity just got really free-fired in one shot. And we talked about the impact. Tenacity was the one that had the lead in the top lane for the majority of this game, but it was Quacker's equalizer that was far more impactful, whereas Tenacity was the only thing he was relevant for in that fight was his team getting aced afterwards.
The Rumble presence definitely being felt.
Yeah.
And this was banned away both previous games, coming through in game number 3, making a massive difference for Quacker. We've talked about so much as well already. But it's another one of those situations where Blue Water have woken up a little bit from that second game.
I mean, I think everyone was trying to put us to sleep in this third game, let's be honest. But yeah, Blue Water coming to life here. The equalizers that we have seen from Quacker have been really impactful. And Blue Water can continue to try and really push forward in this one. As the Siege, this is really where Young is able to specialize with at least wave clearing as Boom just hit the ult over the wall, stops Samakin from getting the big pinch, and this wave does go down. So the Weaver's Wall not able to pressure DSG off the turrets. They hold strong and are able to hold on to this inner turret. Again, as long as Young's here, their defense is quite good. But with all 5 being down here, that does open up the mid inner to fall to Samakin on this Taliyah.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Big gold pickup to just keep pressing this advantage. And speaking of, Music and Rovex go under turret. They're going to take another tier 2 turret here. Not going to go any further than that, but a 7,000 gold lead 27 minutes in is about as far as you need to go.
I mean, Blue Water is going to take an outer and an inner after this. Good TP from Quacker. I like this. Just keep the Baron play going. This is going to be a lot of gold going over to the pockets of Blue Water. So, as you called out, Giselle, I mean, look at this spike. This is the dragon fight. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to hide this one. Oh, this is skirmish. All right, we can keep it up. Look at the spike. That's happened in just the last few minutes of play. It's been massive from Blue Water. Taking the big objectives, knocking down these turrets. They made it look easy. And this gold lead has just exploded in their favor.
Trying to rinse and repeat the play on bot side. Now for the top side, tier 2. They're going to keep Levitate down in that mid lane. Maybe even try to take down Yukido under turret there. Music going to be the go-between in the middle of everything here as the turret in this top side about half health. They're going to move in and get the unstoppable combo from Tenacity. They weren't able to get him, but they will get the turret.
All right, Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. That's a very successful Baron for Blue Water. Again, just that goldie went from nothing to everything. 9K up. These inventories, they're loaded now. And I think DSG, they have to drop this next Dragon. I don't really see a world where they can compete. And these Chemsouls, or Chemtech Dragons, just individually, I mean, what are we at now? Like an extra 30% in terms of the every time Skarner presses W? That's pretty significant.
That's pretty huge, actually.
Yeah,
I think you're just seeing this front line is impossible to deal with against Blue Water in any case. And yes, the lead I think helps that a lot, but it just is something where, you know, the early game maybe not necessarily going their way, but once they were able to connect together, that was huge, and their macro decision making has just been on point.
Man, I gotta say, I mean,
more Tenacity.
Yeah, it's quite nice here. You know,
at some point, does Tenacity lose his name if they get all 4 Chemtech Dragons?
I don't think you get Tenacity anymore. It's healing and shielding power, and then you get more damage if you're below 50%.
But do they get the kill on Tenacity the next time they go in?
Oh, maybe. Who knows? You just have to stay tuned and find out, Michelle.
I guess so, on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
That's the enjoyment of this.
40 days later.
Also, I gotta say, it's an extra 18%, sorry. 30's crazy. Oh, they do get Tenacity and heal power. All right, I'm trolling. My bad. Tenacity's kind of pretty nice this game. I don't think it's too impactful, but it does help.
He's a nice guy.
Quite a bit. I'm just absolutely trolling this. You know, we all hate Chemtech Soul. It's just not that impactful. That's my cope. I should know these things, but you know.
You're the Jin hater. You're the Chemtech hater. I don't know. You're just a hater.
I like the plants. The plants are fun.
Plants are fun. All right, we'll give me that.
Shout out to the internet for, you know, making me look dumb. You know. I do the research afterwards and not before.
It's all good.
It's why my GPA wasn't as high in college.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's definitely it. There is the setup now, though, very heavily vision focused by Blue Water on this top side of the map. I don't necessarily think that they have the best Baron taking tools, but the fact that they have this kind of on-hit Kaisa build does give them a lot of strength in that.
Guys to shreds. Their Baron takes faster than what DSG has, as Manui going for a wit's end. Long fight needed for DSG. They have to survive the initial onslaught of Blue Water to have a chance. A lot of their builds really catered towards a longer fight, especially Manui's. Very defensive here. See if that ends up paying off for DSG as this one goes on. DSG really have just been put on the back foot since they dropped that dragon fight. They slowed things back down. I still think their scaling is doable. We'll see if they can lean on it to find a win here as we use it. Takes no damage.
Tells Impact to get away. Corruption just got used by Manui.
Yeah. I mean, that's a miss. If they really want to force your Blue Water, Samikin can fire off a Weaver's Wall, but they did have Levitate in base. I think Levitate, we'll see what he completed. He was just sitting on a BF sword. So pretty big item completion potentially coming out from them. Yukino's going to go.
Oh, Blue Water overextending. They're going to get a big crash down, though. Equalizer coming across as well, but I don't think they've got the damage this time around. DSG, they're a little bit split, though. Yukino taking up a lot with that Crescent Guard. Levitate going a little bit too far forward. Weaver's Wall coming as a defensive tool. They did lose Quacker in that fight for Blue Water.
Okay, both sums used by both marksmen. Music able to slink his way on out of there, but not going to be the case for Quacker. As DSG find a fight before Levitate was able to regroup. He was in base completing that Bloodthirster you see in his inventory. When Levitate picked the spot, I gotta say, that was very far up. I was scared for Blue Water there. If Levitate goes down, that is Baron being started for Disguise. So Disguise just kind of prodding their way around. Do find a small skirmish. And now, a lot of summoner spells missing. It is big for Rovex if he is able to find a combo. Won't have that flash combo available. Only flash up in this game. Samikin for Blue Water, and Poom for Disguise. So, with flashes being down, it does make the Xin Zhao, if he hits a W, this ball delivery system could hit very hard. Blue Water has to be careful about how they position around the next objective. Same with Disguise, trying to mark Rel to make sure they don't get wombo comboed at the start.
Levitate also just having so much weight on his shoulders for navigating a lot of these fights and getting that damage down on the squishier members as well. Blue Water feeling a little bit hesitant, more hesitant than they were maybe a couple minutes just ago. But they will have the reset coming through for this dragon in about a minute.
Yeah, gonna get everyone back in base. Rovex is not able to base, so he will be down wards, but some powered blast cone is gonna help give some info. Try and Yukino. Okay, this is spotted. Yeah, this was spotted by Blue Water, so Blue Water know what's going on, but Quacker is bot. I think this guy's at least just going to try and pull Quacker's TP here. Yeah, this Baron's slow. This Baron's
You can see he's waiting for it. Is going to get that one. DSG immediately pull off the Baron as soon as that TP came through. Samikin with the Weaver's Wall, cutting off a couple members of DSG. They're in a little bit of trouble now as well. Crescent Guard still available for Yukino. And honestly, you're starting to see some of that team fight potential for DSG here.
Good hold from Yukino on the Crescent Guard. I think if he pops that, afterwards Blue Water can really force, but we're really sticking it to this Baron. Rovex is not going to be spotted quite yet.
They have this big equalizer combo. They've got the impale, but they miss it. Okay, they go for it a little bit late. There's the crash down low from Rovex. They get the combos and Blue Water. They separate DSG by their atoms here with this 10,000 gold lead. We already got the TP in mid lane from Samikin, and this is the end.
I mean, I don't like the build that we ended up seeing from Manui this game. I feel like we were just down DPS the entire game to the Kaisa, and Levitate was shredding everyone in these fights as DSG, they kind of give Blue Water what they're looking for with that wombo, and they will drop this game as Blue Water take the lead in the series.
Match point for Blue Otter, and off the back of Music's huge Skarner performance, setting up all of the plays and the equalizers, all the wombo combos, but continuing to pressure down Yukino time and time again.
Yeah, I think that the second item Terminus from Manui ended up really hurting. I kind of want to see the Rage Blade looking back just to stack up the Blight procs and try and do some damage, because we saw in those fights when the Skarner gets on the Varus and then you have the equalizer over the top, it was a really hard game for Manui. Keep in mind, he was thinking about the Xayah in draft. That could have been an option to kind of dodge out of those combos, but went for the Varus Braum. You need to get ahead in lane and then kind of use that to push your weight around to make things happen. It was not the case. Levitate was the one that did find the lead. It was Young and Levitate who had the leads respectively for their teams, as well as Tenacity, who ended up being far less impactful than Quacker, and Levitate really broke the game later on.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our player of the game, though. It is Music, who will end up claiming that one here on the Skarner. Big impact, and you'll take that.
a big Ixtal's impact, one might say, as music. Some of those ults were quite big, and the synergy around how it works with Talia rocks too. We've seen Blue Water get creative with Talia. We saw Mordekaiser E being used to pop it, and now we're seeing Skarner being used to pop it as well with that E. It's worked out really well, and props to Blue Water as those interactions quite big to line up those equalizers and find the win.
Yeah, I love it because it brings up the conversation you brought in at the beginning of the days. You need to have avenues to win. This was an avenue to win. It's a very particular composition. You kind of knew what the combo was going to look like preemptively, and they were able to execute on that one. Now we've seen very one-sided games, all 3 in a row.
That was
PSG
close.
maybe on the cusp of bringing us to 5.
It was close until it busted out, you know. It happens, but that was a fun one. And yeah, we'll see if DSG can dig deep. Keep in mind, if you guys are enjoying Challengers League, the format, we don't have bans in the second phase for Game 4. So going to be interesting. Going to have to make sure those first 3 bans mean everything because we're going back to some old school drafting.
We're going to Game 4 after a short little break. Yep. Don't you dare miss it.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Here are your NACL Summer 2024 Rookie of the Split nominees. Blue Otters Levitate.
And it's just buying time for everybody else to look for the fight, look for the engaged. Chime is just getting melted right now. They do trade one back, though. It's music that goes down. Cyclone used by Quack, but that's the second one. He does not have another way. No, he does! There was another Cyclone! Double kill to Levitate. They're going to clean up.
Winthrop University's Denethor.
Put a hold on that because we gotta fight topside. Blue Otters' worries are not ending anytime soon. Blue is the way they are feeling right now because they are getting handled as Denethor is not done. He's level 6. He sees a level 3 Nautilus.
CCG Esports' Crimson. Oh, fate sealed. They got Samikin. He's going to go golden. He's buying a lot of time. Crimson is going to look for him, though. Look at Shochi buying all that, and then he brings the Spiraling Despair away from the team. Now they're chasing him down, and CCG! Doubters be damned! Beat down, they've made the comeback here, and Crimson is about to be the comeback king! Blue Otters Samikin.
Call engages on him, and Samikin's now in trouble. Flashes to safety. Blue Water trying to lock down the other members of TLC, but Jenkins is in here. Samikin does kill him down on the clapback. Levitate unleashed in the fight. The Zeri pumping out damage as Samikin's dancing around. Flashes over with another bubble.
Keep your eyes on these players as they are just getting started. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS.
Welcome back to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are on match point in our lower bracket for Blue Otter, taking their last game, now rising to 2-1.
I gotta say, I kind of expected Blue Otter. I had them 3-1 in my predictions, but the series has been closer than what I thought, despite it being a 2-1 score in favor of Blue Otter. Of course, post-game breakdown brought to you by The Real Cost. As that game, man, Quacker was the one set behind early, but seeing that damage difference from him and Tenacity, I feel like really was the story of the game, because Tenacity just taken out way too early in that first team fight. That ended up really hurting this guy. So, again, that's the first Cassante we've seen from Tenacity. That was definitely picked as an answer to Rumble, but also a deny from Quacker for later games. We're going to see if that pays off in later drafts for this guys.
You got to push it one more game and see maybe if that does influence it at all. But it was just Blue Otter picking up where they left off, it felt like, in game number 1, and just finding that kind of little bit of momentum. They drafted a very outright composition in terms of that they wanted the Wombo combo, and they were able to execute on that. I think that says something.
I've seen a lot of Wombo combo comps actually in this time around. I also think team fight damage later on between Levitate and Manui was a big difference. I know it's really tough for Manui to function in that game. Just going into Rel, Skarner, Rumble as Varus without something like a Tom Kench when you're not the one pulling the trigger, really tough. And we saw Blue Otter find the punish quite well, as the solo lane leads for Tenacity and Young didn't end up turning into anything, and Blue Otter turned that game around and found a rather convincing win. So here to see what we're going to have in game 4, as we're going to have a lot of champions off the table this time around, Mazel.
We are indeed. 36 total. That's 30 from the Fearless draft style, but also you will only have the first phase of bans in this next game.
Let me in. I'm going to let you in on some metagame stuff going on. If it goes to game 5, Blue Otter do get a choice of side, because it means that they will have lost this one. So if they deny Senna, they can get a Senna pick. But also, I actually really like the Seraphine answer, which these guys have already proved that they can play well. That was the game 5 draft that we had against TLC. So I'm wondering, if I'm Blue Otter this game, do I, leave up Senna? Do I try and deny it? Do I try and play the Seraphine answer myself? I think that's an interesting metagame thing to kind of think about, because that is one of the really big champions left off the table. Also, we got to be saving something if we're Tenacity to play against Darius. You have Gnar later on in drafts to play against Darius. Not the best answer, but it is an answer that exists. Because you know that Darius could always come through from Clacker in that game 5.
Blue side, though, also has been 100% win rate. I don't know. Results-based analysis. You tell me, Cubby. But it's the Ezreal ban first and foremost to change up a little bit in this first phase, but it is also the Ziggs by Blue Otter ban away.
Yeah, no surprise. Again, I'm really interested to see what happens with Senna. Is Senna up? Okay, it's going to be banned by DSG. So again, I think DSG wants to play in the Senna and be red side. That's really proven to work. So I don't expect them to spend that Seraphine pick now. They're going to wait on that in case things go to game 5 so that they have an answer. Blue Otter, we'll see what they continue to deny. And for DSG, there's no second phase of ban. So if they want to get rid of Clacker's Darius, it would have to be now.
There is the Respect LeBlanc ban towards Young. And we saw him have a good Orianna performance. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough in that last game. We'll see what he goes towards this time, but it is the Darius as the final ban for Disguised.
Okay, so Respect being paid, no surprise there. Udyr also being taken away from DSG. I find the Udyr bans quite interesting just because I know it's something that Clacker plays. So yeah, but Sejuani that has been denied for the majority of the series. It's an Ezreal ban instead this time, so these guys will get the Sejuani for themselves. I will say taking Ezreal off the table, that is an AD that feels kind of okay in the Sejuani, right? Never going to be under real threat. Just can keep on peppering the Sej. So I like that ban in this opener. As you can know, Sejuani has been quite good. And again, a lot of jungle answers to Sejuani off the table. I think it might be Wukong, probably the best pick the music has available. Oh, no, not a Mumu. Oh, no.
A little bit of malding. But we'll see if this answer does work out. Maybe looking for more of that Wombo combo setup for them. But this is also a situation where the last time we saw Yukino on the Vi, which is a very, I guess, similar style champion to the Sejuani, where you are kind of the go button, you're the lockdown that starts it off. I think this is really good for Disguised.
It is. On the side of Blue Water, you're a little bit one-dimensional, as we're going to press a Mumu R and apparently try and get Jinx a reset. We'll say Ezreal being off the board, that is one of the better answers that we have in the Jinx. I expect that Manui could go for something old school like a Felios here. But it's a matchup that we saw Manui do quite well on. He liked the Aphelios side when he debuted with Cincy Fear in spring of 23. But I think you're very vulnerable to a Mumu. So kind of wondering what... Again, we're getting further and further down the totem pole. What are we going to come up with? What are we going to come out with? And it looks like it's going to be priority on top lane. Jack's going to be picked up. Some of the better Jax answers off the table now, too. Like Kennen Malphite, not available. Renekton, not available. So curious what the pick is for Quacker.
Kino very willing to go play towards Tenacity as well.
Yep.
So, we'll see that combo definitely unleashed. It is the Aphelios for Manui, another classic there for him, and comfort champion to try to rely on to bring this all the way to 5 games. Now Blue Otter, they got to find an answer.
Is it a Thresh? Is it a Kench or Jinx? Again, you don't have to take those champs now, and keep in mind we're going to have 2 picks in a row for Blue Water, as there is no second phase of bans. Yeah, they get 2 picks in a row.
We have to wait through the bans.
That's fine. But yeah, Shen going to be picked up, so we can neutralize the Jax with the W, but Jax pretty much gets a free matchup. So you do have a way to block at least the Permafrost being stacked if you are standing on Shen W. If he does go for that QW, it's not bad. We have seen Quacker play this. He got a game 4 victory into Scion. And yeah, I mean, this is just, we're brute force showing bot lane prio, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
I guess when you look at that for Blue Otter specifically, I mean, maybe the question marks come for the Amumu, but they have a very outright composition, kind of like they did the last game of the series. And I think if they can find ways to tool this to a better holistic composition, it could be really strong.
It's just, it's straightforward, right? And that sometimes is the concern. Also, I'm going to get in my bag a little bit here. I think we're going to see support picked up because you're going to wait for mid counter for Samakin. Young is an old school Sylas player. And if I pick Sylas here and I have access to a Mumu ult to attack a Jinx and also Shen ult to help my team, that's a pretty good start. We've seen Sylas get some changes where he's a little bit more bruisery on this patch. So I don't expect it to be the blind for Young, but I just do want to throw that out there. We have to dig deep.
This is big.
Okay, no way we're gonna have Sylas into Syndra. Syndra being picked up.
Not only that, but goodness
I would
gracious,
love this
what we
pick.
got to watch Young do on the Syndra. At least
good deny.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, good denial, spacing ability, and good follow through damage on this kind of combo that they're going for Blue Otter already. See if DSG are able to throw a wrench into the works, or maybe a rocket grab of that sort. But it is the Blitzcrank that is locked in for them.
I like Blitz a lot. You can break Shen's shield with your R, and then you have grab onto Jinx and Syndra, who are, you know, a little bit immobile if they don't have flash. And also it dissuades Rovex from going Kench or Thresh. Those are the 2 best pairings with Jinx.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Wow. I kind of read the tea leaves all right there. It's going to be Young Sylas. You get the Amumu ult, you get the Shen ult. No Blitz to break the shields, and no way to break shields here for Rovex. Again, if you go Kench, you can get your shield broken by Blitzcrank. And if you go Thresh, the Blitzcrank likes that matchup a lot. So I actually really like this draft for DSG. I'll be honest. I think they have a lot of ways to play this one out.
I don't know. I got a gut feeling here. I hear Silver Scrape somewhere in the background. This composition is so ridiculously strong, but it also is full of comfort for DSG, as the Poppy does end up coming through for Blue Otter.
Okay, so again, Poppy, you can block a lot of the dashes coming in. You can try and find a numbers fight, but you're going to be a little bit on the back foot in lane. I think that we're going to have to find standard lanes here for Blue Water, as I don't see a lane swap working out too well for them. Shen has a really powerful level 1 too, but maybe it is the lane swap angle. I don't know. I don't think... I'm kind of torn. Like, I don't know if I want to lane into this. This is going to be an interesting game. I actually really favor where DSG's at. I think the fact that you can steal a Mumuar and play into this comp, you have Blitzcrank on top of it, is really big. And I really think DSG is going to hard commit to playing towards topside. If they get standard lanes, I really favor them in this.
It's a situation where it's kind of 2 dueling fates to some extent. Blue Water, I mean, all eyes on them. They have a wonky composition, What are they going to do with it? Why are they drafting this style? What are we going to see them use it for? And on the other side for DSG, we've already set the pace. They have a beautiful composition to bring us to Silver Scrape, but it's all about execution for them.
Whoa, Quacker as heal. Interesting. Wow, that's okay. So no TP for Quacker, so if we do get land swap shenanigans, might be tough. I mean, I think the blue otter comp makes sense. Like, we're trying to hold the line for Jinx and play towards bot side. It's just, there are a lot of ways we can break it if we are DSG, and I love seeing Young on this Comfort Silas. This was the pick that, you know, he was even playing on the LCS stage when he had to step in and sub in for Gory before he came over, and was doing his best. So this is comfort for Young, playing with the Sedge, playing towards topside. Again, this comp makes a lot of sense for me from DSG. They just have to be able to be set up to overwhelm Blue Water. I really feel like stealing stuff like a Mumu ult, like Shin ult, can really help DSG with that.
Any little advantage mean the most. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, DSG or Blue. And while you're at it, go ahead and drop a sub to our Twitch. Proceeds do go to the players and teams, and you get those amazing emotes down there.
Man, we're going to get standard lanes as well. So Shen going to help Mumu early on from the looks of things.
What is the
we'll get
heal
to lane
tech?
and get the bad news. I mean, the heal tech, it does make it really oppressive the first couple of levels that you have against Jax. But no TP, you have to make sure that your waves are good to go, or else it's tough. Because if you have to walk back at all, it's really hard.
It's also tough if you get half your health taken out at level 1 from a rocket grab from Poom.
This lane, Poppy can get Halo Blades trades, but overall Aphelios has had a slightly better laning phase than the Jinx, especially Manui going fleet. I should just be able to kind of play off his gun combos all right. Manui does do very well. Manui is a very good Aphelios player, and he's always been, so good to see Manui finding some comfort in this matchup. Levitate, worth noting that he is also very comfortable on the Jinx.
I would say so.
Yep.
A little spotlight on Manui as well, though. Just coming in to fill the shoes of Tomo.
Wait a minute.
I think was a big.
We have Yukino going bot.
Okay.
No, he's not going bot. He's actually going to walk mid, so he's getting around a ward. And we're going to look for a play on Samikin here, see if we can get the Cinder Flash early on.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the flash off Syndra, the mobile champion
if they get
becomes that much easier. They will end up moving in. He's a little bit on the wrong side here. He might just end up dying because he tried to outplay it here himself. He's not going to burn the flash, and first blood goes to Young.
Beautiful buffer from Young. Talked about how comfortable he is on this side with the Abscond Abduct. Manages to use the Abduct to buffer the scatter. Sticks to Samick and Syndra. And he goes down without burning flash, which was the right call. He should not have flashed there. He was dead. Beautifully played by Young. And a nice look from Yukino.
Meanwhile, we see little mechanics being played towards in that bot side as well. As the immediate minion rocket grab combo trying to be pulled off by Poom and Louis. Young getting back into the fighting stance against Samikin, who did have to burn the TP to get back here. We will have the Scuttle Crab trade for both junglers.
Yukino, of course, hacking a couple of his camps, but if he gets his solo lanes ahead, that is what this game is all about. This wave is frozen. When Tenacity gets 4, he's trying to thin this wave. I don't love Yukino being here. I don't think there's a real play on Quacker with SF heal.
He is a Shen. Very tanky boy.
Yeah, they don't really have this.
Still kind of knew it was coming. It might still just die. He's going to burn that heal. Does have the dash out there. Not even going to have to burn the flash.
I mean, the kill isn't there, but keep in mind, like, he burns the heal and he has no TP, so... I like the idea. Tenacity did get 3 waves in and did find a base, so he has item advantage. This is just really good theory of top lane when you do go for this 3-wave base to use that item advantage to fight and then get a TP out. There is no TP available for Quacker, so he kind of has to brawl this lane. He's going to need flashes.
Look at the tempo. Tenacity gets out with a beautiful leap strike, counter strike combo. And Tenacity, though, as they got the flash play out, we can look back at mid lane. Samikin in a 1v1 against Young. Nothing else going to come of it. Yukino is here, goes immediately in on the music as well. He's going to get that permafrost, and now they are going to tussle under this turret while Tenacity tries to clean up this wave. Nice little stun. Combo comes through. Yukino is down, but music will join him.
Honestly, I'll take the Tenacity kill any day. I think the Muma kill doesn't matter that much. Tenacity getting a kill on this Jax. In this matchup, once you outscale the Shen, Shen can never look back. You do break him as a nice combo.
Yeah, Rovex actually hugged down Manui. The hail of blades there, but luckily Poom can drag him right back, as now Poom might have given himself up for that one, and they'll give a kill over the levitate on his Jinx.
No flash from Poom, just going to accept his fate as Rovex going to rotate around. He is spotted by Yukino. Yukino being here will make sure that Rovex doesn't go for a flash play onto Manui under the turret, but this wave does get in. Manui sent back to base, so a trade of kills and trade of power. Jinx going to be ahead on the bot side. Meanwhile, solo laners, the game plan for DSG looking good. And Music, he's going to come back up here and punish Tenacity, who is going to die.
Trade. He's level 6. Is going to try to maneuver his way out of this one, but it's an easy pickup for Blue Water.
Yeah, the wave does get in. Really important that wave gets in mostly. Still a lot going to be lost by Tenacity. Good answer from Music. Could set up grubs. Of course, Tenacity does have TP available. Will likely TP back up towards that top lane right away. Yep, there it is. Poom is already up here, so a power number showing for DSG early. I think they at least yoink away one grub here. We'll see if they stick around for more. And if Blue Water answer for a fight, Music will not have access to level 6 anytime soon, which is big for Amumu. So it looks like this is just going to be seeded.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe they utilize Cracker and Samkin having level 6, but not going to be the case. Give over the grubs. Blue side dominance on the grub spawns has been the name of the game, but we have to think of the dragon on the other side of the rift. And Blue Water already positioning around that way with Music point and present.
Yeah, I still like what Poom's doing here. Like, he's trying to make sure that his bot lane camps are not under threat. As Shenel coming in.
Yeah, I mean, they have everything here now. It's just Manui getting 2v1. Quacker taking up extra turrets and just dies. Oh, that's rough.
Okay, well, we're really sacking topside here. This is some Shen gameplay. Quacker playing for the good of the team. Jack's going to get really far ahead off this. But again, Levitate, we're removing Manui from the map. Potential for Levitate to get big as a...
Can't really let Samiki get removed from the map, though. He's an important piece of the puzzle for Blue Water, and he'll be punished yet again. 0-2 for him.
And Flash not burned either time. Just too clean. Samikin didn't react to the Flash from Sejuani. That would have been the option. Really, a lot of action on the map early here, Mazel. I do think, again, I still really favor DSG just because they have alternative win cons. They don't have to 5v5 the Jinx in order to win. This Silas, this Jax in the side lane is going to be way too much, and they're going to wait to only really 5v5 when they are able to steal a Mumu ult. That's going to be their big window to actually find the plays. Besides that, I think DSG can play away from the Jinx and should be okay. Really like how hard each team is committed to playing towards a certain side of the map. I think it's been very interesting in this game. Just think that DSG are positioned better in this one.
Yeah, it just feels like they have better tools for that job, as we had a sub-8-minute convergence completed for Yukino. And that's the supportive, obviously a little bit cheaper item, but still, nonetheless, going to have the impact on the Rift. And love to see that for him as he's going back down towards the bot side. Rovex is on a roam, and Poom is on his way on a roam as well, trying to get those level 6s for these supports.
Good to see Rovex at least trying to protect his Cinder a little bit. As Tenacity, once it gets Triforce, those blocks are going to hit real hard on the Quacker.
I think now as well, you're trying to see what these runs can actually culminate into. I think for Blue Water, starting in the upper bracket, I mean, that was a huge boon for them. But not being able to take advantage of that, then coming into the lower bracket, eliminating Winthrop, and unfortunately, Samikin's going to get eliminated as well.
Sure. In flash!
0-3, and no flashes, baby. Oh, he gets the scatter of the week. Actually, not 0-3.
Okay.
I apologize, Samikin, as he didn't have to burn the flash, I guess.
I was a little bit surprised he didn't flash that, but I guess Samikin knew. He does have TP to get back in that lane, so really well played by Samikin.
Really love to see that from one of the rookies on Blue Water.
A lot of discipline. A lot of discipline on that.
Yeah, he's in the running for rookie of the split here for a reason.
Oh.
Yes. Young just punts Samikin right away. As DSG are collapsing on the Quacker now, they realize they might be able to find an open wound up here. They're in the bush.
Yep. This is there is a heal for Quacker, and Flash is coming off cooldown very shortly. I don't know if he's going to have it in time. They're going to have to wait for his W, but Poom's going to hook him out of his W, and that should be it.
He gives a thumbs up for this. I know what's coming. We can try this here. He is under turret, does try to go for the stun, gets grabbed and taken out, though, by Tenacity. Mega Death Rocket not going to go through, but the turret almost claimed Tenacity's life.
Boom got a solo plate. Feels good, man. That was kind of goofy, actually. But hey, setting that Shen further behind again. Jax in the side lane will be a menace in this one. Trinity Force completed at 10 minutes for Tenacity.
That's so big.
That is a problem. Jax does scale very, very hard. So again, everything being traded into Jinx, it's okay. Blue Water are finding power somewhere on the map, but this is going to be about Jinx resets and making sure that Levitate is peeled for and can do damage versus how much can Tenacity get in the side lane, and can Tenacity survive Levitate? Because Jax does, like, he can do that. And
I don't know, though.
Look at this. He's actually coming bot. So they're going to use Jax to try and defend here. This is curious. I don't like this very much. Because you can Shen ult bot and actually find a numbers play even after this goes down.
Well, they might actually go for it here as they realize they have the advantage. They're going to go for the engages, but ends up turning around just for that turret. So they will take first turret for Blue Otter, and that's pretty big for them to at least wrestle down this gold lead a little bit. What? A little bit of spectator is now the bandage toss actually connects there on the boom, and there's the entry of Blue Otter's combination yet again. Tenacity gonna have to flash and leap strike his way away. Meanwhile, you see Manui has been put in the side lane to try to take those turrets. As they get the engage here, the flashes come out. Music goes right back in with a bandage toss to try to take down Yukino. Robex is still here trying to find an angle. Samikin gets a big scat of the weak. Young all by himself, but can he wrestle this back from the brink? He's got a triple kill, but the power has been unleashed, and it's Quacker that claims a double.
I mean, I'm so surprised as to why DSG went for that, because you're down numbers. You have Manui stuck in top lane with no TP. You know that Shen ult can come in. I feel like DSG were really team fighting for their own demise. Really trying to overforce here. I get like Poom's like trying to stop tempo, but this fight for me is just never really winnable. As we do see Tenacity, I mean, he's doing his best here. Good peeling, though, from Rovex to make sure that Levitate's okay. And then the back half of this fight, again, is just all about keeping Levitate safe. Yukino goes in. They aren't able to get Rovex. Young had no cooldowns left. Levitate cleanses out of the Glacial Prison. And yes, Levitate does fall in the end, but that is a lot of gold going over to the Jinx. Will be quite scary. Shutdown 2 goes on to Samikin, who was already behind in this game. So I really feel like some gold going back into the right people for Blue Water, and they're back on the map taking grubs. That's at least one denied. So 6 grubs denied from DSG. That would have been really big for Jax, and the side lane still has 4, so we'll have the grub might spawning.
Yeah, at least just being able to have the mites is pretty big. A little bit extra
bot lane
potential there.
Yeah, this is big.
And you see Tenacity in the side lane.
He is so big. He is so big this game.
He is so strong. That's why you think some of those fights going a little bit awry doesn't really matter, as Samikin gets picked yet again. Rovex trying to save his life, but might have just given his own now as Young's going to claim another one. And he is on a rampage now. Back to the Dragon. DSG go.
Much like how I didn't like DSG contesting that bot lane play, I don't like Blue Water contesting that bot lane play either. Again, Quacker's stuck top. He's no Stand United. It's on cooldown. And you're playing into the powerful members of DSG. Like, Young and Tenacity are fed out of their minds. So Tenacity, he's even going to drop that bot turret, give it over to Young, go TP up and play defense against Quacker. And
that's so big.
I mean, this Jax is going to be so filthy huge. He is so accelerated this game. I'm really interested to see if he ends up going for something like Bork. I think Void of the Ruin King is appropriate, given all the side laning that he will be doing. I think it's more likely that he just goes Sterax to take the health and try and prevent Jinx resets, but I really think that Jax, he can hit critical mass this game, and Tenacity is way too far ahead in this one. I'm a little bit scared for Blue Water still.
So if we're thinking about Blue Water, though, their entrances are just trying to chain that CC, use this very supportive composition to try to elevate Levitate. Samikin, unfortunately, has been put so far behind. I don't know if he's going to actually have an impact here, but it is definitely the Levitate show.
Samikin, again, he will scale, but you are correct. It's going to take time. It's going to be all about if Levitate can get excited or not. Again,
the problem is, Mr. Cubby, is that's just a poor little Jinx. And it might be from Arcane. That's huge. You get that kind of buff. But unfortunately, you have people on DSG's team that are just really good at killing very squishy, immobile carries. And I think when you look at Young and Tenacity having so much strength, it makes Levitate's job that much harder.
You get the Silas to Yoinky Moonwall, and good luck, Jinx. I mean, that's really where my head's at right now. Because, like, of course, Jax just can't be dealt with either. So trying to play through and around the Jinx. I do not love that DSG takes this fight. Okay,
gets the rocket grab back, just dies as well. Music trying to go in now a little bit farther forward. Nice. Does not hit that bandage toss as the flash came out. Now he might just sacrifice his life. The curse comes down as Shen ulti still does not save him. I don't know if this is going to be enough. That is Samikin, who is not very strong. Does miss the scat of the week and will just use the power unleash to get the kill right back, but it's a double kill right back to Young, and he's back to his Renaissance-like performance in their last series on this Silas pick that you called so well. He is an absolute monster. We knew it had to go that way.
Yeah. I think it's going to game 5.
Literally from draft, like, and that's where you can be a little bit introspective on Blue Otter. Like, why are you picking yourself these difficult to execute compositions when there's still a lot of paces?
It's not difficult to execute. Like, it's Shen Amumu, right? It's just one-dimensional. And when that one dimension doesn't work out, then it is over. And this Silas pick, again, you get to steal Amumu ult and pressure. Like, this is a fight, again, we're trying to play through Jinx on the strong side. That's fine. But Rovax, I mean, he's got nothing against Blitzcrank early on. He just gets hooked in at nice chain from Yukino. And then Shen ult for Shen ult here. Amumu, he is R's down. He's taken out. Levitate, he's got to kite everything out from Young. Honestly, I mean, I thought Blue Otter kind of did their best. This TP from Samikin, he's just way too deep. He gets one shot, past the flash, just find a kill. Barely even finds Yukino, needs the auto at the end. Yeah, I mean, after that, Levitate's out of mana. Everyone got taken down. Just gets ran down now. I don't think the Samikin TP was good. I don't think the force from Blue Water was good. And now, I mean, we're just staring down a Jax who, while all that was going on, he took bot inner turret. And look at the items on Jax. We're going Sundered Sky second. Like, we don't even care about Serax. We don't need it.
And Young, again.
Young's 8-1.
The holdover from the championship squad. Really, really nice to see him performing this well on the Silas, making the impact here. And again, he had some major impacts in their series yesterday as well. And this is a situation where we're in the lower bracket, right? Like, Blue Otter have been brought down here. DSG started here, but this is your lives on the line with a long prize ahead of you. If they go for this dive, they might be a little bit finicky. All for the rocket grab will just bring them right back out. Young has faced the wrath of Levitate, but there's not going to be anything else.
You can see even the changes that were made to Silas is actually Qmax last for Young, so really focusing on being the brawler with the W max into the E and a Witchbane as well. They just keep on proccing that, as they did increase some of the power on his autos too. And all he has to do this game is brawl. Steal a Mumu, brawl. That's it himself. Meanwhile, Tenacity topside, still up a level. He nearly has a Sundered Sky, probably in his inventory when he bases. And I, again, just do not see a world where Blue Water can win this game. They have to really hope that DSG just brutally overextend into them. And the build that Levitate's going for, it's fine. You're a melee-heavy comp, so I do really like Hurricane. But we're not going to have access to IE or Mortal Reminder for a long time, and that will matter a lot going into this big, beefy front line that Disguise is going to have, not to mention all the healing that Young's going to do.
And I got to ask as well, the blue side dominance today, I mean, is it just the matter of fact of the blue side resources? Is it just the draft styles?
I mean, I don't want to get too into the map. I do think it's easier to play blue side map because you can always attack bot as long as you get prio mid. I don't know. I don't want to be blue side actually next game. I'm really curious to see what Blue Water picks, because I think that if they go blue side, they have to open with Senna. And if they do open with Senna, then it's going to be an immediate Seraphine from Disguise, and that feels like their comfort zone.
It definitely does. Speaking of, it's going to be a second dragon for DSG as they move position over this way. Now, there is something else, a little bit of an elephant in the room. The last time DSG had a lead like this, where they were pretty far out in front, it took them a while to close out the game. Yeah. Does that open up any avenues for Blue Water going forward?
It was clean, though.
It was.
So I'm fine with that. This one's going to be open, so it's just a matter of time. Do not have a ton of.
We gotta wait till 37 minutes again.
Yeah. Also, I haven't flown this yet, but look at all the plate money that was picked up by Tenacity and friends here. Really kind of told the story early on. It's just been a lot of action. We had a chance to fly that one, but again, Tenacity got a pretty big lead just from lanes, and some of the fights was Levitate. It's been funneled the resources. Levitate's still in decent shape, but Young, he's got all the gold, all the items, and you just got to believe that Baron's spawning in 20. We'll see how aggressively we posture around it with Young.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see There you go. A little bit back.
Man.
But Manui just goes on a killing spree of his own. Takes a double kill as well for DSG. And it's so crazy to see that, DSG were able to shut down the Blitzcrank in their series yesterday. But now, utilizing it to some extent to try to make this work. And Boom is finding these hooks like a mastermind.
It wasn't just that, but the shield break, that was the difference. He held the R until Chenault came in. Really well played by Boom as Young trying to run a distraction. He's going to get one shot.
They're just taking him down. Okay, well, they did get the shutdown. That's actually pretty big. But yeah, that tenacity goes to the back line. They're still doing the Baron. DSG are in a little bit of trouble here as another shutdown goes over. That's a lot of gold going back to Blue Otter. And DSG were still doing the Baron. Cracker's over here now. They're going to find yet another one. Samikin is not going to claim this one. But the Baron getting low. Rovex coming over. It's still going to go the way of Yukino and DSG as they claim the Rally Cry Baron buff. But they're losing bodies left and right. Quacker chasing down Manui. Rovex chasing down Yukino. They find that dash and they get the shutdown yet again. That's shutdown across the board. And Levitate's been taking the turn in mid lane this whole time. I feel some momentum shifting.
When we talked to Rovex before, he said, we're just going to wait to see if the Skies beat themselves. And I think the Skies kind of beat themselves on that point. I still think their game state's fine and they're going to win, but Boom and Tenacity kind of went like, hey, this is a scrim and they're about to FF and it's over. Now we're TPing in as Young? Excuse me?
Oh, they're actually going to try to find the turret here first. They get the excitement there for Left. They get locked down, though, and that's all you need.
It's
one singular pick makes the difference. Blue Water have no hope in this fight and no horse in this race.
All right, it's all good. I thought the Young was TPing under the turret. It was Tenacity. He had Counter-Strike. Young was on the flank. They find Levitate. The hope for Blue Water was extinguished pretty fast.
Dude, it's like a magnet. It is literally a magnet. Boom cannot miss.
He was a global elite in CS, He's got that sniper aim.
Especially when you got 2 cats to pilot it.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank skin.
That
is a tier 2 in the top side going down for DSG. They're going to balloon this lead up to over 5,000 and try to push down tier 2 in mid lane as well. Easily done. As Rovex comes in, does separate Yukino away from the team, but it did not matter.
And I think we're just kind of waiting for the big Toast to sing. I appreciate, though, Disguise playing for content. I'm sure that Toast appreciates that. Pushing us to game 5. I think he'd like a win, too, but... Man,
these players going to be tired, man.
Yeah, they do. I got to say, though,
I'm best of 5s in a row for DSG.
I'm pretty pleasantly surprised about DSG. I really feel like this team, you kind of called it out, they're showing some grit. And the last time they faced Blue Water, keep in mind, they got 0-2'd, and that's what got them the 7th seed. Blue Water earned their 5th seed with their 2-0 over DSG. This time around, though, this series, it's been a lot closer. And we're really seeing some of the individual strength from DSG. I think I got to give a shout out to Yukino. Yukino, with his first pick, Sejuani, has been fantastic in this game.
Yeah.
Really shutting down music and stepping up and enabling these 2 solo laners.
I called it from the draft. These are the styles of picks that Yukino just looks like a different animal on, right? Like the Vi, the Sejuani, any kind of those shot calling, go forward styles, it just fits him like a glove. And you have to think the DSG just need to focus on that going forward.
They don't have to worry about those anymore. Those picks are gone. I think Game 5 is going to be upon us, and I'm really curious to see what each team goes back to. We have seen the Shen copy big for Blue Water. Not this game, though. I really feel like Blitzcrank was kind of the game breaker here with the Silas. Like, that being the last rotation for DSG, 2 really good picks in this draft. We know Young plays the Silas really damn well. As Yukino sneaks that one out from the rush. It's a little bit of an extra, feels bad.
It's just fate, isn't it?
Yeah, Dragon's up here, so we can retreat to it as Disguise whenever we want, but Blue Water trying to be feistier on this top side to see if they can find anything, but Yukino, the boar is enough to stop them in their tracks, and Manui will clean this up for free on the other side.
That's a Poro, sir.
Oh, it is. Poro Rider, this is one of my favorite skins of the game, I will say. If you play as Sejuani, this is one of the required skins I think you have to play if you're going to play Sejuani.
I don't think I've seen many players play any other skin but the Poro Rider.
There's a really cool one. It was like a part of like Warlocks, like the Mages, and like all that being released. It was like a part of like the Arcane Ziggs. I forget what it's called, but it's really cool looking. Like a brown boar, like with purple rounded.
Okay. I'll stick with the tongue blip.
I can't remember the name though, so it kind of stings.
You do have the power of the internet, my friend.
You know, I like to stay focused on the game. We only use it to double check things that I say wrong beforehand, and I don't care enough about skins. I care more about Chemtech driving.
We all know where Cubby's heart relies on now. But you got to think, taking stock of the map here for DSG, as they do find themselves 6,000 gold up. They are on soul point of an Infernal Soul. Pretty big itself. But Yukino and Poom, the leading edge of Disguised, are continuing to look for as many picks as possible.
And Blue Water trying not to step up and give them any angles. But again, like this game state with objectives being down, I think is even scarier for Blue Water, given how strong the Silas, how strong the Jax are in the side lane. Really nothing you do. I mean, this is a Jax going into a literal support Shen, going Redemption, Lock-in, and Knight's Vow. Really putting all the eggs in the Levitate basket here.
I just find it so fun, to some extent, maybe cool to see that Young just turns it Super Saiyan all of a sudden in a lot of cases. Like you look at that series last time around against TLC, you look at this series, there's just moments where he's like, all right, bro, just go ahead and take the rip.
Yeah, you know what's coming out too in Game 5? He's got access to that LeBlanc if he wants it.
He does.
It'd be scary.
As I think the whole DSG story has been really interesting to follow. I mean, ever since that momentous championship in their first split, I think it's been hard to find the big puzzle that has necessarily worked for them. That roster was so fluid, so good, and then trying to find the right pieces there. Obviously, losing Tomo was a big hit to them going to the LCS, but trying to find the pieces that work here in a Tier 2 roster.
I mean, I think their team's good. Like, there's no reason to stray from Young. Young proved himself in that run and is very good. And Snapsy and Poom, I still have a lot of faith in. I do think that Yukino, I appreciate them still trying to take a young player and develop him. And when you have a coach like Svenskeren behind you, it's safe to say that he's probably going to have the most impact on his combo and how you play it. I think it has been good for Yukino. I mean, we've seen him be proactive on a couple of these champions, be really good at snowballing the game forward. As now, Baron, we're going to hold it at 5K, see if we can find a pick. Boom. Oh, he really went fishing.
Did. Comes up with too big of a pass, but the gold lead is just too big. And Tenacity has found the backline, has found Levitate, although he does have the stand united from Quacker. I don't think there's much else to fight, though. Quacker losing a lot of his health now as well. Rocket Grab going to go a little bit wide. Dewey in some trouble, but they still have a nice little front line, and DSG have all 5 members, so if Flash is going to come out from Blue Water, they can't really do much.
Yeah, DSG really playing low with their health bars, but again, so far ahead, so tanky, they can afford to do so. We'll sneak out before Jinx gets any resets. Jinx does not have access to the ult. Young low enough where he is going to TP back. Tenacity has access to that as well. So we're back on the Baron, and there's no smite available for Blue Water. Poom misses. He might go down. Quacker.
The flash comes out. They just baited Quacker into the pit, though. The Baron does end up going the way of DSG. So the Rally Cry Baron buff secured there. TP coming in on the back end from Tenacity. Samikin completely caught out there, and they're just going to try to push for the end now. They have the Baron buff in topside.
Kind of feel bad for Samikin there. He kind of got not hitbox there on the Epsilon Abduct. That said, Tenacity going to jump in, trying to clean up the support of Champions Music and Robax.
Ooh, I don't know if they can, though.
No, they can. They're fine.
All right, they'll go ahead and just take the turret in the end as Music tries to go right back in. Doesn't really have much else. No curse there. But they get the shutdown for Levitate, who gets excited now.
Not again.
Tenacity looks to go forward, though. Tenacity looks to take them down, and Levitate forced to burn his cleanse. Now, Robex did not. Look at the saving moment from Robex, but I think it's, the Mega Death Rocket claims one back, and you can hold that from Arcane.
I mean, this is a bit of a fiesta, let's be real. That said, Infernal Dragon spawning at 30. No TPs on the Soul Laners. They will be in the Death Chamber. A little messy there from Disguise as they're really trying to brawl it out to end. I still don't see this game going any other way.
But this is another game for DSG that is chaotic.
It's not
great. Not a strong finish to some extent. As Poom will end up taking down Rovex. A little bit of supportal combat with a solo kill.
Dude, did they buff Blitzcrank ult, man? How much damage did that deal through the shield? I gotta be a little bit sarcastic up here every once in a while, you know.
Well, especially when you have like such one-sided games. Yeah. Literally every single game of this series has just been absolutely one-sided.
Yeah, I mean the shield break was a really big pick in the Shen. That's an old school counter from across the map. Well played by Poom. Really, really good game for Blitzcrank, I will say. Infernal Soul is picked up, so that Jax that has been Thanos the entire game to be doing even more damage. I will say it's kind of young now, that's Thanos. Regardless.
He's been Thanos.
Yeah. Silas was quite big this game. Really interesting to see what happens game 5. I mean, I'm waiting to see this draft, Mizzell. That is the next interesting thing on the docket today. This game, a little bit less interesting.
It's a little bit, I will say, just outright, I guess my personal feelings, it is a bit unfortunate that they have been so one-sided. When we were talking and lauding so much of the macro play and stuff from Blue Otter, and the fact that we haven't, in their losses, been able to see any of that, but DSG taking full advantage of it, and I think that's leading some of that momentum from their series against TLC. That was a gritty one, and the fact that they were able to pull that one out, see some of that camaraderie really come to a fold, and now doing so yet again for a second day in a row. See now the Blue Otter rebuffed a little bit in their engage. Young is coming around the corner now. Blue Otter overextended. Young can't hit that on duck, but it does not matter as Manui has come online as well. The push in mid lane is there. The Baron buff is going to fall now, but they'll do the lasting damage to the base.
Young, we'll see if they want to send it onto the Nexus turrets with Demon Wall. I do think it's a lot safer to get them out from under here. It's actually kind of tough to go onto the Cinder, but we'll see. Finishing touch for DSG putting on to get us to a game 5.
Sammy could, unfortunately, not even connecting the ball with the scat of the week there, but the siege is being taken aback here a little bit. Manui trying to get some damage on turrets now, but it's like actually Blue Otter just were looking for a little bit of damage back. Sammy Kid didn't get drive by Glacial Prison, but nothing else going to come through of it, and DSG are going to push out. We have more time. I mean, I told you we had to go 37 minutes, right?
Yeah, we got more game. That almost got Tenacity off of Yukino. That would have been the team kill of the century.
The team kill. He didn't know, man. Don't put that evil on him. Don't you dare. As we highlight Young, though, 4 items for many members of DSG, and I think we can highlight all the kills, all the big score lines. But I think in all actuality, Poom and Yukino actually deserve a ton of the credit for the just proactivity they had.
Yukino had a massive game. I mean, he was everywhere. He's the one that got Young the 2 kills on Samek in mid. I should say he got the first one. Poom got the second. He's the one that fixed top lane for Tenacity. And this first pick Sejuani was really big from Yukino. And I like the point you said about we saw how Disguise responded yesterday against TL. They're going to be in their 10th game in 2 days. We're going to have to see how Blue Water responds now. Backs up against the wall. Momentum not in their favor. Because again, DSG, this time for sure, Mizzell, putting the finishing touches on this game. I'm calling it.
All right, we heard the call from the man himself, and it seems that DSG have answered that call. Moonlight Vigil from Manui. He just had to get his name in there one more time before the game ends. Blue Otter had nothing going for them in this game, and that just means we get to hear those sweet, sweet silver scrapes for a second day in a row. DSG push us the distance.
Yeah, I mean, I was singing Silver Scrapes halfway through that game. Sorry, I might be a realist. I'm trying not to be too depressing, but man, excited to see Game 5. I mean, there's so many picks that we'll talk about in the next draft that we're going to have to see. Like, Udyr's been banned all day. Ziggs, LeBlanc, Senna, all these champs have been banned all day. And really curious to see who ends up, getting picked.
Young will claim our MVP for that game as
I got overruled.
Silas popped the hell off.
I got overruled. All right, it's Young. I had Yukino for mine. I respect the jungler.
Go Burr, okay?
I respect the jungler and the support gameplay that enabled Young to do this. All right, it's fine.
Exactly.
The Silas pick was huge. That was a really good pick later in draft. So I thought this guys had a really heavy draft advantage going into that game. And once they got Tenacity ahead, Young ahead, I mean, we saw that game played out. It was a lot of kills. It looked a lot closer than it actually was.
Indeed, it was. Now, we get to a culmination where both these teams have their season on the line here in the lower bracket. Only one of these teams can move forward here, and one will be done for the entirety of this year. On the other side of this break, we'll see who claims victory.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamardin. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Playoffs Summer 2024 edition. We are here in the lower bracket. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and we have one game to decide who moves forward and whose season is over between the Blue Otters and Disguised.
It really feels like if Blue Otters were to win, the run would continue. This is a team that really none of us had expectations for. We thought they'd be borderline being relegated or in the promotion tournament this split. They really pushed all those to the side throughout, like, with their play this split, whereas Disguised, roster that we have had expectations for, we've really seen them, like, go through. Obviously, dropping Tomo was huge, but we've seen them start to scale up, and they've looked a lot better in playoffs. So, frankly, it's been a very close series, and this could go either way, and excited to see what happens in this Game 5.
Let's Let's go and take a look at the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost, as it was DSG making Blue Otter pay, I guess, that real cost in that one. But it was another one that blue side dominance, but also DSG getting a powerful forward moving piece for Yukino and utilizing that very strongly.
Yeah, that first pick Sejuani was really big, and having that be off the board now this upcoming game that was a big champion for both teams throughout the split, as it is also Music's most played. So yeah, leaving that up and taking a move into it was a bit of a risk, but we'll see what the answers are in this next game. As I'm really curious what ends up happening with a champion like Wukong or Rek'Sai. Like, we could see some of those sneak back in. And the Fearless format, we got no bans in this next game besides the 40 champs that have been played. So it's going to be really interesting. I don't know. There's not a lot to look at this last game, besides the fact that it went like 10 minutes later than it should have. But
as is also the tradition for Disguise, apparently, in the series.
They wanted to have some fun, and they're just playing for content, and they want to make sure that Toast co-streams this as long as possible. So, gotta respect it. You know, more chances to shout out the Patreon.
Let's go and take a look at some of those Fearless bans that will be coming through, though. I would love to break down some of the, I guess, chess pieces that have been laid up for this game, number 5, and maybe some of those big picks that we could see come through. Obviously, the Seraphine comes to mind.
Okay. Senna, Udyr, Darius have been banned for the entirety of this. Also, Ziggs, LeBlanc. Ezreal is still up on the board. That's going to be a really big pick. I'm really curious to see how this pans out. Because what we saw in Game 5 yesterday is that Senna was still available, but it was actually given to the blue side, so it was first picked, and the response from Disguise was fantastic. They took the Seraphine. Frankly, as I've seen more and more of Senna, I actually really prefer the Seraphine side of it, and they ended up playing Seraphine Karma into the Senna, which made it really tough for Senna to get any souls, and they pretty much just poked it to death, and then no one could do anything on the Seraphine later on. Now, there was a Zin's out to boot behind that, so something like
I think
Wukong
there's maybe a little bit of a broader conversation about the Senna as well, but you know.
Yeah. But like Wukong could be a replacement pick for that. If we want to see something similar from Disguise, I will say I don't know which team is on which side. So I forget a note from Prod because, of course, Blue Water did drop that game. So they will have choice aside for this next one. And it looks like they're on blue.
The ticket, yep. And they are on blue side. Get ready. There's going to be a lot of champion faces on this screen. I promise you, they will not hurt you. They are just not going to be in these games. As we are into it, Blue Otter on the blue side.
We're speeding through. Here's the interesting gambit. Disguised. If you split up the Senna Seraphine, and I think you have to split up this combo. If you give Disguised Senna Seraphine, you are signing up to lose, okay? But Blue Otter, they could first pick Seraphine. A lot of the answers, like Silas is off the table. Blitzcrank is off the table. I do think, though, that the Senna Yasuo pairing could be really big, and we could see that out of Blue Water. And frankly, Yasuo was a really good answer to Seraphine. So I feel like that's going to be the adjustment. I think we will see a first pick Senna or Blue Water. I don't think you can leave both Senna and Seraphine up. If Disguise get both, it's going to be disastrous for Blue Water.
That first pick prio is so important. That's why I found it funny you were talking about in that last game. It's like, I don't know if I necessarily want to be a blue side that time around because all the OPs are going to be available.
I mean, they are. Again, like LeBlanc, Ziggs, really, really big champions for Disguise throughout this split. I don't think you can put both in the same draft, but now, I mean, Ezreal, Darius, Udyr, LeBlanc, Ziggs, Senna, all these champs have really hit the ban list for the majority of this series, and now all freed up. Okay, there's a Senna. I expect Seraphine to be slammed here from Disguise. Cannot give over Senna plus Seraphine. That said, I do like playing Seraphine to the Senna. I feel like the approach that Disguise had in their Game 5 yesterday against TLC was quite strong.
Curious what they want to pair up with it as well in that case, but as is tradition, the answer has come through, and it will be the Seraphine locked in yet again for DSG in a Game 5 pivotal moment. Now they got to follow that up with something else that's going to be very strong, especially giving tools over to Yukino. Could be extremely important, and there's the Wukong.
Here comes Yasuo. I think it will be Rovex Yasuo. You can use the wind wall against Encore. It's really good defense. That said, Wukong is very, very strong into Yasuo. A little bit of a risk, but I feel like at this point, I would like that a lot for Rovex and for Blue Water. Or you go Ezreal and you just try and say, okay, we're going to play as far back as possible the bot lane. We're going to find front line elsewhere.
See what that answer is going to end up being, though, for Blue Water, who have had some interesting draft prios in this series, but also in a lot of their runs. as it will be the Udyr that finally makes it on through.
I expect Tenacity Aatrox. I think Aatrox, like, there's already a lower damage profile in this game. I think that that's a really good matchup and a very comfortable champion for Tenacity in the top side. We saw Jenkins kind of body him in the series yesterday in that Aatrox into Udyr. And Tenacity has always had a really strong Aatrox. I think it's already a really good setup for Aatrox in this game. All right. We have Udyr, Yasuo. I expect Aatrox, and then we'll see. I think the Blanc's available for Young if he wants it, but that would make this game, like, really, really bursty. Oh, now, you can play Darius into Udyr, by the way. You actually can. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this, though, because Blue Otter may be using a little bit of their prep here as well, watching that Seraphine Game 5 for DSG yesterday, and being able to have this Yasuo answer into it, and then that Darius now coming through for Tenacity of all people.
I mean, this is the same strategy with the Seraphine that they ran yesterday. It was all about, having the Camille, the Xin Zhao with the Seraphine, and the Karma behind it. So I'm really curious. Does Poom just run the Karma back, and do we get something very similar from Disguised in Game 5?
I mean, the Karma go kind of hard there. We are getting, obviously, through the second phase of bans here as well, but...
Okay, Quacker champs, too. What is Quacker going to play if he doesn't play? I think he has to play the Udyr. So now it's like, are we going to get... And Rek'Sai's available? I don't really love Rek'Sai this game. You can go Karthus, but the Seraphine
is also available.
Can heal. Even Hecarim, though, like, you're diving into a Seraphine, which can be really tough, and Darius wants you to dive in. So I don't know where Quacker is going to land. It can flex the Udyr, but I assume it's going to be the hands of Quacker. And then we're going to see, I don't know. I think Karthus at this point is honestly like one of the better answers, but you will get outranged by Seraphine Karma. So I really feel like when you take Senna like this in Game 5s with Seraphine still up, I favor the Seraphine in these types of games where, like, you're so narrowed up on marksman picks. And I expect Karma to come through here for Disguised.
We'll see that Karma actually does show her face yet again. I'm just loving all the updates we have, by the way, from production on your outfit and the fact that everybody loves it. Do you want to show off a little bit? We're getting somebody saying that you could give them an excellent match on their 401k.
Okay, so first off,
I feel like it fits the table here.
First off, it was Shochi. So thanks, Shochi. I see you. I got game. Second off, no, because technically my mic is hiding a brand, which isn't supposed to show on broadcast. We're not going to get too into it.
The L has been delivered.
It's very friendly to the environment. That's the one hint. And third off, when I spent my last semester of college in San Francisco, the joke was if you have one of these on, then your goal is to walk into a Starbucks and raise VC money. So any jokes around that line is rather appropriate.
And I could see you doing that,
Oh, well, thank you. Instead, I talked about a video game, which is fun.
Yeah,
so,
hey,
still tech related.
Wins. Let's go and take a look at the second phase, though, as we have to talk a little bit about what that answer is going to be. You talked about the Karma a little bit there as well, but there are still a lot of other options available to them, as well as for Blue Otter to try to find some answers to shore up this composition for themselves.
If it's Taric, that's dastardly.
Oh
my god. Okay, so Seraphine Taric bot. We're gonna use Taric to help Wukong go in and find more stuns. This Wukong, Yukino gets to play like a maniac this game, which frankly, knowing Yukino, that is his comfort zone. The dumber this guy can play, the better for Yukino, because he does have hands. And we have seen Yukino really take advantage of comps like this in the past. So I do really appreciate this. I feel like it's a good strat. And Yukino is someone that loves to press his advantages. I think that he plays really well in situations like this, so it's good to see. As we do get Samakin Zoe being taken, specialty pick. He has only lost one competitive game on this champion and has not lost an NACL this split on the Zoe.
And he doesn't get it very often. Most of the time banned away from him in those best threes that we were seeing in the regular season itself. But now you think about this team fight composition for DSG. I mean, they just need maybe a little bit of sustained damage there, but it's a tough composition to come into.
You can get overwhelmed, though, as Zoe with the Encore if Windwall doesn't stop it. Zoe LeBlanc, or Zoe Lee Sin is a really aggressive mid duo.
That's impressive.
Azir, I would rather have Azir than LeBlanc, but I'm okay with LeBlanc because it's comfort for Young, and you can do some nasty things with Taric as well. If we really want to get creative. Do not pick Akali. That champion is very fake and not good. Yes, pick Aurelia. Young Aurelia. Actually do it. If it's Aurelia, I'm so excited.
Is a classic pick for him, but it is going to be the Azir right back to it.
Dude, Aurelia Taric would have been so disgusting. I don't think they wanted to play it in Udyr. I can understand, but it's a really good matchup in the Zoe. That said, it is Azir. This is comfort for Young. This was his most played this split where they won it all. Little magic damage heavy for Disguised. I think it's fine. because it's a lower DPS comp for Blue Water. I do really favor where Disguise is at. I think the key is that Blue Water has to find a lot of their damage before that Taric ult does hit. And that is possible for them, given that they have a Lee Sin kick to at least proc the Yasuo ult, as well as Zoe with the upfront damage. The Taric ult, the Cosmic Radiance, will have to be very preemptive to stop a Zoe burst from coming in. Of course, you can heal up with Seraphine, but
exactly.
I've seen a lot of the Seraphine get played into the Senna at this point, and I do favor the Seraphine side.
Yeah.
I do like where DSG's at this game. Their front line's gonna be much bigger with Seraphine having those double W's to help out behind him.
I just think it's so hard for Samikin to stick his damage. If he's not ahead, like if he's ahead, maybe it makes it a little bit more easy of execution in that regard. But I'm really looking at all the pressure and all the presence from Music and Samikin on this mid jungle here. I mean, they're gonna have to kind of be that bridge builder here for their composition.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not even building bridges, it's just about the early game. If like Blue Water for me, again, this is Senna, but Senna falls off compared to Seraphine. And I gotta say, Tenacity playing Quackers
Did you just
Darius.
say that? Did you just say that?
Yes, it's Seraphine, man. It's Seraphine.
How many souls to make Cubby wrong?
160.
600?
160.
Because it's possible. You could go like an hour and a half.
Nah,
see what the souls look like.
I'm all about that Seraphine, man.
All right.
Give me the encore.
But I think going into this one, this is where we can talk a little bit about these teams as a whole.
Yeah.
We've already mentioned so much about this DSG lower bracket run where they started being able to take that reverse sweep against Team Liquid last night. It is tough to play all these games in a row with your season on the line itself, but to rise to the occasion means that much more. They have a composition that feels like it centers them a little bit more, and we've seen that in the games that they're in advantage, they wrestle control really easily. That cohesion is very important for them.
And I mean, that's something that each of our teams kind of talked about coming in, right? With Disguise, like Poom saying, hey, we did drop 0-2 in that last regular season series to Blue Water. We needed to clean up our comms, needed to clean up our team play, and we've really seen that today from Disguise and Blue Water. This was the team that was really known for their team play. Like, this was the team that was greater than the sum of their parts for the majority of the regular split. And each win for Blue Water really notches how far this team has come as a squad of 5. Again, Emily Rand saying this is one of the coolest stories in NACL this split. Emily always does her homework, and I can't echo that enough from Emily, just watching Challengers League. It really feels like it's always been easy for us to talk about Blue Water because it's always been such a positive given the expectations that this team had versus the performance they've given, being the team that pushed Dragonsteel the closest. And I know that behind the scenes they've been practicing against Dragonsteel quite a bit. There's mutual respect between each of those teams. So really to have them drop out now, it would almost feel like a disappointment, even though our expectations for this team coming into the split were so much lower just based on the level we've been seeing from Blue Water throughout the split.
And that's why it was a bit of a surprising fact. Their harsh losses to Supernova there in that first round and being knocked down into the lower bracket definitely turned it around. I mean, that Winthrop series was a shellacking as well in return, but it begged some of those questions towards Blue Water in their first split. Can they maintain some of that greatness that we've been praising them for so often?
We'll see. I really want to see this game, the Taric combos. You have to keep your eyes on Taric and how well Poom can synergize with everyone else. Because if Azir, Wukong go in with Taric stuns behind it, it can be massive for Poom in Disguise.
It's a game number 5. The silver scrapes ringing in our ears. Blue Otter versus Disguised had to go the distance. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got. Give all the love to these players, as you have to remember one of these team seasons will be over after this series. Make sure you go also to this link here and buy your tickets for NACL finals. The goal that all these teams are fighting for, trying to make the lower bracket run to get to that live in-person final.
Okay, a few things. First off, Tenacity, Ghost, Flash. That's standard. Quacker, though, running the Ghost and TP. Also, Young with the Grasp. I'm curious if this ends up being Tank Azir. Young does like Tank Azir. It makes sense to me into Zoe, but it does kind of make it so that Disguise, they really have to play long fights and cannot get blown up. As we might see a late invade here from Blue Water and a potential lane swap. Tenacity is not ready for this and does not have TP, as Yukino is going to be forced off. All 5 members of Blue Water up in the North Quadrant. This is a very good start for Music and Friends.
Music and Friends. I like that. Now I'm just imagining a bunch of otters that are friends. which I guess they truly are. I think that's what's also just been a little bit of that story that Emily Rand loves so much, is kind of the relegation story, but also the up-and-comings of some of our newer players in Levitate and Samikin, as we are going to see this little bit of lane swap shenanigans.
And I like this a lot. Like, one of the issues with Senna into the Seraphine lane, and also like the Karma, we saw yesterday, it was the difficulty to get souls. Now we have to see Poom actually rotate up with Tenacity to make sure that Darius can at least be kind of relevant in this lane. That said, they're posturing for the 4v2 dive, which can be very big for Blue Water. They need this comp to play fast. They will get outscaled this game. So to see Blue Water really posture for this, I like a lot. This wave is small, though. I don't think they can do it on this wave. Okay, never mind.
Maybe they try to force it.
No.
Poom can't hit the
good.
CC chain there. It's going to be the full-on dive, though. It's first blood going the way of Tenacity. As now they actually get the pull back onto Poom. It is the 1-for-1 right now, but can they make it more? Flash is going to come through. TP right back as
That's
well.
Seraphine.
And that will end up being the move from Manui to try to even it up here.
Honestly, not terrible. I'm curious to see the Darius, though, walking mid, because I think Darius has to go bot now to lane into Quacker. As at least there was first blood going over to Tenacity, still denied quite a bit. Quacker is going to be up in experience, though. Tenacity did start Apprehend, so we could get really cheesy here on mid lane.
Not going to decide on that one.
That would have been crazy, man.
It would have been wild.
I don't get why Tenacity is up here. I feel like you don't want to continue this lane swap if you're Disguised. And Tenacity can't do anything with Apprehend in the lane, so I thought that he was just going to catch a lot, but it looks like we're still going to have this weird scenario where it's Darius plus Tarek laning.
I love that this. Both of our teams have just said in these last couple games, let's just throw another level of complexity into these games, and add some lane swaps and try to take advantage of maybe some of those loopholes in it.
I like the call from Blue Water. I feel like it's really appropriate given their comp. You're so strong level 1 with Udyr. You're really weak as DSG, so just getting something and starting the game off on a high note is what they need. But now, like, again, Tenacity, he's level 1 to level 2 now to level 3 at Poom. The fact that Poom's still up here, like, we aren't going to be able to be at the game state where the Darius can actually push around the Udyr, which is why you take this matchup. So, again, good read from Blue Water, but I don't like the response from DSG.
Dude, it's so hard to know where anybody is on the map right now. Music gets collapsed on by both Boom and Young and Yukino, all coming together as well. But the Dragon Prio maybe taking a little bit of presence here for Blue Otter. They have really liked neutral objective control when they're on the blue side.
Yeah, and I mean, they're shifting the Yasuo bot. I mean, I don't like this from Blue Otter either. Like, I actually want to keep the lanes where Udyr is solo, because I feel like Udyr had enough levels. And with Seraphine being a low, where each can just kind of scale up. Seraphine with levels, it's better, but you might get to the state where Darius is no TP and down, and Darius is only good for damage in this scenario. Now you're shifting back into this lane where Manui is level 6, going into the Senna Yasuo where Levitate's only level 2. This is really favorable for DSG.
And it's going to be yet another game where I don't know if we're necessarily going to see the big culmination of those stacks for the Senna as quickly as maybe we'd want to. But it definitely is better than what we were seeing yesterday.
It doesn't matter as much with support Senna, but I still feel like it makes an impact. Like, range is always nice. Big thing, though, like we see Tenacity, he was sent back to base again by this Udyr. Tenacity was brought low. And, I mean, if anyone knows how to play into Udyr, it's going to be Quacker. So that is one factor in terms of denying that counter. I guess we didn't want to have a Gnar this game. Like, that was the best pick up that's into Darius.
Honestly surprised.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised too. I mean, Tenacity is not an Gnar player, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Really weird start to the game. In, like, breaking everything down, though, with the back half, Quacker has edge, and they're going to look to punish Tenacity. But the Seraphine being this far up and being able to get here for free, I feel like is a very big deal. As 6 minutes to their music on the clubs, and we have Wukong and DSG on the Drake.
Really nice trade early, and that's why I think diving to that point you were mentioning a little bit deeper is this composition for DSG is terrifying around team fights. And I think you just have to have that in the back of your mind for Blue Otter.
Yeah,
because your damage is not necessarily consistent. You're going to have to rely on some big execution moments from, you know, the likes of even Rovex but also more so Sammy can try to pop in those paddle stars and get actual damage down into a very sustain-heavy comp.
Yeah, they're really on a timer this game. So we will see if they can play fast enough to hit it. Again, I think if this game does go late, I mean, Manui buffing up a Wukong, buffing up a Darius into this front line. I don't see how Blue Water can slow it down. The fact they have such a lane lead in the Darius, though, is a big deal. And taking that Dragon, it did buy more time for Quacker to freeze this lane and really punish this Darius, which has been big this game.
And I know you mentioned at the beginning of that point, but I also got to give more love to Manui here on his Seraphine. The fact that he came into big shoes to fill for Homo, getting that promotion to LCS, but it's the fact that we weren't really seeing these picks for him bubble up to the surface here this split, especially during the regular season. The fact that he's turning it on here in the playoffs when it matters the most for DSG, that we're seeing this Manui that we once knew and loved, especially on that Fear roster, is really cool to see for him kind of stepping up into the moment.
Wow, we actually have another swap coming out from the skies as they sent Tenacity back bot. Again, doesn't want to be into the Udyr. They had to swap lanes to break this freeze. That's a pretty big deal. Darius should be fine in this lane, but again, Darius has been really starved out this game. And Darius, you're really only good for damage. So we'll be buffed up by the Taric, by the Seraphine as this game goes on. Elongated team fights for DSG are going to be very scary. It's going to be about bursting for Blue Water, especially given the tank Azir. Young trying to play the long fight. But I don't think that Blue Water have enough of the lead early on. They need to get 6 grubs and do something with it. I really think that's where things have to go here.
Try to keep some presence up there, I'm sure, once the next spawn comes up. I would love to see if DSG are kind of willing to fight them over that one.
This wave is cooked again for Tenacity, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his CS, man. He's having a good time.
He's in terrible shape, and I'm really surprised that Yukino is like not playing towards it. I mean, Tenacity hates this game right now.
And this is a combo that we've seen play so well together and towards each other, right? And I think not seeing that this time around, the lane swaps really leaning into that. Maybe not being able to find that consistent path to match up with Tenacity in those lane states.
This is why I was surprised that Blue Water opted to get out of this scenario in the first place. You can just keep this play pattern up against Darius as he does in that 6, but he loses Ghost for it. The run after Levitate. Nice Q3 here from Rovex.
That gets something started with Poom coming around. But
I mean, Music's behind. They're going to spot Music over here.
Oh, no. It's the Flangle, although he has that apprehend. Oh, nice little kick, actually, from Music to get some of that damage away. TP now coming in from Quacker to join the fight. Encore, not going to connect. Manui just goes short. Now Blue Water are actually looking for the fight. Sammy can't hit the paddle star. Man, all these abilities, they're just so short. Oh, no, what? Stop it! What? Come on! Boom, he just goes in, almost dies. He will end up falling. Last breath on a Yukino, but it's Blue Water that actually all 5 strong, still putting the pressure on DSG. Here comes Young. Maybe he can make the difference here. He does have the shuffle. Is not going to follow through.
I didn't love Poom going back in. I feel like if they just kind of walked out of there, Young would have gotten mid, would have gotten some stuff for himself, could have rotated top with all the TPs down afterwards to get even more. DSG overplaying this one again. Look at the map state. Young is walking out of base. So really nice wind wall from Rovex again. This is why you pick Yasuo into the Seraphine to find those bursty fights. But like after this, DSG's out of here. Like, we're chilling. If we send Young mid, we can hit that wave that's coming into him. We can then rotate towards top. That wave is going into the top lane too. So we get Azir really fed off this play. Instead, we decide to take the fight. That was ill-advised from DSG as Blue Water find a little bit for themselves.
Just a little bit of lagging in the decision-making tree there.
And the flash a little lagged behind the
that's what I'm talking about. Like trying to decide if he wanted to go in there on the Levitate, realizing he was a little bit overextended. You can see the angle. Although Sleepy Trouble Bubble will go a little bit wide on Young. Here comes DSG in mid-lane presence. Poom getting a huge chunk from himself, but the grubs have spawned. We need presence around this side.
I mean, Music's coming, and again, I think at this point of the game, team fights are decent for Blue Water. Seraphine's still no encore. Music does fight the first one away.
Why not? I mean, just get the mites and get out. That's all you really needed. You're going to deny that.
Yeah, I mean, a huge investment for DSG to deny this as the Udyr just continues to get further and further ahead. And again, if you aren't punishing this matchup as Darius, you are worth nothing on the map. So I really feel like with the lane swap, the no TP on Darius, with the fact that we had lane swaps exist, we really put Tenacity out of the game. Not good for DSG.
We are just fighting every single... I mean, there's not a lot of kills in 11 minutes, but every single moment is just packed with just fisticuffs. And I like it. It's game 5. Your season on the line. You got to put everything you have into it. You're going to see Music play with a little bit of the fire on the Yukino.
Music finds the yoink there, quite big. And it's just a crab, but, you know, we'll take those.
But it's a dub.
I mean, my eyes, they still go to bot lane. This Darius is so starved out this game.
Dude, like, imagine Tenacity's thoughts right now when he's at 12 minutes in and only has 40 CS.
Yeah.
That'd be real rough.
It's like, I took this guy's pick for what, man?
But hey, if there's anybody that can pull himself out of the hole, it is Tenacity. Mainstay here in Tier 2, but honestly been having a hell of a run with DSG. Him and Young been picking up a lot of the slack over the last couple series as well. And they're going to have to do so yet again here.
Nice.
On this red side. About 2,000 gold up is Blue Otter 12 minutes in.
This is a good scenario, though, for DSG. Tenacity was at least able to get this wave all the way in, and because Drake's up, both bot lanes will make their way towards this side of the map. Quacker, though, is here as well. So we see Tenacity walking up top. But the power showing for Blue Water. Can't take this fight as DSG. We would be down a number. Keep in mind, Tenacity, no TP, cannot join. So you can really playing to harass here, nothing else. And I think a fight at this point, when you have music on Eclipse and you know, Wukong still working towards that Trinity Force, would be ill-advised from DSG. So we'd love to see them stall this out, drop it, and try and just buy time for Tenacity to get back in the game on the top side.
I'm actually really glad to see music go with the Eclipse build or the Lee Sin. Provide a little bit more damage as well.
It's just a decent item. We're trying to spike as hard as we can mid-game, right? I mean, Quacker's sacking a lot for this. He is sacking a lot for this. That whole wave's going to get in. Keep in mind, again, Darius only good for damage. He gets back to the game. It's big. Rovek's going to have flash over the wall. So DSG gets something.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a good cutoff, though.
and cleanse.
I keep looking at the bot wave.
That's a big combo. They are going to have a lot of sustain. That's the thing about these compositions. Both teams have a lot of healing power behind them, as we are going to have that split neutral objective in the Dragons. But maybe a little bit of play here. Manui has to flash away from that sleepy trouble bubble.
Watch music.
Oh,
no,
he wants it. Last breath. It's going to come through, but the encore maybe denying. Is the Cosmic Radiance going to be enough? It is. Put on those sunglasses and keep cool, calm, and collected. The root now go under turret. Manui getting a little bit low, but they still have so much sustain themselves between the Seraphine and the Taric.
Okay, so, I mean, the tower's going to fall. That is first brick going over to Blue Water as plates fall. So that's still decent money, but what is given in return? And against Tenacity, he's able to catch up on the top side. Quacker was sitting mid during this, so Quacker's going to pick up most of this wave, but Tenacity only being down one double now, I find significant in this game. Again, Darius only useful if you're able to step up and do damage. So Tenacity getting resources really, really big for DSG in that series, even if they did lose that turret in the bot side.
He's got the Stride Breaker now. He's got an item. He's somewhat relevant. As Rift Herald on the other side of the map, though, needs a little bit of relevance. His music is going to take that one.
Yeah, I mean, Tenacity's bot, he can't join. If Tenacity is not on the side of the map, they cannot play for the objective. I'd still like the call. I think that you have to get the Darius back in the game. Because the idea of this comp is to get Wukong and Darius in the face of the opponent and have them do the damage. As speaking of getting in the face of the opponent. Backers.
Okay.
Backer might be stuck.
TPing, although he's an Udyr. Oh, man. And what does Beatdown say? When you think you got Udyr, no, you didn't.
That's big. Free Herald and a TP burn from Manui. So that is now a TP advantage for Blue Water. As Tenacity sees Zoe, doesn't want to deal with it. So he's going to go kill a jungle camp or go walk towards mid. Manui TPing there meant that mid was thrashed by Blue Water, and they're actually dropped the Herald. So looking for a potential turret.
Might spawn there as well, trying to see this one down. A couple more auto attacks would mean that turret goes down. There's no more defensive structure out there on the middle part of the map for DSG, but they can't actually close that one down. They are getting the split lane push right now with Samikin in the side lane, though, and bot.
Tenacity can't pick that one up. I think he's just trying to see if he can find music. Here is Apprehend.
Combo. Okay, they got the blue. There's the combo. No Sleepy Trouble Bubble is there, but music is already gone, and that's the kind of strength that DSG can capitalize if blue are overextending.
Really well done there by DSG. Again, as you highlighted, Eric, Seraphine, our ability to stack the CC, find the kills, try and get Tenacity resets. Hit there, but he was able to participate. Still picks up the waves in the back half, so a bit of an overextend there from music. And I gotta say, 2.5k gold lead, I don't think it's enough yet for Blue Water, but it's not a bad state to be. Just the way that Young scales in this game on this tank Azir, as we're going to see him force out Quacker. Like, we're going to get to a point where Blue Water cannot one-shot people anymore. And when that point is hit for DSG, that's when their team comp becomes so scary because, as you highlighted, the Taric heal's coming through, the Seraphine heal's coming through, and this huge front line that DSG is going to have that, you know, has the shields behind them, it's going to be too much. It breaks Senna overall. So I think Blue Water needs to really continue to push the pace of this game.
See it now as well. First items pretty much for everyone. We obviously got the echoes there for Levitate. But it's interesting to me that we talk so much about the Senna. We see so much talked about the Senna and how OP it is. But now a second game, we see this pick, and it's not necessarily finding to pay dividends until that later part of the game. Now, Blue Water still do have 2.5, a little bit more so in the lead. But we've said it all along, the Blue Water need to have even more of an advantage if they really want to be able to have an even ground to stand on against DSG's later game composition. And we have 40 seconds just about until the Dragon comes up.
If I'm DSG, I'm dropping this Dragon. No shot on contesting it. Let's go scale. Let's go get Azir that Nashor's Tooth in the top side and try and play for that turret. I think this is going to be a give.
And I think that leads to the macro decision making that we see for both teams. It was something that we talked so heavily about for Blue Water coming into this one. I mean, they have been one of the strongest teams in that decision making tree across this entire split. Some of these moments they're taking advantage of, though, and DSG are the ones that are having really fluid map states. And I think that's going to matter a lot as we get into the middle of this mid-game and start looking at that later part of the game where, yeah, this decision-making is super important. You have to look at those pole positions, you know, Rovex and Boom having big saves.
And this is just the right call. There's no chance that DSG can contest this. Just try and get gold where you can. And Young being this accelerated, I think, is really good for the game overall. Because they made that decision so early, they're able to, you know, actually get some significant damage or even try and get this wave into the inner turret on the top side. So just trade aside of maps, a little bit of a split map here, but still Tenacity able to hold on. Young able to get a lot. And this Azir is going to be very, very scary. Keep in mind, Azir also benefits from the fact he gets Seraphine shields as well. So if Young is able to stand and fire off those Sand Soldiers and those autos, Blue Water again aren't able to find the bursty fight, they're going to be in trouble.
And I don't know if it's... Okay, well, maybe I don't get a chance. Okay, no, I'm going to stick to my words. If you think you got Udyr, no, you don't. Samikin, he has a really curious position to me in this game because it does not feel like he's going to have any damage impact, and he's not going to be here for this one. Quacker isn't either because he's already dead to Young.
TPs.
We are going to get the TPs coming in, but it is still a 4v5 in favor of DSG. Trying to get a combo with the Tornado there. Levitate getting heal up as much as possible. These little fights on the back end are where Samikin can thrive if he can get some poke damage in.
Yeah, but it's so tough against Young. Like, look at how big this Azir is. You're level 13. He's ahead in items. He's been stacking up the grasp. Like, you're going to have to go, you know, get through a 3k health Azir that has a Seraphine, a Taric behind him. I think the Blue Water, like, in a way, have already been outscaled. I don't see a way where they're going to be able to snowball a huge team fight. They have to play for picks at this point. I really feel like the 5v5, as long as DSG is stacked, they're fine.
And that's some of the pivotal strength from the draft that's just leading to ease of execution, really. I feel that's been a return point for a lot of this game, a lot of this series. But it is a very comfort-heavy composition for DSG, and they're utilizing it well.
And look at where Young is in this game. He has a Nashor's Tooth in base, and again, if Azir is able to stand and fire, that's the focus that Blue Water is going to have. You have to get through, you know, going to be almost 3k health. A potential Frozen Heart could even come through, or a Banshees from Young if he really wants to be safe. I don't see how Blue Water breaks this if the game goes on, so they have to play around it now. And this, like, little goon squad from DSG has been quite big. It's just been Wukong, Seraphine, Taric all on top of each other. Again, good luck breaking that.
And I just love the conversations. We have a little bit of downtime here that Full Fearless brings to the table here, because it feels like you're so pinned back against the wall. You have like a hand tied behind your back in a lot of these cases, but then you get to a game 5 where all of a sudden you're getting pivotal picks be the big difference makers. And
I mean, yeah, but also like the pivotal counter picks too. The fact that DSG have Seraphine for Manui, the champ that, like, he's been known for so big as Tenacity. Just trying to get risky around this turret. Yukino is spotted. We do have vision here for Blue Water, so they will get the last outer and sneak out. I mean, I like the call because you're forced to give up, certain champs, Mazel, but also you gotta save answers for these champs from talking to some of the teams and like how they go into this and kind of prepare for it. And the fact that both Seraphine and Senna were up, that there was no chance to actually split those champs up as this game went forward. You get the answer where we saw DSG win this trade yesterday against TLC, and now they get it again on a champ that is nothing but comfort for Manui.
In a pivotal game 5, they busted it out against Team Liquid and ended their hopes here, trying to do it again, but to the Blue Otters in their first split in this league, giving everybody a run for their money. One of the only teams that has been able to take some games off the top ones in the echelon of our regular season. And it's been cool to watch their story, but they got to continue pushing forward in this game. About a minute till another dragon. They need to keep pace in their hands.
Samikin has hit a pretty big spike in the Witchbane and the Rocket Belt. I think that, this is really the strongest he gets unless he goes for, like, Death Cap next. But I think that'd take too much time, right? And DSG, I mean, they look comfortable to stack. We're 45 seconds away from this dragon. It looks like DSG are thinking about contesting. It's all about taking away Azir and denying Encore. Music
is fishing around, but he's about to face check a bush. Oh, there's the Encore on top of it all. You're just charmed up, CC. Wow. The music is gone. Look at that combo from the skies.
And yesterday, it was the Xin Zhao. Xin was already picked up, but guess what? It called it in draft. You have the Wukong to kind of replace it. That's exactly what Yukino was able to do there. Jungler removed from the scenario. Music going to be in the gray screen for another 20 seconds. No smite and a dragon spawning in 5 seconds for Disguise.
That's so rough. They're going to wrestle back so much of that gold lead that Blue Otter had painstakingly put up. And yeah, you're starting to see Young just is nigh unkillable on this Azir, and he's going to be even stronger as time goes on, too. Dragon is going to go.
This is the champ that Young was known for really last year when he won, right? It was his Azir that was his most played, that was just really old reliable for Disguise. So to find that in Gamefly with Manui's old reliable and Seraphine. Yes, 40 champs off the table for this game, but still a lot of comfort being found for DSG. As they will secure that dragon, keep the gold lead stable. As I mean, I really feel like they're stronger in this game. Blue Water, I'm not blaming them for flipping this. I really do not blame them. Tenacity was just bot. They might have a 5v4.
Okay, they're going to try to pull it. Look at everybody running, though, from DSG. They want to try to contest this one. Manui is first and foremost here. Four members in the pit, though, for Blue Water. They just want to go for the fight maybe now. Tracker going back over. Music still in the pit. Going to come join. Donnie Shadow is going to claim one. Manui is gone. Here comes Poom, though. As the root does connect, you're starting to see some of those paddle stars do some work here. As Samikin pepper it into Tenacity. He wants the kill. Outplays the hell out of him.
That is the Zoe that we know and love from Samikin. Manui went down without Burning Flash. Yukino and Manui were missing ults. Blue Water, they push the pace when they have to. And staring down a comp where they're going to be outscaled, they're forcing at the right time and actually giving themselves a chance in this game.
You cannot doubt the power of the Samikin Zoe. Can he make the difference here, though? Some roots coming down. Young on the back of the pit. There is no entrance for DSG. And a play that they wanted to start into the rally cry. Baron buff going to Blue Otter, and now a 4K lead.
That is a fantastic call from Blue Water. I know talking with Robax, he's really taken over the main shot calling responsibilities. Look at this. No ult on Manui, no ult on Yukino, so that Wombo's not there. Manui gets slept by Samikin through everyone. He doesn't flash. He gets melted down by the empowered R from Quacker, and he goes down. And then from here, Samikin plays this out beautifully. Finds another sleep on the Tenacity. Flashes forward, spaces the Apprehend after the Rocket Belt. Gets a second kill on his Zoe. Beautiful play from Blue Water. And once they remove those two big pieces, again, if DSG are split, if they're not grouped as 5, especially if Seraphine's missing, their comp goes down in so much value. So Blue Water continue to force, and they find the Baron.
And even though Samikin's damage might not stick all the time, if you don't have those couple sustained picks like the Taric and the Seraphine, I mean, that damage does stick. And I love to see that he's using this profile of the Zoe to keep presence off of the back of the pit as well.
I mean, I do too, but God, I love the call from Blue Water. If you do not go for something like that, you're going to sit back and lose this game. We've seen them get picked off one by one to the Seraphine Wukong Terra combo. They're really taking matters into your own hands when those ults are down. Blue Otter makes something happen, and now they're able to pick up so much gold on the map. They're actually going to be powerful again, going to have the items to hopefully try and one-shot DSG moving forward.
Leaning on that veterancy, the calls from Music and Rovex, those tent-pole positions for Blue Otter. They need to rely on that veterancy the most now. Talk about those relegation histories. Those sting so much in the minds. But here, in their entrance into the league, Blue Otter, they have an advantage going into this game, number 5, 27 minutes in.
Yeah.
Tenacity in mid lane getting pressed on by Quacker. The siege is going to continue right now for the last little while. This Baron buff up for another minute.
I mean, I'll be real. I still don't even feel like Blue Otter have an advantage. They're going to take more from this Baron, but I think the Baron is like more equalizing the game rather than like actually being big for them. As you can see, the Seraphine still, keeping Yukino Boom at those health bars being full. It's so tough for Blue Otter if they don't find the one-shots to still play into the comp with DSG.
You got to find the 100 to zeros. You're not going to win a sustained fight right now. And I don't know if you ever will. But if you can find those big picket paddle stars, maybe even Music getting a big catch out, that's huge. The siege is going to continue, though, and DSG a little bit sporadic in their defense. They actually lose this here, too.
And they can only defend so much. They might lose the Dragon, too. We do see Tenacity going to pick up that top wave that is crashing. It will be nice for him as he needs to get towards that Sterex. A big item for the Darius, but Blue Otter, I mean, again, like this game, you can see the gold graph. It was stable. You had DSG just starting to chip into it, and then that Baron really blowing things back up in Blue Otter's advantage. Again, I don't think the gold lead matters that much this game. If you have Seraphine and Terra grouped up, if the Cosmic Radiance connects, if you cannot one-shot people as Blue Otter, you will lose the extended team fight. But if you can, which requires a gold lead, there is a chance. And the fact that Blue Otter got that Baron, took what they could off the map, that really increases their chances and make sure that they don't just get starved out in this game.
And it's just been this story of Blue Otter in their brightest moments having macro decisions across the map that are just heads above anything else we see in the league.
Yeah.
We're get this Dragon set up would be a sole point for either side.
Yeah, waves aren't really in Blue Otter's favor. As you see, Music going to get cut off by Tenacity. This is good for
Not
Tenacity.
anywhere near the pit. I mean, Tenacity will take that all day. As now Yukino will claim that Dragon. That's the second Infernal Dragon for them, and now they're going to use all their ultis on the Quacker. But he's a dude here, and he makes it out alive there. Nice little denial from Blue Otter, even though they lost the Dragon.
Yeah, Sandakin can't get anything in the back half. The fact that those Infernal Dragons go over to DSG means more damage for the 4 members that are building damage to Blue Otter. Fierce enough trying to cut them off. Ults are down. Young and Tenacity still have their ults available. And
Samikin is so
Rovex
dangerous here. This is where Samikin thrives. Any of these in-between moments, any of this poke that he can get in. Quacker has TP'd in, but realizes he's bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Here comes another paddle star blocked by Tenacity. That's huge because it might have just one-shot Yukino, but they are still trying to siege down into the Sun Disc, and it's a nice utilization of that by Young.
Yep, the fact that that turret was up for Azir stops the press from Blue Otter, who again are trying to force around those alt timers. That is the right call from them. But Music being cut off by Tenacity, couldn't contest the Dragon. It does fall over to DSG, now being 1 Dragon away from Soul Point. Quite good. Also stabilized the game from there. So the bleeding kind of stopped here for DSG, and they can continue to lean on their scaling. The one thing I want to point to, that cap completed for Samikin. So if this Zoe is able to find any of the trouble bubbles and the paddle stars, it's going to do a lot of damage over on DSG. And again, Samikin has only lost 1 competitive game on Zoe since he started in this league. So his Zoe is a beast in solo queue. It's been a beast in competitive. We've talked a lot about the comfort picks, for Manui, for Yukino here. Samikin as well has his Zoe and has access to try and do something special.
As it gets in there, steals away the red buff. That's actually pretty big for Blue Otter, just getting any mental advantage they can. Though, is actually going to try to use a Cyclone combo on the Blue Otter. Realize they might go into this choke point here, but DSG cannot follow through, and that's actually a big ultimate used by Yukino.
That is part of the combo that we have seen. DSG will not have access to that. That is also really key to interrupting Yasuo in these fights, just keeping the front line so that back line of DSG that is going to supply all those heals from the Seraphine can stay stable. That said, Vision not on the Baron for DSG. Okay, they do drop a blue trinket to make sure that things are okay there. Doing their best to carve out this pocket. Zoe is very dangerous in this scenario. See Samikin fishing. I want to see how aggressively Blue Water plays around this coming Baron, though.
They pulled the trigger there. We're actually going to get the TP coming out of the base by Manui, who has gotten the upgrade to the Seraph. As Seraph is a pretty nice tool for him, not only the safety with that big shield, but now it's going to be a 3-item spike itself. Blue Otter going to start the Baron.
I think they need to make something happen still. Yukino still going to be down all. Baron at half. Young TPing in.
Manui hits a big encore, though. It's the difference maker
Yeah,
here. It's all about these little singular abilities as the Baron going down about half health here. DSG, they feel like they're on the precipice. They feel like they're losing this game. They need to make something happen here as they need to buy time, but maybe that means just getting some kills here, as well as Quacker getting apprehended to his death. Yukino goes on a killing spree, who has been the brightest moment for DSG so far. And Blue Otter, they're a little bit split here now as well in the decision-making. As now, and Samikin can't follow up the damage there. Blue Water just pull the tools away from DSG.
Alts are down. DSG should play to fix their lanes. They cannot start Baron because they will get poked down by Samikin Zoe, and they do not do it fast at all. They should go fix their lanes, get some gold on their shoulders, and I'm curious like how aggressive Blue Water wants to play around this Baron yet again.
Could just start it up immediately. I mean, that's what the damage profile, the sustained damage has.
Yukino's in base. Yukino based.
You might not even be able to make it. Okay, Blue Water a little hesitant themselves. They realize there's still potentially some damage to be followed up on, and the fact that Poom has the Cosmic Radiance.
Again, this game's getting weird, but I think at this point, Blue Water needs to make this game weird. They need to find pokes, they need to find skirmishes, they need to find a way to split DSG up. The DSG are allowed to play with those ultimates, and they stack up. There is no answer from Blue Water. And now they get one last reset in. 45 seconds away from this Infernal Dragon spawning. It is sole available for DSG. Another big fight for DSG can be huge, and they have every flash available but Tenacities. Blue Water will have everything available for themselves as well. So expect a big fight. I think the key, again, if they can find Seraphine any way, shape, or form, it's massive.
Take away the tools, those pieces that make the composition work, but it is a moment that maybe they buy time. Maybe they say another 5 minutes is all we need. Maybe we push pressure around this Baron pit here and force Blue Otter away from that Dragon pit.
It's not a speedy one. Azir is really the only DPS when he's significant. Has no Wukong W, so that's going to get damage on the Yukino, but of course the double W from Seraphine will be fine. Blue Water going to fix the wave, and this has actually started. I think this is a dangerous scenario here for DSG. I'm a bit surprised we're doing this.
Very surprised. Maybe they just say because we have all the tools, we want to push them into these choke points here. DSG a little hesitant now, about half health there now. Samikin doing some work. His Sleepy Trouble bubble is going to be huge. Yukino decides to go forward. DSG, they say this is their moment. The kickback denies any kind of entrance. Now Samikin will be jumped on, but the Baron's still going low. Cracker going down here. Samikin gets the big poke. Music's in the back of the pit. DSG say it's a 50-50. We want music gets it. Blue Water has completely dusted DSG. It's a full and total ace. And Blue Water, they're looking for revenge against Supernova.
Every ult from DSG went wide in the Baron pit. Nothing connects, and Blue Water finds a 5-0, and their run continues.
Blue Otter with the absolute stunning nature against DSG. It went all 5. It went to Silver Scrapes, but they will deny the lower bracket kings in disguise. And what a story we get to see continue.
I cannot believe that's how DSG's split ends. It started Rovex. I asked him, what are the keys to victory for you today? He said DSG are going to beat themselves. If we fire up this replay, name an ult that hits from DSG. Everything went wayward, and Blue Water managed to find the Baron, find the 5-0, and find the victory. We're going to watch again. I mean, look at this. Like, first off, it's only a one-man on the music.
Encore goes wide.
It missed. It went wide. Then Yukino not able to cast a second ultimate. They just don't go in. And now Music stuck in the back of the pit, so we commit to him. That's fine, but Young, the combo's late. Shurima Shuffle goes wide. We're all stuck in the pit. Music steals it. Cosmic Radiance comes down. It's late. Everyone is already dead and getting collapsed upon for Blue Water. Every ult missed. Tenacity didn't even cast his. And that's how the Blue Waters are able to overcome Disguised.
I don't even know. I mean, that's like tears from DSG right there. That the fact that you literally have this composition that is so set up for success when you're all together, and every single piece of that falls the wrong way. That feels real bad, but that is the moment to strike from Blue Otter, and they took full advantage.
I mean, also just to force the Baron against a Zoe like that, like
right?
Trapping yourself against a Rock and a Heart Blitz that's not needed. You can actually, seed Dragon Control and then try and find a numbers advantage to actually burn the Baron. No, they just start it up, allow Zoe to poke down, and the force was not there. And, this entire time, I'm like, hey, if we have the Seraphine in disguise, play those fights out slow, it's going to be okay. What happens? Blue Otter, they're the ones that let them start Baron. They're the ones that play the fight slow. They let the Zoe do the poking, and then they let all the ultimates go wide and disguised. I mean, their season, it was so close to continuing, but it ends with a swing and a miss. And that's the end of saying disguised, in org, in Challengers League that, they won last summer, much like NRG who won last summer in LCS. They take an early exit.
The real cost for DSG was their split. Blue Otter will put them down, and a hell of an entrance into the league for this organization. The story gets to continue. The relegation plus rookies making the comeback here in the league. It is incredible to watch. As we're going to step away for a short little break, we're going to have the Rally Cry post-game interview after this with none other than Sammykin after his Zoe performance. We'll see you there.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Well, you thought we had the Rally Cry post-game interview, but we're going to be waiting on that one for just a little bit. Until then, we're going to take a look at the Samsung SSD Fast 5, as I think it should be a lot of fun to kind of see what the stats are looking like here in the playoffs.
A shout out to our team here for pitting real quick. We're doing our best to talk to a member of Blue Water, as we want to hear from them after that comeback Game 5 victory, or I should say series victory. But real quick, Fast 5. This is from the weekend in Hull. And man, seeing Sammykin be fast to that legendary item, I mean, I feel like he was a big story in that last game with him leading the cause there. really, really big. As yeah, we're hoping to get him on the line in the interview real soon.
Love to see DSG also representing in some fashions. I mean, I think commiserations have to be there for the team itself. I think, you can look at some particular members. I think Poom's growth has been really big, but I think Young had some incredible performances over this last little bit for DSG, and it shows the level of player that this guy can be. And we also see him, right behind a little bit. Samikin, maybe about 30, a little far behind, I guess. But they're in the fastest legendary. Anything else that stands out to you here?
It was, Jungler is being rather tight on that fastest level 6. And honestly, just some of the names we see on here that we are not going to be seeing again, as we said goodbye to a couple of very significant teams. I know Winthrop kind of expected they were to drop, but Disguised and TLC no longer being a part of NACL for this split. We have our top 5 teams, and these were 2 teams that we had high expectations for, that were higher up on the totem pole, given the players they get to pick, just the orgs they were in NACL, being toppled by some of the other teams that we have in the league. It has made for an exciting split of Challengers League, but of course, it'll be a bummer to say goodbye, as we will not be seeing them until next year. And that is a hell of a wait.
Now, I do have word. We have our interview ready to go. So, Cubby, I'm going to toss it over to you and Samikin.
All right. We waited to get this one on the line, but Samikin, what's up, man? Thanks so much for joining us. Ooh, how you feeling after that Game 5? Backs up against the wall. We had some old reliable champs come through. You saw Disguise yesterday let the Senna go through and play the Seraphine into it and find the win, but you got your hands on Zoe. What were your thoughts as a team, and yourself being on your pick, your comfort pick, going into Game 5?
Honestly, we just knew we were going to win Game 5 after we won the first 2 games, because not the first 2 games, we won 2 out of the 4 games, and we didn't win on the 4th game, so we got to get side preference, and we practiced Senna a lot, despite other teams not doing so we definitely had the advantage there, in my opinion. And well, it's just Rovex Yasuo just countering the the Seraphine pocket pick. It's just everything.
No, go.
Everything, it's all of our pocket picks just countered all of their pocket picks. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, I was calling out the Rovex Yasuo in draft. I figured that'd be the response in the Seraphine. I will say you guys were in a really tough spot at one point in that Game 5. I think that you guys made a really gutsy call to do the Baron. When you did, there was no Wukong ult, there was no Seraphine ult. Who called that? What were your guys' thoughts behind that? Because it did feel like that game was starting to slip away from you guys with how strong the 5-stack was from DSG.
Well, after Wukong and Seraphine used their ultis, we knew that there was only one window for us to be able to do anything before they threatened to do Dragon Soul and then Baron, to split us and make us take a choice, which we would probably have to take Dragon, of course. But it was definitely Rovex and Music making all the calls, and it's stuff that we learned in scrims, where thanks to Tenongo Phil and Sneezes, of course, we were able to understand what choices we had to make in the decisive moments, because we play so hard aggro, for better or for worse, in our scrims, and we're able to transition it into these stage games, of course.
Yeah, well, hey, it was great to see you guys transition it. And I just want to say, Samikin, what would your thoughts be if I told you at the beginning of the split that yourself and Blue Waters were to outlast TLC and Disguise in the playoff bracket?
I would tell you that we had higher expectations for ourselves, because we expected to go 8-1, 7-2 in our, based on the games that we saw in the playoffs, or not playoffs, in the regular season. We knew that we could be in all of these teams, but we had a major slump as a new up-and-coming org. So what's there to complain about? We made it this far already.
Well, you guys continue to prove yourselves, and I gotta say, a chance for redemption with the next game. With your 2 wins this weekend, you have earned the chance to fight Supernova yet again. The rematch, this time a best of 5. What's going to be different this time around when you guys take on Supernova?
They will run out of champions first.
Well, you guys proved that you were outlasting the competition this weekend, going to Game 4 and then Game 5, as we had 14 out of the 15 possible games played. Samikin, congrats on the win. Thanks for sitting down and chatting with us. Before we let you go, I just want to give you the floor. Any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give?
Definitely. Oh my god. Honestly, this all started back when I played in like OQ1 last split, like spring, when Music randomly invited me to play on Aporia, or like with their like little get-together team. And then it transferred into the snowball effect that led me like all the way here. So big shout out to Music and also to Uncle Phil for honestly sticking with the OQ team core for like this long. I don't really as like a newcomer to the split, I don't really expect like coaches to always stick with their teammates, especially like if they don't like always meet their expectations. So I'm glad we're able to meet like his expectations, and like we're able to like make him proud by getting all the way up here, and eventually, and hopefully we'll be able to go to Brazil with Dragonsteel.
Yeah, well, hey, long way to go for that, but you guys look good. Congrats on the Romp Stomp coming back against Disguised. And honestly, for the whole core, you guys have really kept the dream alive of 5 guys in a dream, being able to keep on pushing forward. And we're excited to see you guys this upcoming week, as you'll have some big matches to play. All right, that's been it. Thanks so much again, Samikin. I'm sure, hopefully, we talk to you guys again later on, as that would mean more victories for you. But we're going to let you go and return to Mazel and wrap up the rest of our broadcast here, as Mazel, I mean, what a story. And I really feel like, what Samikin's saying, like, shout out to my coach for sticking with all of us. That has been a big story about Blue Water. Again, this team, we didn't have a ton of expectations for. They were a new org starting in spring. And to see how they've scaled up, how these players have grown, it's something that they've created a lot of fans that are all rooting for them to split. So very fun.
Also, just the community building you see from the organization itself, the players representing there as well, and the stories behind them. So much experience on a majority of the roster, so much experience as well here in NACL itself, and being able to kind of come back here and make right maybe some of the wrongs of the past. But let's go ahead and take a look at that updated playoff bracket as we are making our headway through. As
hold on, yeah, I got
it ready yet. I'm getting spam bait from my producer, like it's not ready. But it is all about the setup here for the rest of the split itself. I mean, we still have our upper bracket finals coming up as well, but this run from Blue Water to try to get some revenge against Supernova, I mean, that's huge because Supernova put them kind of in the dirt last time around.
Yeah, I mean, it was a game 1 win that was very much in control of Blue Water, and then games 2 and 3, they got smoked early games. So, I mean, I got to say, Blue Water, they've shown that their champs pools are deep. Still able to find quality stuff in the later games, and I will be really curious to see, like, more teams kind of figure out this Fearless format. I mean, what and when are we going to let stuff through? I'm waiting for, we saw a game where both Aurora and Senna were left up. You have to handshake, right? And Winthrop did not exactly take that handshake. They kind of gave everything over to Blue Water, and that's never going to happen again. But I do want to see, like, how this format evolves as all of our teams are really figuring out and learning, what is the strategy. Like, we saw TLC, or Disguise, I should say, denying champs from TLC, that, like, they haven't played all split, but, like, they know TLC plays. So it has been really interesting, like, seeing the metagame. We have seen some really one-sided drafts, but we've also seen some really creative games like that last game 5. And I mean, I cannot stop thinking about that Blue Water Baron call. They gutted out the Baron, the first one, and then the second one, the one that Disguise tried to do, everything came up short. And that's really was the difference, those 2 Barons, to make sure that, we talk to Samikin now and not someone from Disguised.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that playoff bracket in front of us. It is ready now, as we do still have a long way to that top 2 and to see who will be fighting at the live Riot Games Arena finals that we do have, and see who will be representing us in that P2 Americas tournament.
Yeah, we have 4 days of games next week. So the 29th, we are starting on Thursday, and that is Dragonsteel versus Fear X Starforge. I'm excited to cast that one, as we're going to find out our first team to go to the Tier 2 Americas tournament. And honestly, those have been our top 2 teams for the vast majority of the split, with Dragonsteel being our top dogs. They were dominant round 1 against Supernova. So we'll see what Fear X Starforge has been cooking up to try and take them down.
Can't believe we're already getting so far in this playoffs, but I love the little hint that Samikin gave us to their next series against Supernova, saying that they will run out of champions before Blue Otter does. And I couldn't be more excited for the next specifiers that we have. And we've had 2 now go to 5 in a row. We're truly getting the full Fearless experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun, this new format. I know that it was actually the coach at Dragonsteel, Niles, that kind of recommended dropping bans throughout. And it has led to some really interesting Game 5s, like these champs that have been denied for the vast majority of the series. You got to deal with them now in Game 5, and you do get Game 5s where, Samikin, he's got his Zoe, Manui has his Seraphine. It's been really interesting so far. So the novelty of it has yet to wear off on me, despite going through most of the tape twice. So it's been a lot of fun.
It has been a lot of fun. Cubby, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to cast this series with you. That is all she wrote for our day and for our weekend. But we will be raiding Isles, so make sure you give them a nice how do you do. And make sure you come and return and watch NACL playoffs next Thursday. We'll be continuing here. And we'll see you there. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.